Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 3 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Itachi. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially given the limitations and restrictions YouTube imposes on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 20 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 13. Finally, Naruto was home. It had been more than a month since he had been to this place. He had missed home. The moment he left Amegakure, he flashed towards his house using the Flying Thunder God technique. Since there was nothing else to see along the way, he decided it was best to just teleport back to Konoha. He had surely missed the comfort of his house, the smell of the house. He missed seeing the smiles of his parents. Looking at those portraits, he knew that wherever they were, they would surely be proud of him. Parents loved their children and were always proud of them. Some parents even continued to love their children even when they end up being evil people. It was because their love was unconditional. Well, that is how it was supposed to be. He would never experience the love of a mother or a father since both his parents were dead. But the fact that they died protecting Konoha pleased him. It pleased him to know that his parents loved him. Even when his father cursed him with the burden of carrying the Kyuubi in his gut, he knew the man loved him. He would have wished for them to be alive so that they could have family moments like what the Sand siblings do. He had no blood family, no one to call a brother or a sister. Itachi was the closest thing to a brother he had. But it was certainly different knowing that no matter how much Itachi loved him, it was nothing compared to how Itachi loved his brother. But he was not worried about that. He would make his own bonds and continue to live on. Bonds always help shape us. Without family, or those to be close around, one would surely be driven to despair, especially as a shinobi. He had those who were close to him, he had those he cared for and those who cared for him. That was all he needed now. He could not complain about life being unfair or anything. There were other people who had no one. Well, he had no one in the beginning, but he formed some bonds while at the academy. Forming emotional bonds with other people helped you stay grounded. One could not stand alone in this world. It was a cruel world, and without someone to have your back, you were doomed to suffer a horrible death. The shinobi world was that way. The stay in Suna had been pleasant. He had spent a total of 8 days within the village. He had spent much time with the Sand siblings and they got along quite well. During day, he would always train in his wind manipulation. He never asked Gaara for anything in that regard because he knew it would be asking too much from the Kazekage. It was not that he needed any help. He did not need anyone to give him tips as he had already cleared those stages. What concerned him was perfecting his control over the wind element. He did not need anything more. He could think of adding more jutsus, but the number of jutsus did not matter much if you could not execute them perfectly. Not every opponent will give you the opportunity to throw a jutsu at him. The thing that mattered most was timing and execution. Well, he did not have to worry about speed, he had plenty of that. But he was not too confident enough to become arrogant to believe that he was the fastest man in the world and that no one could match him in speed. There were shinobi who were speed freaks. He had seen Guy and Lee move. Those two were extremely fast, especially Guy. That is saying when he was still wearing his weights and his gates not yet opened. With the training Lee had been doing over the past months, he was surely going to become much faster than he had been. He had been doing nothing to increase his speed. He was more interested in perfecting his control over the wind element. His arsenal was also fine. He had plenty of jutsus. There was no need to be learning new when he still needed to do 2 hand seals to perform some jutsus. Hashirama was rumored to be capable of doing jutsus without even weaving hand seals, so was Tobirama. Those two had a far superior control over chakra, especially Tobirama. Perhaps it came with the Senju genes. Well, Uzumaki were also related to the Senju, so, if a Senju could do it, so could an Uzumaki. He just had to become a lot more dedicated and endure. It was not easy given his massive chakra output, but it was also not impossible. So he would strive to succeed with all his might. He still had a long way to go in his shinobi career. Naruto shook his head as an image came up to him. He looked at the picture of his father into the eyes and smiled sadly. How did you manage to wait of knowing that you ended someone's life, father? As obvious, the portrait gave no response. Naruto waited for a few moments as though he was expecting it to respond to his question. After a few moments, he shook his head again before placing the portrait on the wall where it was always hanging. He walked towards his desk and sat on his chair before opening a drawer. He took out the scripts for his book. He had not written anything. But during his travels, he had been able to gather some materials to continue working on it. His experiences had taught him much. He would add that to give his book a bit of spice. Perhaps he would finish it sooner rather than later. He was even thinking of remaining it. It had to include a bit more of romance and pain. He knew pain very well, but he had been lacking in terms of experience with romance. During his travels, he had caught glimpse of it. He could now write something a bit more realistic as he would pour some of his experiences into his writing. He was even thinking of changing the title to After Today. He wanted this title because the lives we live today and our actions today help shape the day that comes. The experience we experience today help us after today, which is tomorrow. After Today also deals with the hopes of tomorrow. So the title seemed fitting. His Fuinjutsu book would need maybe 2 weeks to be completed. He already had some notes of a few seals he invented while he was training with Itachi. Before Naruto could write anything, he remembered that he had yet to inform Tsunade that he had returned. The woman would give him hell if he did not tell her that he was home. She would probably put him into the hospital for doing something like that. As far as he was concerned, no one knew that he had returned. It was better to go there now. He could continue with his book when he returns. He would have some time, especially with some sleepless nights that hunt him. Sighing, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Tsunade's office. It was not the least surprising when Naruto appeared in the office that he found Tsunade speaking with Jiraiya. The two seemed to get well when other people were not around. But when there were other people, it was another matter. It was not to say that they did not get well when other people were around. No, they always got along. It was just that with other people, they were not much civil. But if you caught them drinking sake together, you would think they were an old married couple. The thought was amusing though, given that they were old. Tsunade was right next to him in a second, suffocating him in a crushing hug. He did not say anything though, she merely hugged him for a few moments before allowing him to breathe freely. The blonde Hokage then walked behind her desk with a small smile on her face. "I am glad you are back safely, Naruto. How was your stay at Suna?" "Pleasant," Naruto answered simply. He saw the look the Godime gave him and realized that she was not happy with his short answer. She wanted something more. The Sand siblings were very welcoming and the Sand villagers were kind to anyone who was a friend to their Kazekage. "I had a pleasant time in the village. Though I detest the heat in the desert, I found the village quite refreshing. I would not mind spending another week or month there." His last words were a surprise to both Sanins. They had not expected him to enjoy his stay at the village to even think of going back there to live for a month. Tsunade had expected Gaara to get well with Naruto given that the former spoke well of the blonde. She had been happy when she received a letter from Gaara saying that Naruto was at his village. She knew it would be good for Naruto to spend much time with his fellow Jinchuriki. But still, for him to say that he would not mind returning to the village to spend a month there was unexpected. But it was nothing to panic about. Jiraiya had a different train of thought than with Tsunade. "Oh? I heard you were getting close to the Kazekage's sister. It is said you would also spend the whole day in a training ground with her." The self-proclaimed super pervert grinned. "Did she treat you that well that you can't stay away from her for too long?" Naruto sighed. On any other day, he would have ignored this question. Jiraiya always liked to sprout nonsense like this. But he chose to indulge the Sannin, just this once. "It is not what you think, Jiraiya. I was merely helping her with some wind jutsus. And I don't think Gaara would have appreciated anyone violating his sister." Jiraiya's expression became that of a disappointed one. "You are never going to get lucky if you keep taking each girl you meet into the training ground." His disappointment was also clear in his tone. "Did you ever think of doing something with her?" Surprisingly, the question came from Tsunade. She asked the question as she heard his last words. And she was also interested in confirming something. Jiraiya had already told her that Naruto had befriended Yugito, but nothing had happened between them. It also seems to be the same with Temari. If it was, then she would have to do a checkup on him to see if everything was all right with him. She wanted grandchildren, and she would not get them if Naruto did not like women. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow to show his surprise at such a question from Tsunade. But he answered her anyway. "Temari is quite beautiful, but no. That's it, Jiraiya. I am taking him to the hospital after this," Tsunade said almost immediately. The Toad Sage seemed to agree with her on whatever they were talking about. "Amusing," Naruto said, drawing the attention of both Sanins. "Because I have yet to show any interest in women since I returned from my training, you now think something is wrong with me. Any concerned parent who wants grandchildren will think like this," Tsunade defended herself. If Naruto winged the other way, she would not have little blondes running over to her calling her Ba-chan like Naruto used to. She wanted Naruto to have a good family of his own. He was still young to be married, but that did not mean that he did not have to date. I doubt you would even approve of anyone I would like, Naruto stated before shrugging his shoulders carelessly. I have no problems. There is no need for me to be checked like I am sick or something. Naruto, in about 2 months you will be turning 17, and you have yet to find yourself a nice girl. All your peers have started dating, and you still have not. Perhaps she was listening to Jiraiya too much. He was the one who suggested about such a topic. She never cared or thought of it. All she cared for was Naruto's safety. But the Sannin had put up some good points about what dating would do to the blonde's mental health. Naruto had not realized that his 17th birthday was coming soon. He had left the village when he was already 13 and then spent 3 years with Itachi. Time was moving fast. The 10th of October, how different would it be this year? Shaking his head, the blonde spoke, I had only come here to inform you that I had returned. Since that is all over, I will be taking my leave now. Before the blonde could leave, Jiraiya spoke. Before you leave, have a sit. We have some important matters to discuss with you, the Sannin stated in a slight serious tone. Naruto nodded and sat down. What is it? He said, folding his hands across his chest. Naruto, I trust you with my life. But you have to inform me sometimes when you are going to do something so I can protect you better. It will not help either of us if you do things without telling me and I have to find out about it, Tsunade stated in a quiet yet firm tone. She did not mention specifically what Naruto had done. She wanted to get to it, but she did not want Naruto to think that she was suspecting him of anything. This is about my visit to Amegakure, is not it? Naruto questioned, knowing that Tsunade might have been referring to it. He had not done anything that would make her say those words except for his visit to Amegakure. He knew that the village and Konoha were not in the best of relations, but they were not fighting either. The villages avoided each other in all ways. He also had other activities he had been doing through his clones while he had been away, but he did not think that the god Im would have caught up to that. He had covered his tracks well, but then again, Jiraiya was a spy master. He learned never to underestimate the man's information gathering abilities. But given all the precautions he had taken, it would not come out soon before he breaks it out to these two important people. So it had to be Amegakure since he never hid his visit. Both Senins nodded. Why did you not tell me you were going there? I could have gone with you, Jiraiya stated. His tone was not suggesting anything. He was just curious as to why his godson chose to visit Amegakure on his own without him. He could have surely gone with him after he had dealt with a few businesses with his contacts. It had been long for him since he entered the Rain Village. It had been closed for years, there was a rumor that it had been opened, he'd just never gone to confirm it. I wanted to go alone, Naruto responded. But I apologize if my visit to Amegakure has caused any troubles. I did not think that it would. He needed to speak with Konan alone without Jiraiya gawking over his thought-dead student. The man could go and gawk over the woman on his own time. He and Konan had other matters to deal with. And he also needed to conduct some things on his own. He did not need Jiraiya to be backing him up in everything he did. Going there alone had been Itachi's idea so he could clear his head. How could he clear his head if he was with Jiraiya? The man always had something to say. But you could have told Jiraiya about it. I had to hear it from someone that you had entered the Rain borders, Tsunade stated, not mentioning the fact that it had been Danzo who told her about it. She had reason to believe that the old war hawk had a motive behind this revelation. Jiraiya had also mentioned to her that Naruto did not attempt his presence given the way he entered the village. But Danzo had left that little detail. So Danzo informed you, Naruto stated, drawing looks from the two former teammates. But Naruto ignored the looks. You fear he is planning something or he may have had a reason for telling you this, the blonde then concluded, earning a nod from his fellow blonde. Naruto was not surprised. Itachi had filled him with so much about the man. Itachi had worked with him to know how he did business. He had been warned. I am not positive, but knowing him, he might be plotting something. Tsunade leaned back to her chair, suddenly looking tired. But the expression only lasted for a few seconds. It disappeared as she looked back at Naruto. In any case, it is best to be prepared. And Naruto, you must inform us before you do something like this. You already left on your own for 3 years. Do not think that the council has forgotten about it. Danzo might just find anything to use against you if you keep doing things like this, Jiraiya added in a calm tone. Any tone he used on the blonde would get his message through. He trusted the blonde had grown enough to know when there is danger. And he was not surprised when Naruto spoke. I will ensure to inform you next time, he sighed. The council is rather noisy about things that do not concern them, the blonde added in a tone dripping with distaste. He did not quite clearly dislike everyone in the council. But there were 3 elders he disliked. He had met them on a few occasions when he was younger. That time, the Sandaime had been still alive. It was those days when he would budge into the office without knocking. Good. The old you might have tried to argue with us. But it seems that your reasoning has also grown too, Tsunade said, sounding a little proud. Even though she did not contribute anything to his growth, she was still happy. So what were you doing there? I was meeting someone, Naruto responded quietly. The leader of the village, he added, seeing that the Sanins had given him expressions that told him to continue. He was sure that neither of them knew who the leader of Amegakure was. It had been a closely guarded secret that not even Jiraiya's spy network was able to uncover. Who is he? Last time I heard, there was a civil war within the village and Hanzo was supposedly killed, Jiraiya said. He seemed not to believe that Hanzo was indeed killed in the civil war. But he did not know if the man was still alive or not. She, to be precise, you know her very well, Jiraiya, Naruto stated, looking at the Sannin. Jiraiya seemed to be going through names and images within his head. But he came out blank. He could not think of anyone who he knew that could lead Amegakure. Everyone he knew that was from the village had been killed long ago. But Naruto seemed confident that he knew who the person was. Who is it? He was certainly going to enjoy seeing the look on Jiraiya's face. Konan. Be serious, Naruto. Last time I heard about her, she was killed along with Nagato and Yahiko long ago before you were even born. How can she be alive after all these years? Konan is very much alive. That was just a false rumor. Unbelievable, Jiraiya muttered. So how is she? Has she grown into a beautiful woman? Last time I saw her she was this beautiful girl. Naruto did not respond to that. He looked back at Tsunade. Is there anything else? What business did you have with Konan, Ame's leader? We have not gotten any contact within the village in years. Though, some of the genins from the village did participate in the Chunin exams 3 years ago. Sensei sent a letter there inviting them to the exams. They responded, but since the exams, there has been nothing, Tsunade said. Not that she had even tried to get in contact with the leader of the village. She had been busy focusing on Konoha and its allies. As long as there was no trouble, she was not worried about anything. Naruto smiled slightly. Some personal business, the blonde responded coolly. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Isn't she a little older for you, Naruto? Naruto chose to ignore that question. Just because he said personal, did not mean that he was talking about something that Jiraiya was thinking. He had gone to know Konan at a personal level, amongst other things. The woman had been hesitant, but she shared with him the story of the Amegakure orphans. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, it is nothing that will harm the village. Sometime in the future, my visit will benefit Konoha. I am not worried about you doing anything that would harm Konoha. I know you too well to know that you will do something that will be bad for Konoha. The thought never crossed my mind. As I said before, I trust you with my life and the safety of the village just as I trust Jiraiya, Tsunade responded, clearing the air. She would never dare think Naruto would do anything. Your trust is not misplaced, Ba-chan, Naruto responded, smiling. It would be one of these moments that he would choose to call Tsunade Ba-chan. It was best for calming the nerves and putting the Hokage at ease. It was also good for showing Tsunade that he was still there. Tsunade smiled affectionately, so did Jiraiya. I hope so, she said. She then smiled and opened a drawer from her desk. She pulled out an envelope and a small piece of paper. She first handed Naruto the piece of paper. It came from the Wind Daimyo, she said, never losing her smile. Naruto took it and raised an eyebrow. It was a check of 3 million ryo. Naruto had not thought that she would not do something like this. He did not need money. His parents had left him some money that he would use as he wanted. The money would not last forever, but doing missions would get him paid something. And he had another source of large amounts of money. He was just having some troubles in accessing it. I had told her that her money was not needed, the blonde said. She had spoken to him when she was leaving Sonogakure. He had spoken with her for quite some time before he left her to be on her way back to her home. On another letter that was addressed to me, she figured you would say something like. But she said to tell you that she insists, Tsunade explained lightly. She did not know who would refuse such money. 3 mil ryo was a lot of money. It was money she did not earn. Naruto sighed. I wish she had not done this. But I have no doubt 3 mil has done nothing to dent her deep pockets. This kind of money to her may be like 100 ryo, the blonde stated, while still looking at the check. If you have no use for it, you can hand it to me, I will use it in a productive manner, Tsunade offered with a pink tint painting her cheeks. It was obvious she was embarrassed about something. Naruto was quick to conclude what wanted to do with the money. No doubt that you want to settle some of your outstanding gambling debts and to get yourself a new stash of sake, Naruto said casually. Tsunade was still paying her debts in gambling. She had made a lot of debts while she was away from Konoha. Her mantle as Hokage required that she pay her debts, or she would have people all over the elemental nations coming over to Konoha demanding that she pay her debts. If you have no use for the money, it is better to give it to someone who needs it, Tsunade responded calmly. If one did not need the money, what was the use of keeping it? Would it not be better to give it to someone who needs it? In this case, she needed it. Jiraiya cleared his throat to get the attention of the two. Why would the Wind Daimyo give Naruto money? Tsunade had yet to tell him anything about Naruto's relations with the Wind Daimyo. One could forgive his question. The God Daime had decided it was best to tell him about it once Naruto had returned. Tsunade smiled as she responded. Naruto, here, somehow found himself saving her life before he took her to Amegakure safely. It also seems that he left a good impression on her, she explained, with her smile getting wider. This worked well for Konoha. If Naruto got well with the leader of the Wind Country, this would mean that Konoha will have good relations with the country. He did that, huh? Jiraiya seemed impressed. I have heard of her beauty, but I have yet to see her myself since she spends most of her time at the Wind capital. The man then narrowed his eyes at the blonde. Perhaps he was not hopeless after all. But he would have to see the woman himself to believe her beauty. Still, he did not ignore how this will benefit the Konoha. I have not seen her myself, Tsunade said. But she knew of her. But she was getting the feeling that she would meet the woman soon. The God Daime looked at Naruto expertly for him to explain some things about the woman to them. She did notice that the blonde had not planned to tell anything, but since the situation was like this, he was going to answer. She is a wonderful young woman, beautiful and likable. That was the response Naruto gave. The Sanins had been thinking he would give more of that. But he just gave them a short reply. There was also nothing on his face for them to read what he was thinking. It was rather disappointing since they wanted to see what he thought of the Wind Daimyo. Well, as long as you say she is a likable person, I will believe it, Tsunade said sighing. She had no reason to believe that Naruto would lie about that. She did not even think that the blonde would lie to her. If he did not want to say anything, he would keep quiet rather than to lie to her. Naruto handed Tsunade the check. Take it, the woman seemed to brighten up at this. When you cash it, transfer 1 mil Ryo to my account, the blonde stated as Tsunade grasped the piece of paper gracefully. Is there anything more? Yes, actually, Tsunade said, brightening out an envelope. She handed it to Naruto. The blonde took the envelope and pocketed it without saying anything. He was not going to open it in front of them. If it was sealed, it meant that it was for his eyes. It is from the Wind Daimyo. Naruto nodded but said nothing. Aren't you going to open it? I will open it later, Naruto responded with a slight wave of his right hand. It was better for him if he did it that way. He knew that both Sanins would question him about its contents once he opens it. He would tell them until then if it concerned them. But until then, he would do nothing. Neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade seemed to object to this. On to the next matter, Tsunade started with her tone becoming serious. Her expression did not betray her tone. I have decided to take advantage of your inherited fame for the good of Konoha, the Hokage stated bluntly. You mean son of the Yellow Flash? Naruto questioned with a raised brow. Given that he was the son of Konoha's greatest hero, he was bound to become famous once everyone knew who his identity. People had already suspected this, and he has done nothing to prove things otherwise. Konoha had yet to say a thing on the matter. Iwagakure seemed to have figured it out well since he had some Iwa shinobi trying to take his life. Tsunade nodded. I have done nothing to either confirm or deny of suspicions that Minato was your father. But because this will benefit Konoha, I have decided that I will confirm it to everyone that you are the son of Minato and Kushina. But you must also know that this will give you enemies. Minato had a lot of enemies during his lifetimes. Once it has been officially confirmed that you are related to him, you will have a lot of enemies too coming after you to erase the last Namikaze from existence, Jiraiya added after Tsunade had spoken. He also spoke in the same tone as Tsunade. This just spoke to signify the importance of the matter. Normally, with the threat to your life going to increase, I would not have agreed to do something like this. But I know that even if I don't say anything, everyone will know the truth soon enough. It is best it comes from me when I am prepared to deal with everything. Jiraiya has convinced me that you can handle yourself well and I trust his judgment, Tsunade spoke again after her former teammate had spoken. Her tone stayed serious. It pained her to put Naruto's life at risk, but there was nothing she could actually do about it. Jiraiya had said it was okay to allow the brat to grow up. Naruto nodded. I understand that, he said quietly. How are you going to take advantage of my inherited fame? He asked, his eyes firmly on the blonde Hokage. He wanted to know how she was going to capitalize on this. If it had been his choice, he would not have chosen to do so because he did not want to stay under his father's shadow. He wanted to rise to his own fame. But it just could not be helped. I have spoken with Jiraiya and I have decided to make you an ambassador of Konoha. You will also represent the village in some places where you will be sent in negotiating treaties. While I stay inside the village, you will be sent and travel to villages to discuss treaties, peace talks and alliances with other villages on my behalf. Normally this would be done by me, but the clan heads have agreed that it will be best if you did. But you don't have any final say on anything. You are just a representative, I hold the final say. That is not all, you will also be my personal guard along with Kakashi whenever I leave the village, sometimes. As part of your training to be the next Hokage after me, you will be my second assistant. This means that when you're not in missions, you will be in the mission room with me assigning missions. This is not something you have a choice in. You will take it. But I doubt you would have thought of refusing the offer. That was not particularly true. Naruto had a choice in the matter. She just wanted to see how he would respond if she said he had no choice. But he did not mean to be mad about it. He seemed to take the offer with a warm smile. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before he finally responded. I will take the offer with no complaints. He was actually smiling as he spoke. This worked better for him. It was a golden opportunity. This gave him a much more visible field to work on. The gods might have screwed his life back then, but it seemed that they were trying to make it up. This would just mean more success when he visits his next targets. It was a good choice, leave Kiri for another after all. Good, Tsunade smiled. We will discuss everything after I have confirmed with the clan heads of your decision. You can go now. Naruto nodded and disappeared from the office. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, sensing something from him. I need to tell you something, Haim, he said with a serious expression on his face. Later that day. An invitation to an event that is to be held within the Wind Country. There was going to be some powerful man like businessman all over the Wind Country. The Kazekage and was also going to be there. It was an occasion that looked like a feast more than anything. There was usually going to be some food available there and some people mingling around. There was going to be a dance that will be having everyone in the dance floor dancing with their partners. The thought brought Naruto to smile. He wondered who Gaara would take to the ball. The man did not seem to be interested in women. It would be amusing if he ended up in the dance floor with his sister. The event was going to be held in 3 weeks, so he had time to learn how to dance. The daimyo had said that the money was to buy him something expensive to wear. He would have to get something since he had no formal clothes in his wardrobe. Well, it seemed that the event would not be so much dull with a few powerful people in attendance. He did like spending his time talking some important business. It would give him an opportunity to study the behavior of several key people that may find themselves in his plans. Naruto sighed as he opened his small bag and took out some papers, ink and a brush. He was currently on top of the Hokage monument. It had yet to become dark, but within 3 hours, darkness would fill the village. It was all the time he needed. Within 3 hours, he could have written some words, many if there are no interruptions. He may find himself working all night if things go in the way they had been in the past few days. Perhaps if he finished his book quickly, he would get himself a publisher to publish his work. He would speak with Jiraiya since the man was in the literature department. The man had to have connections in the publishing business. This would make things easy for him if the Sannin could help him. He would not have the need to look for a trustworthy publisher. Naruto began to write as the cool breeze the environment breathed washed over his skin. It was not too much of a bother to him. He had come here because he knew the breeze would not miss the chance to massage his body with its kisses. This all but made it writing worth at the place comfortable. Not that he was uncomfortable at his house. 2 hours passed as he was writing. But just because he was engrossed in his writing did not mean that his senses had been sleeping. No, it was by far that. He was still aware of his surrounding despite seemingly oblivious to it. Because of this, he was able to sense 2 chakra signatures hiding from him. They had been watching him for about 30 minutes. They did not exactly come at the same time. But when they got here, they stayed hidden together. Naruto had waited for them to make a move while he kept himself busy with his book. But when he found it annoying, he stopped writing and put away his things inside his bag before speaking. Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto called like he was calling them to come inside of a house. Well, he could say they had been standing outside waiting for him to invite them. Now that he did, the 2 slowly made their way towards him. Hello, Naruto, Sakura greeted him a little bit nervous as she sat down on his left. She may have been a little nervous because she had been caught. Kakashi did not sit down, he chose to remain standing on Naruto's right side. In greeting, he merely gave the blonde his iconic eye smile. Sakura, Naruto responded, his eyes not looking at his former teammate. He was looking down the village. The lights had already begun to be turned on. Soon, there would be darkness all over. The lights would be shining beautifully when watching from afar. The sight would certainly be beautiful to watch. He always enjoyed his time here at the monument. It always brought him peace and calmed his nerves. How Sakura missed him calling her Sakura-chan. He used to call her with so much love during those days. A pity she never returned any of that love. She always yelled at him and hit him, hard. But at least Naruto did not seem to hate her for it. In fact, she never apologized for her past behavior. And now she was just Sakura. Kakashi decided to speak, seeing both teens quiet. I was told that you had returned earlier, and thought I would see how you were doing, the Jonin said, looking at the blonde at the corner of his eyes. That was when he found Sakura, who was told of Naruto's return by Tsunade. Ah, Kakashi, always worried about your former student, Naruto responded. He did not sound the slightest sarcastic, even though the remark might be interpreted as sarcastic. Naruto knew that Kakashi worried, he just hid it well under that laid-back attitude. Any sensei would be worried, Naruto. Especially if you cared for your students, Kakashi responded with a nonchalant tone as though he just spoke trivial words. But that was not the truth. He was just like that since years ago. I am not disagreeing with you, Naruto said. He was merely stating a fact, and not being sarcastic about the matter. But Kakashi should understand that well. I know. Kakashi responded calmly. How have you been anyway? We don't get much time to talk these days since there is always something to do, Naruto spoke, eyeing the Jonin at the corner of his eye. As expected, Kakashi shrugged in response. Good. But he was glad that Naruto has taken notice of the fact that they were drifting apart. That is good. Naruto paused for a moment. What have you been busy with? Are you thinking of taking a new team? No, Kakashi responded. After the disaster with Team 7, I don't am fitted to be a sensei. From what I know, Team 7 was your first team to lead. You can't always get them right at your first try. Given your failure in Team 7, I am positive that you have learned much. See, experiences teach us a lot of things. Due to your failure, you now know where to go because you have seen where you have gone wrong. I believe that it is a matter of self-belief and confidence. If you have learned, then you will do better if you do take a team. Kakashi did not know what to say. And so he settled for saying, I don't think I am suited to be a sensei. He repeated the same words he had said before. Perhaps, or you are just afraid that you will fail again. Naruto paused for a moment. For what is worth, Team 7 just had massive egos that should not have been put together in the first place. If it had been a normal team, and you took your job as a sensei seriously, you would have made a good teacher. I am sure that teamwork exercises were not all that my father taught you. If you had followed his example, things might have been different, but the outcome would have stayed the same. Kakashi smiled. Naruto had said to him more than anyone ever did. You should be the one to become a sensei then, Naruto. I already have taken a student. Unfortunately, a team would be too much for me given all the tasks I have to do. But you should come and help me sometimes. If you combine the life lessons you taught us and the training you gave Sasuke during the Chunin exams, you would do great. Thank you, Naruto, Kakashi said, smiling at Naruto. Your father would be truly proud. He then looked at Sakura before sighing. Well, I will see you tomorrow, Naruto, Sakura. Ja-ni. With that, the famed Sharingan no Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the two teens alone. It seemed to him that Sakura wanted to speak with Naruto. He had just given her the room to speak. Former teammates needed to settle some issues. He would not stand between that. He would not be doing a good job if he did that. Some silence settled before Sakura broke it. The view is quite lovely from here, isn't it? She spoke softly with a ghost smile spreading across her face. Yes, it is, Naruto responded calmly. The view was indeed eye-catching from up here. It was even more special when you watched the sun set. It was a view that brought a warm smile to his heart. I have been coming here since I was little. It always is lovely. Still, he knew that Sakura wanted to say something to him. She was trying to build her confidence while testing the water to see if she could speak her words. Naruto did not really like this kind of conversation. He liked when one was always straightforward, just as he was. Silence settled again. And again, Sakura broke it. Naruto, do you hate me? The blonde sighed. This was going to be a long night. She never asked him the kind of question before he left with Jiraiya. Perhaps she was asking because since he returned from his 3-year training leave, he had kept his distance from everyone. The people he saw regularly were Guy and Lee since he trained with them. And he never had one of these moments when he was alone with the girl. Well, he could not run away from everyone forever. The following day, after destroying the forest around him with wind jutsus, Naruto decided to sit down under one tree that had been left standing. He had his notes close to him as he continued on with his book. It had been a long day for him. He had to go through a lot of things with Tsunade and the clan heads. They wanted someone who knew the village's history and laws by heart to represent them. He had to go through so many files with Tsunade, and he had been given his own office within the Hokage Tower. He would be using it for his own work as a representative of the village. And as Tsunade's second assistant, there were things that Tsunade was not going to have to go through herself. The work of the Hokage had been reduced. She would no longer be doing every little thing like assigning C-rank missions to genins. Such things would be handled by him. It was a promotion on his side. But he would be working with Shizune since she was Tsunade's first assistant. And since he would travel a lot, it was obvious that he would be having much work to do. But it seems that this also has put him at another place. He will no longer be taking much participating in missions that include fighting, rather, he will be spending much of his time talking and sweet-talking other people. Since they seemed to realize he had a way to get people to like him, they decided to take advantage of this fact and use him. He had no complaints. But he guessed that the only person who was happiest was Tsunade. He would no longer spend much time in the battlefield that ought to please the woman. She would rather have him sit behind a desk than be on the battlefield. Of course, not everything went smoothly as the elders of the village were against the idea of giving a child this kind of power and responsibility. They would rather have someone experienced to do the job. Surprisingly, Danzo had remained quiet about the whole matter. Naruto had not counted the War Hawk to remain quiet given such a proposal by Tsunade. Even amongst the head clans, not everyone was happy with him. But Tsunade had shut everyone who had a problem with it. She told them she was the Hokage, thus had the final say in everything. Her decision was final, and everyone had to accept it. She had a rather stern look when she stated something like that during the meeting. This of course had shut up everyone, well not everyone. Elder Koharu had the audacity to say that Tsunade was making the decision based on her emotional attachment towards him. The old woman had received a very terrifying glare from Tsunade. If looks could kill, the woman would have been killed by the look Tsunade gave him. He had remained quiet during the whole thing. He would have spoken, but Shikaku beat him to it. The man pointed out the pros and cons of giving him his office. The man also stated that with the right mentorship, the pros outweighed the cons and it could benefit Konoha in the long run. Tsunade had called the meeting to a close after that, but not before speaking her final words. If anyone does not see the benefit of this decision, perhaps they are not in touch with time and need to retire. But someone who plans for the future and does allow personal vendettas to cloud his/her judgment will agree with my decision. No word needed to be said, as everyone cleared out. His office was still being furnished to his liking. He had given the people who could be furnishing a picture of the design. He wanted something special, not something that be normal. After everything, he had decided to blow up some steam by destroying some trees. After that, he decided to continue with his book. Beside him was a bottle of sake. The bottle seemed normal, but it was not ordinary sake within the bottle. It was sake from the land of toads. He had gotten it from Gamabunta a few months ago. It was funny that Jiraiya was never given the sake, despite the toads being like his family. According to the toads, the Sannin had only drank it long ago. Gamabunta had even said that if he wanted more all he had to do was ask. The toad chief had said so after he had seen that he could hold his liquor. Tsunade would probably kill him if she found out he had this sake in his house and was keeping it away from her. He had just poured enough on a bottle when coming here and kept the rest locked safely. It had been the first time he drank it since he was given it. A few hours later, Naruto was still in the Forest of Death, but he was no longer writing. He had completed all that he needed to write. That is not to say that the book was complete. He still had a few things to add before he could finish it. What he was doing now was drinking the sake slowly with absent-minded expression on his face. Anyone who saw him would know that he was clearly not within Konoha. He seemed to be a million miles away from the village. The expression disappeared quickly, though, as he sensed someone. He did not move or try to look for the person. He knew the person would show herself to him. He recognized the chakra signature very well. Just then Anko appeared before him with a grin planted across her face. "You," she said, recalling her last encounter. She wanted to bring it up again, but she saw that he was drinking and only grinned further. "What is a gaki like you drinking out here alone?" Her grin seemed to widen as Naruto's eyes laid firmly on her. Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's former pupil, otherwise known as the sadistic snake mistress, he paused for a moment to examine her expression. He noticed that she does not like Orochimaru. And she also seemed too prideful of being called the sadistic snake mistress. Will drop that facade and join me for a drink? It did not sound like a request at all, and Anko was quick to note that. Why would I do that? The woman questioned, still looking straight at Naruto, her eyes narrowing with a glint of mischievousness. I don't know, Naruto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. He then threw her the bottle of sake. The man caught it and sniffed it before taking a sip. She seemed to like what she had tasted because after that, she sat down beside him and took another sip. Where did you get this staff? She questioned, never letting go of the bottle in her hands. The smile Naruto told her she was not going to get an answer. I thought you were just drinking some juice. But this staff is just great. How are you not stoned after drinking much of this? She was referring to an empty bottle that was beside the blonde. It also seemed like he had been within the forest of quite some time now. I can hold my liquor, Naruto responded coolly. That was not entirely true. But he was not going to explain the inner workings of his body to Anko. It was best she knew just that. He did not fear her knowing about his status as a Jinchuriki as he was aware that every adult knew of it. His generation was the one deprived of such information. Anko responded by saying something about seeing which of them was better at holding down their liquor. There was some silence that settled. So, what were you really doing here? Anko asked curiously. He had to have a reason. She did not think that he had come here to destroy and forest and drink. Compared to last time, something seemed off with him. It was also not every day that you find someone drinking alone in a forest that kills. Why do you spend so much time in this forest, away from village? Naruto responded with a question. This forced both of them to stare into each other's eyes, as if trying to get the answer from the other's eye. Chapter 14. For the first time, Naruto was late in waking up ever since he met Itachi. He had always woken up early to prepare for the day. Despite everything he might do before he sleeps, he always woke up early. It was within his DNA to wake up before the sun rays brutally wake him up. Being woken up by the damn sun was not a pleasant thing. It was damn right annoying, especially when you wanted to sleep a bit more. This was enough to make one irate in the morning after being woken up like this. Sighing, Naruto rose from his bed and yawned slightly. He would have to catch up on the activities he was supposed to do earlier. He would not leave his work because he had woken up late. Something like that would become a bad habit for him if he got used to it. It was one of those times he really appreciated having the Kyuubi sealed within him. With the Baijuu sealed within him, he did not have to suffer from hangovers or anything of that sort. He woke up every day without a headache troubling him because of drinking a little too much. He was sure he was never going to drink as much as he did last night again. It was unacceptable that he do something like that. Well, it was not like he had much of a choice with Anko beside him. The woman had pushed for more gulps of sake and even forced them to come over to his house to get more sake while they talked. The talk had been pleasant. Naruto had never thought that he would find himself having a pleasant talk with a woman like Anko. He thought that the woman was all about mischievousness and making her praise suffer. But it turned out she was not all that. Speaking of the woman, she was sound asleep next to him. She drank too much last night and their activities after that had been surely tiring. He would understand why she was sound asleep. From her side, he was shadowing her from the sunrays. The night had gone in a way he had not expected. But it seemed to ease off his worries, and he felt light. He could go back to being himself without anything to worry about. Perhaps last night had been his most pleasant night in the past month. He had slept well, perhaps it was because he had been too tired and needed much rest. But whatever it was, he felt light and good. He could start the day well. Without looking further at the woman beside him, Naruto got up from the bed. He was completely naked. He shrugged off his nakedness and went towards the shower to take a bath. A few minutes later, after a cold shower, Naruto stepped out of the small room with only a towel wrapped around his waist. He found Anko getting dressed hurriedly. She stopped though when she saw him. I thought for a moment that I was going to find you snuggling all over me when I woke up, she said, getting back to dressing herself. Why would I be doing that? Naruto asked, going towards his wardrobe to get himself clean clothes. He would need to get his clothes washed since they were a bit messy. But he had a pair of clean clothes in his wardrobe. Beats me, Anko responded with a shrug of her shoulders. She did not understand why some men liked to cuddle in bed. She was no into that stuff. It was also nice that Naruto was not making a big deal of anything. He did not do anything that might have set her off. He had gotten all ticks, which was pleasing. The thought never came to mind, Naruto responded. He was not experienced to this kind of things. And physical contact was something that he was learning right now. He would never have thought of doing something like that, though he had found out that some woman found cuddling pleasant. He did none of it because Anko was not girlfriend. The woman finished putting on her clothes before looking back at Naruto. Thanks for a good night. With that, she disappeared, but not before speaking again. I think there are some people in your sitting room. She could have told him this earlier, Naruto thought, shaking his head. He finished putting on his clothes. After that, he went on to make his bed. With everything put into place, he took a storage scroll. It had things he wanted within his office. He had sealed the things yesterday after coming back from his meetings with Tsunade. Naruto then walked towards his sitting room. He already knew who was waiting for him. These were the only two people who could enter his house without his permission. Other people would find it impossible to get in because of the security seals he had set up. He did not like everyone entering his house when he was away. He found Tsunade looking at him with a betrayed expression on her face. She seemed to be heartbroken by whatever form of betrayal he had committed. Jiraiya, though, seemed to have a pleased expression on his face. Naruto ignored all the looks and spoke in a quiet tone. What do I owe this visit, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya? He sat down across both Sanins. How could you, Naruto? Tsunade questioned, looking straight at Naruto. Her tone laced with betrayal and hurt. She seemed to be sad about something. Naruto did not even bother to think what was bothering the woman. He had an idea. Jiraiya's pleasant expression also disappeared as he nodded in agreement with Tsunade, as though he were asking the same question. I trusted you, Naruto. And you betrayed me. How could you? Her tone picked up as she voiced her thoughts. The poor woman really seemed to be hurt. One would be hitting Naruto already just by looking at Tsunade's expression. I never thought you would hurt her like this, Naruto, Jiraiya added, sounding just hurt as Tsunade was. Naruto sighed as 3 clones puffed into existence. He would have to leave now to his office and begin working on a few proposals he would have to send to other villages. But there was some work that needed to be done here at home. He would have his clones to it while he does other work. The clones disappeared to do their work after being created. What do you want? Naruto questioned, turning back towards the 2 Sanins. He stood up as he spoke. What do I want? Tsunade seemed shocked to hear his question. What do I want? She repeated again as she stood up to face Naruto. You drank sake from the land of the toads without me. How could you, Naruto? I thought I meant something to you? Do you know how it pains to know that you would do something like this to me? Naruto sighed. Let us speak as we head towards the tower, Naruto stated. He would eat some time later. He was not hungry anyway. Tsunade and Jiraiya did not seem like they were going to do as just that. I will give you a bottle later on the day if you just follow me. This got everything well. I doubt you came to my house just for the sake, Naruto said as the 3 walked within the streets of Konoha on their way towards the Hokage Tower where both Naruto and Tsunade worked. He eyed both Sanins as he spoke. Despite Tsunade's dramatically act earlier, he knew the woman had not just come for that. Mind you, Jiraiya was also present. There had to be something that both wanted. It was not every day that both would show up at his house uninvited. Jiraiya would, but not Tsunade. The goddamn Hokage sighed outwardly as she heard Naruto speak. She looked around the villagers as they walked. She could see their smiles. They seemed happy to see them walking around the village. Some people had even nodded at them as they walked about. But not everyone was smiling at Naruto. The majority seemed to have warmed up, but a few still looked at him with hatred. It was very well hidden though. She looked at Naruto. He had an impassive look on his face. From the past, he merely smiled widely even though they glared at him. But now, he just looked indifferent. Well, at least he did not take it to heart. She would have surely pounded anyone who dares to glare at her. After a few moments of silence, Jiraiya spoke. Haim and I were just coming to check up on you, the Toad Sage stated in a calm tone. His eyes were not oblivious to his surroundings. He was just not thinking too much about it. It was not an easy thing to change the hearts of people, but he knew that eventually they would see the hero inside of Naruto. For what reason? Naruto questioned. He had almost spent the whole of yesterday with Tsunade. They had talked much together, going through his responsibilities as a representative of Konoha and her second assistant. Even though the meetings were formal, Tsunade always brought up personal matters. But he had handled it well. Jiraiya told me about some of the things you had to do during your travels with him, Tsunade spoke in a soft tone, inviting Naruto to let her in. She wanted him to open up to her. She could help him since she has experienced so many things in her life. With experience came wisdom. He did that. Naruto did not sound surprised that Jiraiya had told Tsunade that he had been forced to commit murders. He had killed many. Their blood was on his hands. He had become a shinobi like any other. Perhaps now he could understand things differently. It is not something that I would have liked you to experience without having the talk with you. The god Aim glared at her former teammate for a moment before her expression softened again as she looked back at Naruto. I know that taking a life is not the easiest thing one can do, even though we tell ourselves that we are ready for it for the sake of our village. People react differently under the weight of killing. Some people are haunted by the people they kill. You are still young and know what it is like to take life. Even though you act like nothing is wrong, I know that not everything is alright, Naruto. Keeping it locked up will not do you any good, it will only drive you insane, or worse, into a murderer. Trust me on this, Naruto, I know what I am talking about, Jiraiya added after Tsunade had spoken. He spoke in a firm tone that was laced with a touch of wisdom. Jiraiya is right. Keeping things locked up will not do you any good. I know with experience that it will only make you miserable, Tsunade spoke as a thought of her past flashed through her mind. You have experienced a lot, and back then, you were on your own. But now you have us, we don't want you to feel like you are alone. You can always talk to us, we will never turn you back, the god Aim spoke in a motherly tone. Naruto smiled sadly before speaking. I know that you will always be there, Ba-chan, godfather. It is not that I don't want to share anything with you or trying to shoulder my burdens on my own. As I told the pervert, when I want advice I will come to you, you are not too far away from my heart to be thinking that I will keep things to myself even though they trouble me. But for now, I am fine dealing with things on my own. Tsunade nodded. I just want you to know that my door is always open for you. I know, Naruto said. If you came to counsel me, why did you not do so before we left? He seemed curious as he asked. Jiraiya grinned. Well, it appears that you are fine, for now. There was no need for us to say anything. His grin seemed to suggest something, but Naruto did not bother to wonder as to what it was. But I do not condone drinking. I would have rather have you drink when you had at least reached 20, Tsunade stated. Jiraiya did not seem to agree with the blonde Hokage. Had he been agreeing with her, he would have nodded in agreement. But he acted as if he was not even listening to her. I am not a fan of sake. But yesterday, I wanted something that I did not enjoy. I will not be drinking any time soon. The amount of alcohol I drank yesterday was enough, Naruto responded as they entered at Hokage Tower. They walked silently, towards Naruto's office. It was in the same floor as Tsunade's and not far from hers. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade wanted to see what the office looked like. The people who were furnishing it finished later last night. None of them had gone to check it out. I still can't believe that you ended up getting an office within this tower, Jiraiya said as the three continued on moving towards Naruto's office. He had expected Naruto to be fighting for the good of the village, not staying within an office going through some paperwork, not in his young age at least. It was not an easy thing to get him one. The council had been hesitant about even allowing him to have this kind of responsibilities. But your report on him was good enough to convince most of the head clans. And the fact that Naruto found his way into the Wind Daimyo's good books really did well to convincing the head clans. Not to forget about his inherited fame, Tsunade responded. The only major problem had been the elders. But she handled them well. The most surprise had been Danzo, she had expected him to object. But he did none of that. He merely remained quiet. In fact, he had been a little too quiet over the past few days. She could only guess that he was busy with something, nothing good clearly. Still, at such a young age, and with the elders still around, I never thought it would be possible. But you seem to handle them well, unlike Sensei. Jiraiya shook his head thinking of his late Sensei. The man really did allow those fools to dictate a lot of matters even when they were merely advisors. They held no real power, but he still allowed them to carry some decisions and do things behind his back. At least Tsunade was correcting that. Sensei had become too old and simply allowed them to do as they pleased, Tsunade stated. Even when she took charge, they had attempted to decide for her. But she had reminded them that she was not Sarutobi. She did not tolerate her advisor making decisions for her. 05, it was the number written on Naruto's door. The blonde opened the door and the two Sanins followed behind him. The place was quite clean and nice. It clearly showed that everything was new within the place. The desk was just any normal desk, just like the one inside Tsunade's office. On the right side of the office, there was a shelf that stretched through the whole wall. It was empty though. On the left side, there were 3 boxes containing books. There were also 2 chairs in front of the desk of visitors. The wall behind the desk had a large window that made it possible to see village clearly, but one from outside could not see what was inside the office. On the outside, it was like a mirror more than anything. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were amazed by the space. Naruto did not say anything though. He walked towards the desk and sat down. He took a spin on his chair before taking comfort. Tsunade was first to speak though. You did well with this place. I can't believe it used to be a storage room, the Godime said, taking a seat in front of the desk. Naruto nodded. He was already feeling comfortable within this chair. If you spend a few years sitting there, gaining experience, no doubt you will make a good Hokage. Don't you think so, Haim? Jiraiya asked with a smile. He seemed to be proud of this moment. Yes, Tsunade responded with a smile. Your parents would certainly be proud if they saw you now, Naruto, Jiraiya added, looking straight at the blonde. He knew both of them enough to know that they would certainly be proud. Kushina would probably do something big to celebrate this. No doubt Minato would be grinning sheepishly with a proud smile. I have yet to do anything. Naruto brought Jiraiya back to earth. I have only been given an office to work. I cannot call this an achievement, rather it is an opportunity. Well, the Sanins could not disagree on that, so none of them said anything about it. On to another matter, Tsunade said, her tone becoming serious. Naruto, when are you going to inform your friends of your burden? She was very careful with her words. She did not want to seem like she was forcing him to say anything if he did not want to. Naruto sighed. I have a meeting with the heirs of clans tomorrow. I will then fill in the rest later, he responded calmly. He had no problems in telling them. He had no fears of how they would react. He was prepared for any reaction they would give him. He would continue to live on regardless of how they viewed him after the revelation. Are you sure? Tsunade asked. I don't want you to do it because you feel pressured. Naruto nodded. I have been planning to tell them. I have just never found the time to do so since I know they will have a lot of questions. Tsunade nodded in understanding. What do you have to do with the heirs of the clans within Konoha? She was not aware of this meeting. Naruto had certainly not set it up with her. They are the next generation of leaders within the village, and since you have made it clear that you wish for me be a Hokage when you retire, Shikaku-san suggested that I work with them. The Hyuga also agreed with this. Having healthier relationship with them now will result in us working together well in the foreseeable future, Naruto explained lightly. Each of the heirs was to come with files from their clans that would help him understand each clan well. But it was nothing like jutsus or things they liked to keep secret. This was to be done because of Inoki's suggestion. That is understandable, Jiraiya said in agreement with Shikaku's plan. It was good thing for the next generation. He had never actually thought of something like this. Well, the man was a genius after all. It was no surprise that his brain could work something like this. The boxes you see there were probably brought here last night or earlier on my orders. They contain all the information you requested and some I think you will find to be rather useful. Tsunade stated. Naruto nodded as he took out the scroll he carried from home. He placed it on the table before going towards the boxes. He would need to pack things now before doing any actual work. Tsunade snapped her fingers and an Anbu appeared. Nico, you can take off your mask, the Godime said. Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked at the purple-haired woman. This is Yu Gao, she came in highly recommended by Kakashi and I also recommend her as I have worked with her. She will be your guard along with Kakashi when you leave the village for important meetings. This was what he hated about the job. He would no longer be required to protect himself while traveling. Because he will be in the position of the Hokage, he will not have to use his energy to fight, but rather he would have to focus his energy on doing his task than fighting. Tsunade had insisted on this. He certainly did not like it. But he knew he could work a way around all this. Tsunade could celebrate her victory while it lasts. I will be going now, Tsunade said, standing up. Yu Gao wore her mask and disappeared after a nod from the blonde Hokage. Shizune will probably be looking for me now even though I told her I would have some matters to deal with in the morning. She said those words as she left Naruto alone with Jiraiya. Is there any particular reason why you stayed behind? Naruto asked, taking a box towards the shelf. He was not paying his attention to the Sannin as he needed to pack his things before relaxing. You and Anko, huh? You made me proud to be your godfather last night, Naruto. I am so proud of you, though. I wish you had not set up those secondary seals in your bedroom. I never got to witness the action because of them, he sort of like complained in the last words. Go away, Jiraiya, I have work to do. Naruto paused for a moment. When will you visit Konan? She will surely be happy to see you if you go, the blonde stated. He was putting books in the shelf as he spoke. I will leave today, Jiraiya said. I will speak to you before I leave. With that, the toad sage was gone in a puff of smoke. No doubt he had gone to do his research. Naruto was left alone in his office. He appreciated the peace. He could now pack his things without someone bothering him. He needed to do it at his own pace without someone trying to engage him in a conversation. Without someone talking to him, he would not finish things at the time he wanted to. The blonde packed everything quietly and unsealed the contents of his scroll before packing them. He placed 3 large files on his desk that would contain his work. The files held blank papers. The files were put on his right hand at the edge of the desk. On his right a small box that would be used as a cartridge. It already had papers within it. A few hours later, Naruto was busy drawing up his proposal to Amegakure, and to do that he was also referencing on Tamari's talks with Tsunade. The blonde Suna Jonin had been spending some time within the village as a representative from Suna. This meant that he would no doubt be working with her a lot. Tamari had been doing so because Suna was trying to fix the fragile relationship between the two villages that had been put into risk because of Suna's betrayal. The village hidden in sand had betrayed Konoha and invaded them along with some sound shinobi. The relationship was able to be repaired because Tsunade was willing and the fact that Suna had been manipulated by Orochimaru. A treaty had been struck, but every once in a while they changed it to improve the agreement and add a few things. As it stands, Amegakure was probably the only village that Konoha was in the best of terms with. Naruto wanted to change that. Of all the great hidden villages, they could not only be in good terms with Suna only. If they are to attempt a new era where villages got along well, he would have to mend healthy relationships with every village, not just major villages but also the small ones. The smaller villages also had a great impact within the shinobi world. It would be out of ignorance to leave them out of any plan he would come up with. The blonde was knocked out of his thoughts when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said. The door then opened and to his surprise, Uchiha Sasuke stepped inside the office. The Uchiha walked in within the office and took a seat across Naruto. The blonde could see the impassive expression on the teen's face. According to Kakashi, the Uchiha had gone through some changes but nothing drastic. Still, it was a surprise to him that he would come here to him, especially since he has shown no interest in talking with him. "What can I do for you?" he finally asked, keeping his calm. "I came to talk," the Uchiha responded calmly. His tone was not demanding, it was just neutral. "Make it quick, I have work to do," Naruto said. It was really hard to ignore that Sasuke was alive and well. He now knew that it was impossible to delusion himself into thinking that the Sasuke he knew was dead, especially when you were staring at those eyes of that person. Itachi had also warned him that he was only taking the easier route to dealing with things. What Sasuke did to him was blasphemy, but it was some time ago. "You really do dislike me," he did not seem to be too concerned about that. "Not that I can blame you after what I did." "What do you want, Sasuke?" "My goal has always been to kill Itachi and restore my clan. That is still my goal. But over the past 3 years I have discovered that out of everyone in the village, you were the only one who could understand me. And I almost killed you. What infuriated me was that you who understood the pain of loneliness did not understand me. I had thought you would understand why I had to go to Orochimaru, but you did not." The Uchiha paused for a moment. "For what is worth, I really did see you as a friend and somewhat of a brother." It was the truth, but what Naruto took notice of most was that it was all said in past tenses. "Is that all?" Naruto asked in a mask of indifference. Sasuke could give him the credit for keeping the mask without a single crack on it. The mask stayed on his face as though he was born with it. It was hard to believe that this was the same idiot that forced him to stay in this face. Well, he had gotten what he wanted and even more, so he had no complaints about that. Sasuke shook his head. "No. Crows," he said, watching Naruto like a hawk, a look he learned from Danzo. But it was very subtle, making it difficult to sport. "What about them?" Naruto kept the mask as he responded. He guessed where this was going. He should have been a bit more careful with his work. Sasuke worked with Danzo, any mistake he made, the old man would no doubt capitalize on it. "You have a contract with them. I know for certain that Itachi is the one who holds the crow contract. This leads me to conclude that you are in contact with him. You do know that Konoha dislikes him for what he did. If word got out that you, who was disliked, have some sort of relationship with a traitor, it won't be long before the villagers." He did not have to spell it out to Naruto. "What do you want, Sasuke?" This was certainly interesting. The Uchiha looked like he was going to apologize, but now he was blackmailing. Sasuke was almost disappointed that Naruto kept everything in check. "Almost. You know where he is. I just want to talk to him, is that so bad?" Naruto never averted his eyes from Sasuke, even for a second. "You have yet to make your request. The next time you go to see him, tell him that I want to meet him since I know the truth." If Sasuke was expecting something from Naruto, he was disappointed. The blonde did not even twitch. "You can leave if that is all you want," a response from his former teammate. It was he who almost twitched at the response. He had swallowed a large chunk of his pride even to say the first words, and this was all he got? Last time he had been unable to say anything, and after all his efforts, he got this? I truly am pathetic. I tried to deal with a problem by pretending that it was dead. How idiotic. Sasuke read Naruto's lips before he disappeared. Well, that was unexpected, Naruto thought as the Uchiha left his office. He was certainly not expecting a thing of what had just happened. But he was a little proud of himself that he held his nerve well. A day later, Naruto had eaten his lunch with Tsunade and Shizune. They had all gone out to eat at a restaurant close by before returning to work. The food was okay. It had been the first time that Naruto had actually had lunch with Tsunade and Shizune. They never had things like that or eating together despite how close they were. It was something that was nice for a change. But the women were asking him questions about how he was adapting to the office life. He had no complaints, he was used to spend some time within the office in his home. It was no bother to him at all. Still, he would not be in the office from morning to evening. Some days he would only go in the afternoon. There was nothing really forcing him to stay in the office all day when he had little work. He also could not abandon his training with Lee and Guy, those two would do well to keep him physical. It did not take long before the clan heirs walked into his office. Naruto was only expecting 6 people, but he was greeted by 8 of them, including Sasuke and Neji. He was not expecting to see those two in this meeting, but he did not say anything. He merely leaned back to his chair and looked at them all calmly. "Wow, so you really have an office, Naruto?" Ino said. She was the first to speak. When he had told her, she did not believe it. But now she could, since she could see it with her own eyes. Her fellow blonde also looked nice behind the desk. "This place is really nice. It is lacking some flowers, though," she girl said and then nodded to herself. "This is unbelievable. I can't believe this," Kiba exclaimed, rather loudly. It was also not fair to him for Naruto to have what he did not have. It was not fair. Naruto had been a dead last when they were kids. How could he change so much? And now he had an office of his own. It was not fair to him. Shikamaru yawned. "This is going to be troublesome," the Nara said in a bored tone. "Well, it does seem like you will finally achieve that dream of yours, eh, Naruto?" "It appears so," Naruto responded. He then looked at Sasuke. "I was not aware that you were going to be present," he stated, keeping his tone neutral. Everyone else seemed to be ignoring the Uchiha, well except for Ino, Shikamaru, and Neji just looked indifferent as though he did not care about anything. But it did not seem to bother him at all. "I was not supposed to be here. But the Hokage told me that I should come since I have made it official that I want to restore the Uchiha clan. She saw that if the future leaders were going to meet, it was best that I do so," the Uchiha responded coolly. He had decided that while he still trains to become strong and look for Itachi, he could as well be making plans to restore his clan. He could not plan for that after dealing with Itachi when he did not even know when he will encounter the man. His little play with Naruto did not seem like it would bear much fruit. Naruto nodded, though, he would have wished that Tsunade told him about this since he had been with her earlier. She could have given him a heads up instead of doing things like this. The blonde then looked at Neji. "I was only expecting Hinata from the Hyuga clan," the blonde said, looking straight at his fellow Jonin. He had no qualms with the boy. In fact, Neji's company was likable than Kiba's. Hiyashi-sama insisted that I be here to represent the branch family and said it was important since I would be working closely with Hinata-sama, the Hyuga responded coolly without skipping a beat. "That is acceptable," Naruto responded. Hinata and Neji from the Hyuga clan, Kuji from the Amegakure clan, Shikamaru from the Nara clan, Shino from the Aburame clan, Kiba from the Inuzuka clan, Ino from the Yamanaka clan, and lastly Sasuke from the Uchiha clan. You have already been told why you are here, correct? They all nodded. Good. We have nothing much to discuss really. When a new leader steps in, he or she comes in with new changes. I believe all of you have already thought about the changes that you want to make within your respective clans. Now I want you all to put that into writing. When you're done with all your plans for the foreseeable future, you will bring them to me. There is no due date for that. Why do we have to do that? There is a proposal for a change in laws and policies within the village that will affect all the clans. The current laws were made long ago and not all of them accommodate the current generation. Many were made during those times of wars. But in the next years, they will be changed to accommodate the coming generation as we prepare to step into a new era. This is done so to ensure that the laws that will be made do not contradict with any of your beliefs, so to avoid conflicts, Naruto explained calmly. So the old folks are really giving us a room to work so to prepare us for the roles we will inherit from them, Shikamaru said, knowing that this was done to prepare them for the roles that they will take as heirs of clans in Konoha. This is going to be troublesome. Come on Shikamaru, it won't be that bad, Kuji said to his friend. Yeah, Shikamaru, when are you going to stop being so lazy? Ino said, looking at her teammate. She could never understand how the team could be so lazy. He only got serious when his friends were in trouble. This sounded like something serious. She thought he would at least take this seriously. Naruto cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Place the files you were given right here, he said, pointing at the desk. He had created space on the shelf. He would need to create a file for each clan so not to misplace and mix the files. He would do so before the day ends today. His peers did as told. Naruto spoke again. Now on to another matter. I do suspect that some of you may already know of this. He paused for a moment. The secret that was kept from everyone was not only that Namikaze Minato was my father, but it is also something that concerns the Kyuubi. Kiba spoke before Naruto could continue. Shikamaru already knew what Naruto was going to say. What about the Kyuubi? And I still don't understand why someone like you has to be sitting there like you are in charge. Now that I have mentioned it, you are acting like you are the boss here. I would appreciate if you did not interrupt while I am talking, Kiba, Naruto said calmly. Out of everyone here, you are the only one who lacks self-restraint. You are brash and an impatient little boy. Seriously, you can be annoying sometimes. Well, that was certainly unexpected. Kiba glared. I dare you to repeat that, Naruto. Naruto shrugged. You heard me, he said. If you don't start learning some self-control now, your sister will head your clan until you can grow a few brains. Naruto went on again before Kiba could speak again. As I was saying, the Kyuubi was not killed as you were led to believe. Killing the Kyuubi is impossible. My father did the only thing possible, he sealed it within me. What? That came from Ino and Kiba. But they were ignored by everyone else. You know, Naruto, I had thought you may attempt to sweet talk this, like making an attempt to explain that as many have believed, you are not in fact the Kyuubi but its container, Shikamaru stated. But it seemed that the blonde had not planned to say something like that. There is no point in sweet talking it, Naruto responded with a shrug. Only stupid and ignorant people who are ruled by hatred will think that I am the Kyuubi. And I have a reason to believe that you are neither stupid nor ignorant. But then again, I could be wrong. Anyo, Naruto-kun, is this why people used to stare at you hatefully? Hinata asked quietly. Yes, Naruto responded with a nod. Why was it kept a secret? And why would anyone think you are the Kyuubi? I mean, I may be an idiot, but I am smart enough to know that you are not the Kyuubi but Naruto, Kiba stated calmly. He seemed to huff at the looks he got from those around him. So you can be stupid and smart at the same time, Naruto commented dryly, earning a glare from Kiba. The answer is obvious, Kiba. Why? Because as Hinata has said, people used to glare at Naruto-san. In your ignorance you have not noticed this. In our Genin days, it seemed that most people in the older generation hated Naruto-san and saw him as the Kyuubi rather than its container, Shino responded coolly. I assume that the Sandaime came to a logical conclusion to forbid the knowledge of Naruto's status so to avoid our generation to treat Naruto as the older generation. Shino is right, Kiba, Shikamaru said. So you are like that, Gaara? Ino asked quietly. Yes, Naruto responded. That will be all. You can fill in the others when you see them. Now if you will excuse me, I have some work to do. They all left him alone without another word. It seemed that they were going to discuss this amongst themselves without Naruto and Sasuke, since the Uchiha left via Sunshine instead of walking out of the office with the others. They did not like him well, so he had no reason to hang around them anymore. That went well, Naruto said to himself. You know, Kakashi, it is not a good thing to eavesdrop on other people's conversation, the blonde stated, knowing that the Jonin had been listening. The Jonin merely shrugged his shoulders as he appeared before Naruto. You seem to have settled in well, he stated, looking at the blonde over his orange book. I have, Naruto admitted calmly. I was wondering if you would be free to meet with me later, the Jonin said. I will be free, Naruto responded. Good, Kakashi, I smiled. I will come and pick you at your house. Do you know how that just sounded? Naruto asked the Jonin with a raised brow. Seriously, Kakashi, you should not put words like that. It almost sounded like you were promising to pick me up for a date. What would be the problem in that? Kakashi asked, looking straight at Naruto. If the blonde had been anyone, he would have surely been freaked out by this. But he knew Kakashi too well. "Sai, you could at least pretend to be shocked, Naruto," the Jonin said. Naruto smiled. "Nah," then he chuckled, he was finding this a bit amusing. "How are you dealing with your issues with Sasuke?" The Jonin questioned, changing the topic. He was genuinely curious. He did not want Naruto to hold eternal hatred for the Uchiha because it would harm the blonde himself than Sasuke. He knew well too enough to know that harboring hatred was not a good thing. "Well, but I would rather not talk about it," Naruto responded coolly. He was already questioning himself too much to talk about it. He had discovered that telling himself that Sasuke was dead to him was not going to do it. Kakashi nodded, and let it go, not wanting to push it. "Oh, just as a warning, some other Jonins will be there too," the man stated before leaving in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed, he had not expected to be hanging out with other Jonins soon. He really did like his time alone. Well, there was no harm in being with the others. The following day. It had been some time since he had visited Iruka. The man had done a lot for him even though at first, he used to hate him. The Chunin teacher used to hate him when he first entered into the man's class in the academy. It had been a surprise to see Iruka with the same eyes as everybody in the village. But it soon changed and the man warmed up to him. They got well together and he became one that was closest to him than anyone else. But things had changed again. Still, he would never abandon the man because things appeared to be going well. It would be a sin for him to forsake the man because now he had Tsunade and Jiraiya. He would never forget those who helped him when he was still suffering. It had been long since he set foot in the academy. It brought back some memories. Despite everything that happened to him in his younger age, he had a lot of fun in the academy. He was always laughing and goofing around and never paid attention to anything. Perhaps if he had bothered to pay attention to Iruka, he would not have been the dead last. But his practical skills would not have changed a bit since he had no one to help him with them. He would have never refused help if someone had offered to train him. But no one had been willing to help him achieve that. His failing also had to do with his lack of chakra control. If he had known back then that he was failing to do the Bunshin no Jutsu because of lack of better control over his chakra, he would have trained to control his chakra better. Well, the night of the Mizuki incident had brought some good things for him. The night changed everything for him, his entire outlook for life. He changed nothing with how he acted though. But from that day he had known that the Sandaime was capable of lying to his face. The man had outright lied to him when he asked why everyone hated him. The reasons did not matter, what mattered was that the old man had chosen to keep the truth from him. And the way he had found out was not a healthy. His childhood was certainly messed up. The gods must have surely spent much time plotting for things to go that way. They must have invested a lot of time to ensure that they screwed up everything for him. Shaking his head, Naruto finally reached Iruka's class. He could hear the man giving one of his lectures that he never bothered to listen to. It was a surprise how he could pass the written exam when he did not even study and had troubles with some words. But he was highly perceptive and thought much deeper than people gave him credit for. Well, it was not that his behavior did anything to prove them otherwise. He always acted stupid and never quite restrained himself. At least now he had learned some control over himself and his actions. He no longer just exploded when he felt like it. He could be calm in any situation. He decided to knock at the door. He had to see the man now before he got more work to do. He heard the man's voice speak, "Come in." He opened the door and went in. He could see the wide eyes of Iruka as he walked inside the class. "Naruto?" The man got over his surprise quickly and smiled brightly. For the students in the class, it had been the first time they saw their sensei smile like that. He never smiled so brightly when either of them did something right or answered his questions correctly. He did smile at them, but the smile was not as big as the one they were seeing. "Hello, Iruka," Naruto greeted kindly as he walked towards his former sensei. "It had been long, hasn't it?" Iruka nodded as he continued to smile at Naruto. "I had even thought you had forgotten about your former sensei." "I would never do anything like that," Naruto responded, smiling, as he took a look at Iruka's class. The kids were young, they were in their first or second year within the academy. Looking at them like this really did remind him of his time at the academy. It was a lot of fun. The only problem was that most of the time the other kids were laughing at him. But it was all over now. Many of those kids had not even made it as genins with him even though they graduated from the academy. "Hey, Iruka-sensei, who is he?" one of the students asked. The boy seemed to have no mind who the blonde was. It had already been confirmed by Tsunade to the villagers that Naruto was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. By now, most people already know the blonde. Not that most people did not know him already. How could he not be known already when the villagers had hated him from his childhood? Before Iruka could respond, another boy responded. That's Namikaze Naruto, you idiot. He is the only son of the Yondaime Hokage, the boy said, loud enough for everyone to hear him. The reactions were mixed. Some did not seem to be too surprised with this revelation, while some smiled and 2 or 3 remained indifferent. Quiet down! Iruka yelled as the kids had already started making noise within the class. It was probably about their opinions of the blonde beside him. He was happy though that the children had no problem with Naruto. It would have been disappointing if this generation had taken the ways of the older generation. But it appears that the younger generation had not been corrupted. Today I'm going to allow you to leave early. As you can see, I have a visitor. So I will see you all tomorrow. But if I hear that you were making trouble in the village. He let the words hang to allow his students' imaginations to run wild. Sometimes it was so satisfying to see them cringe under his unspoken threats. The kids hurriedly cleared the class. It seemed that they were afraid that he may change his mind about allowing them to leave early. But Iruka had nothing like that in mind. It had been long since he'd spent some time with Naruto. He had been busy with his classes and Naruto has also been busy with his new work. I heard that you got a new job, the man said smiling. He must have heard it from Kakashi, Naruto thought. Yes, it is a pain also. It seems that the Hokage is taking advantage of my new position into piling more work into my desk. If anything, it seems that she wants me to be tied around the desk so that I don't leave the village for missions. Iruka laughed. It certainly has been long since he last saw his little brother speak. Even though he has changed, he could still see the traces of the old Naruto. What did she have you do? She had me sit in the mission hall to listen to complaints from the villagers. I had to endure 4 hours of torture. The villagers also seemed to take some of their frustrations on me, Naruto explained. As a new strategy to ensure that villagers are treated in the way that worked well for everyone, not a certain group of people, they had decided to allow some villagers to voice some of their thoughts. Despite many only talking nonsense, he had gotten some valuable data. He would have to make a report to Tsunade later on. Let me guess, it was your idea, that is why she had you do it, Iruka stated. Complaining villagers were not easy to deal with. He knew that firsthand since he had received a fair share of complaints from parents who seemed not to be too satisfied with the work of the academy. Naruto nodded. Well, anyway, I thought I would come and see you since it has been long. As things are going on for now, I may find myself with little time to spare. It's good that you are working so hard for the village. With how you were back then, I would have never thought you would be sitting in an office. Being brash and loud, I thought you would be out there doing dangerous missions. Things change, Naruto said simply. But that did not mean he no longer loved doing dangerous. That they do, Iruka nodded in agreement before smiling. I do hope your love for ramen has not changed. For old time's sake, let us go to get some while we talk. Sure, Naruto responded, not seeing any reason to reject the offer. He did miss eating with Iruka. Later, Tsunade's office. Naruto had reported to the Hokage that he would come and make his report on his findings. He was just going to make a report on his findings. He was not going to offer solution to the problems. It was not in his place to do so unless asked. He had made the reports before even going to see the god I'm Hokage. Sighing, Naruto allowed himself to enter the office. He found the Hokage behind her desk and 2 head clans sitting down across her desk. You finally came, Tsunade spoke as though she had been waiting for the blonde for a long time. I had told you I would come at this time. And I am here. You speak as though I am late. Were you not listening to me carefully when I spoke to you? Naruto questioned, knowing that the Hokage had a tendency to do something like that. And something like that resulted in embarrassing moments. Tsunade merely smiled. Ahem, since you are here, why don't you give your report? I was not expecting to see the head clans here, Naruto said, placing a file he held on top of the desk for Tsunade. It was a copy, he held the original inside his office. Hiashi is the head of the most powerful clan in Konoha, and Shikaku is the Jonin commander and also my advisor. She did not have to explain anything further. Naruto would understand why they had to be here. They were important powerful men within the village who seemed to support him. The blonde nodded. Most of the complaints were nothing important. Some were just saying random stuff that held no importance. But I was able to draw out some things that I felt had some importance in them. He paused for a moment. I have detailed them in that file. Since I had not thought Hiashi-san and Shikaku-san would be here, I had made a single file for you to look at. Tsunade took the file and opened it. While she was going through it, Shikaku spoke. Is there anything that would change how things are currently run? Naruto nodded. Some of the shinobi parents have complained about the education in the academy. Even though we are no longer living in the time of war, they feel that their kids are not taught the required skills that they need to survive. The academy students are also not told of the true extent of what a shinobi is. This becomes a problem especially to those clanless because they don't get to be trained anything special because their parents have no capacity to do so. I once discussed this problem with the Sandaime, but he did not listen, Hiashi stated. The old man had insisted that there was no need to change anything. When the academy graduates are not prepared well for the shinobi life, they are most likely to die soon. Some are from civilian families have no one to train them, which puts them at a disadvantage. Hokage-sama, you know well what Sakura was like when she was a Genin. It was not a matter of anything that allowed people like her to graduate, but ignorance. Tsunade shook her head, ridding herself from the thoughts of a younger Sakura. The Sandaime had become too soft in his old age and screwed up some things, the Hokage stated. How do you propose we deal with such a problem, Naruto? Shikaku asked curiously. He just wanted to hear the blonde's response. Nothing more. Naruto folded his hands across his chest. The whole system has to be changed from entrance test, education to the graduation exams. The system has many flaws. One may perform the necessary skills to graduate, but mentally one may not be fit to become a shinobi. You all know how unprepared mentally Team 7 was. Shikaku nodded and spoke. So you think there should be a psychological evaluation before a student can graduate? Yes, Naruto responded before explaining further on the matter. Chapter 15. You wanted to see me, Danzo? Sasuke stated as he looked towards Danzo. He was within Root hideout. The old man had called him into the place. Normally he would not be called unless there was some important mission that he needed to do. That happened since he was transferred back to Tsunade's command. When as a Jonin, he usually worked with Kakashi or just do solo missions. Looking at the man, he noticed that the man's eyes twitched slightly because he showed no respect to the man. He had never done that before. He had never bowed before the man or even made an effort to make him happy by calling him Danzo-sama. The man was just means to an end. There was no need for him to worship him. I see you still insist on calling like that, the man noted. His two guards were flanking both his sides as he spoke. If it had been anyone they would have moved to teach him some lessons. But there was now no need for that. They knew that they could not make Sasuke get on his knees. It was better to just let things be as they were. As long as the boy did what he was told, he had no other problems. Will you tell me what you want already, Danzo? Sasuke stated, seeming impatient with the man. He had a mission today with Neji. He needed to go before he was late. He had never worked with the Hyuga before, but he knew the teen was strictly business. I have a mission for you, Danzo stated. What is it? I am told that you are going to leave the village today with Hyuga Neji to a mission within the borders of the Fire Country towards the River Country to investigate a matter. When you reach there, one of my agents will seek you out. You will have to separate from the Hyuga before meeting with him. Danzo threw Sasuke a small scroll. You will give him this scroll, in return he will give you another scroll. Failure is not acceptable. Is that all? Sasuke questioned, pocketing the scroll. Yes, Danzo responded. Outwardly he remained impassive, but inwardly, he was grinning. He liked Sasuke when it came to matters like this. Despite the boy's lack of respect towards him, he never questioned when he was assigned a mission. As long as it was worth his time, he would do it. And Sasuke never failed. The boy always managed to succeed all his missions, flawlessly. I have a question, Sasuke said, bringing Danzo out of his thoughts. Has your disrespect reached a new level that you will question Danzo-sama, Uchiha? A rough voice spoke beside Danzo. It appeared that the person was ready to step into the fold and have a dance with Sasuke. But the Uchiha seemed to have no mind to it. He did not even spare the man a glance. He outright ignored him. Danzo raised his right hand, silencing his guard. It is all right, Fu, the man said. What is it, Sasuke? Now be careful, depending on the question, I may or may not answer. Tsunade has us going to investigate the near destruction of the village hidden in waterfalls. It is said some man with black eyes ran around the village killing anyone he came into contact with. Do you know anything of this man? Sasuke asked curiously. His tone also suggested that he wanted the answers, and was not going to easily back down if Danzo refused to answer him. The man always had intel on things going around the shinobi nations. It was almost as if he had eyes everywhere. The man that did that was a former shinobi of the village. He was kidnapped by Orochimaru to be experimented on, and the village abandoned him to his fate. I do not know much about it. But he has also been killing shinobi he comes across for weeks now. I would advise you to be careful because he seems to be very dangerous, Danzo stated. He had many reasons to believe that this was the weapon Orochimaru had said had escaped. For now he would wait and see what the weapon was capable of doing. His gut was telling him that Sasuke may very well come across this weapon. If they met, Sasuke would come back with valuable data. It is then that he would make a move on the weapon. Sasuke left without responding to Danzo's warning. He merely walked away from the presence of the war hawk. Neji may have already been waiting for him. He had asked because something about this mission was making him feel otherwise. It made him curious, he had never felt this way before. He had completed a lot of dangerous missions, but this gave him the chills. But it did nothing that to make him excited. Perhaps he would finally meet a foe who could push him. Should we follow him? No, he will succeed his mission, Danzo replied without a single worry. Has Sai returned yet? No, he should return in 2 or 3 days. Danzo did not respond. It was time he made his move within Konoha. He had been silent for too long. It was time he moved about to ensure that Tsunade did not change things completely. If she continued running the changes, it would only make it difficult for him to push her out. If things got difficult, he would have to change strategies and come up with a new way of tackling things. He would be patient though. He would never allow himself to be rushed into making stupid decisions by naive children. Later, Tsunade's office. You know, Hokage-sama, you seem to be happy these days. You are not always irate. If I did not know any better, I would think that you have found someone to love, Naruto stated in a blank tone, trying not to show any emotion as he spoke. Being that he knew better, he knew that Tsunade was happy because she dumped much of her work on his desk. But it was not going to last forever since he would only be working 3 to 4 hours in the office unless there are meetings. You know how to ruin someone's mood? Tsunade said, sighing. I still don't get how you can keep a straight face while saying stuff like that, the god I'm stated, looking straight at Naruto. Seriously, the blonde could say some embarrassing things that would have everyone blushing and yet keep a straight face. Now that she thought of it, she had never seen him blush ever since he returned from his training. She would not expect someone like Danzo to blush. The man would be disgusted instead of being sexually interesting by seeing a naked woman. But this was Naruto, her Naruto. It is a matter of having self-control. And I have experienced too many things to be embarrassed about pointless things, Naruto responded coolly. You are speaking like that again? Tsunade spoke, shaking her head. What do you think of Temari? Be specific, Naruto responded. It had been a few days since he took his office. During that time, he had held a couple of meetings with her over certain issues regarding both villages. She was a representative of Amegakure. This meant when she came here she no longer spoke to Tsunade but him. After speaking with her, he had not allowed her to leave alone. He had teleported her back to Amegakure. It saved time for her and avoided any dangers she may face while traveling back home. When he had arrived there, Gaara had insisted that he stay for the night. His friend had told him each time he came to his home, he was to never leave without spending the night. What do you think of her as a person, as a woman? The god I'm asked carefully. She did not want to seem like she was suggesting something. But she knew that Naruto would catch on quick to why she would ask him such a question. She just hoped that he did not freak out or anything. She is a wonderful person despite her violent temper. She is kind, beautiful and caring. The woman is also a bit controlling, but nothing too troublesome. She does like to be in charge, Naruto responded. He did not go into details. This was going like a conversation he had with Gaara. What would you think of her as a wife? Tsunade was careful in choosing her words. She also spoke in a calm tone so to calm Naruto should he overreact or something. Gaara asked me a question like that, Naruto said. Tsunade did not seem to be surprised. But he was blunt. He phrased it like, would you marry my sister if I offered her to you? I have to say, I was surprised since it came out of nowhere. Gaara seems to trust me more than any other male, that he would rather trust his sister with me than any other. He also did mention that his council was trying to push him to marry her off to Amegakure to strike an alliance with the village. When Gaara became Kazekage they tried to marry her to Iwagakure to form a partnership with them, but Onoki refused the deal. It is not that Gaara would have allowed his sister to be married off to some stranger, Tsunade added a part that Naruto was not aware of. The blonde was surprised. But it should be expected since by the time Gaara took charge, they were suffering economically. They would have done anything to get out of the situation. Naruto brushed his hair for a few moments with his right hand. You are asking me this because Gaara wants me to marry Temari so she does not have to be married to someone else he does not trust. Naruto paused for a moment. What is it you are not telling me, Tsunade? This was perhaps the first time Naruto had called her by her name like that. If he called her name, he always used an honorific. But this time he did not. The blonde Hokage sighed. There is one richest man within Amegakure. He owns lot of businesses within the village. He even gave his own money when the village was suffering, economically. But he has been pressuring Gaara to offer him his sister to him or he will leave the village. If he does, the village will suffer. And getting rid of him won't solve the matter. I see, Naruto said in thought. The deal with Kumo is not that much of a problem. But this one is another matter. Gaara has found a way to deal with the man without killing him, but he needs someone he trusts to take Temari in. This will also strengthen the relationship between Konoha and Suna. I think Gaara would have asked you if you liked his sister regardless of the situation, Tsunade said. Naruto was thoughtful for a few moments. He knew that Temari did not like him in that way, neither did he. They were more of friends than anything. It also seemed that the woman liked someone. He was not exactly sure who and he did not care. If you don't like it, you can just stay engaged to her until Gaara deals with his problem. You can call it off after that. What of the Wind Daimyo? She seems like a person who could help him sort out this problem, Naruto said. Miyuki did not seem to be a cold person who would refuse to help someone in need. He said he wanted to deal with it on his own. Their relationship is fragile. If he started asking help, she may think otherwise about it. I will help Gaara in any way I can. But I don't want to force Temari into something she does not want to. I will speak to Gaara about this. A greedy man will give up on anything if he is given a lot of money, Naruto stated. Where will you get the money? You don't have the kind of money the man may demand, Tsunade questioned. Naruto had money inherited from his father, but it was not enough to settle the matter that was troubling Gaara. I am resourceful, Naruto responded, but he did not explain further. I will speak to Gaara. He paused for a moment. I received word from the Mizukage. She liked my proposal, and invited me to come over. I will teleport to Kiri in 2 nights. Tsunade smiled at this. You really don't waste time, do you? The council will be happy to know of this. But I still don't like the fact that you are going to leave alone. I know Kiri is a lot farther than Suna, but can't you take Yugao or Kakashi with you? The Godime was close to begging at this moment. It is enough that you have an Anbu following me when I am not inside of the tower or my house. I want some time alone. You will not change my mind about this one, Naruto responded in a firm tone, showing the Godime that he was not going to back down from his word. Fine, the woman seemed to huff as she said the word. You were requested specifically for a mission by Tazuna from the Wave Country. I don't know the contents of the mission, but he requested you and said it was important. I will take it, and I will leave today. I have missed getting some action, Naruto stated, standing up. Aren't you going to take someone with you? No, and he was gone. Damn that brat. He will probably teleport to the Wave Country. This would not give her enough time to send someone after him. Later, the Wave Country. It had not taken much time for Naruto to get to the country since had teleported. Knowing a space/time jutsu had its benefits. He could travel in all great villages within the single day. It was a feat that no one in this life could achieve. The only other 2 who knew the jutsu were dead, so he was the only one could move like this. It was a pleasant feeling to know that he could travel all over the world without taking much time. All he had to do was to ensure that he had marked a few secret places. At any given time, he could teleport to wherever he had marked. But teleporting over to large distances did take much chakra. He had realized so when he had teleported to Sunagakure with Temari. But when teleporting at the close range, it did not take much chakra. A single flash did nothing to his chakra reserves. Perhaps it was because he had a higher control over his chakra. It was getting late, so he would not be able to do the mission he was set to do. He would have to wait for tomorrow before doing it. After that, he could teleport back to Konoha. But he first needed to see Itachi to talk to him about this Gaara business. He would have to change the places he had marked. It would not be safe to keep using the same place. Someone might see him and notice something. Nodding to himself, Naruto removed the seal he had placed the forest before going towards Tazuna's house. He walked ever so calmly towards the house. He could still remember the way every well. It had been a destination of his first A-rank mission, and Tazuna had been his first outside client. He could remember all the details very well. That mission would never leave him. Sakura had been surely useless during the mission. He never saw it back then though. Kakashi surely noticed it. He was their Jonin sensei after all. At least now the pink-haired medic nin had grown well. She was fairly strong and very good in medical ninjutsu. Even he would never want to get hit by one of her punches. Those things would certainly break his bones. Naruto arrived at house that belonged to Tazuna. It seemed to have been renovated. The change was to be expected given the change the country had gone through. With Gato out of the way, the village could return to its former glory. This meant the same for the citizens of the country. For someone like Tazuna who had fought while the others lost hope, it was given that his riches would be greater. It would not be a surprise to Naruto if the man had taken some power within the country. Saying taking it does not put it in a good way, more like given a position of power within the country. Many villagers honored their heroes, unlike some. The blonde knocked at the door and waited. It did not take long for the door to open. Tsunami opened the door. The older woman looked at him for a moment before smiling warmly. "Naruto," she said, identifying him. Her tone was full of warmth as ever. It made Naruto smile at her. "Don't just stand there, come in," she stated, inviting the blonde. Naruto got inside the house and stopped for a moment. Yep, Tazuna was loaded now. "The place has changed a lot. But you still look as lovely as before," the blonde commented as Tsunami came to his side. For a moment Tsunami did not know how to respond. She did not know whether to be flattered or something else. Still, it felt nice hearing those words, especially with the charming smile the blonde had on his face. It was small, yet so beautiful. He certainly has grown a lot from being a loud child. He seemed like a man. Shaking her head, Tsunami responded. "Father changed a lot of things since things started working for the good, and thank you for the comment." She spoke with an honest smile. Naruto shrugged. He would never say one was nice when they were not. He would not want anyone to lie to him just to make him smile. A smile out of ignorance and lies? No, thank you. He did not need anything like that. Shouldering the reality was what was acceptable. For an older woman like her, she still could blush, albeit at a controlled manner than the younger ones. It was barely noticeable, but a blush nonetheless. "Where are you teammates?" she asked, changing the subject as she led the blonde to the sitting room. "I came alone." "Really? Where are Kakashi-san, Sasuke and Sakura?" the woman asked with a curious face. She did not know what had happened. She thought the blonde would have come with his team even though her father had requested him. For a mission this big, she doubted he could handle it alone. It was not a mission for a single person. One needed support to handle the mission. "We are no longer a team," Naruto responded with a nonchalant shrug. Tsunami noticed. He has changed so much, the woman thought. Naruto took a seat, as did Tsunami. "Where is Tazuna?" "He is out, but will return soon, and Inari is away." She seemed a little sad in the last part of her response. This drew Naruto's attention. He did not want to think that something may have happened to the boy. If anything, she seemed to have just missed her one and only child. "Where is he?" Naruto inquired. Tsunami sighed. "He is at the Land of Iron. He has been there for a whole year now. He left to train in order to become a samurai and protect those he loves and what is important to him, like his brother." Naruto smiled. He had remembered how he had influenced the boy's life. He had helped make the boy stand up on his own feet and face up to the troubles in his face. He had given the boy hope, and he carried. "I have no doubt he will return safely and stronger to protect his family and country." Tsunami nodded. "I know he will." They then started talking about this and that. Well, it was mostly Tsunami asking Naruto questions about this and that. She was more interested in his change. He had answered her questions, but making sure to leave some details she did not need to know. He had only questioned about the state of the country. Well, he was happy to know that the country was thriving. His team had done a good job in saving this land. They had gone down as heroes of this land. A bridge that changed the country's fortunes was named after him. He felt honored and proud at the same time. He had already known that since it was named before he left with his team after the bridge was completed. By the time Tazuna returned, Naruto and Tsunami were already having dinner. The man had not changed. Naruto would have expected him to have grown a bit older, but he was more or less the same as when he came here more than 3 years ago. "Ah, Naruto, my boy. It is good to see you again, and you have grown well," the old man said, taking a seat at the dining room. "It is good to see you too, Tazuna," Naruto responded, smiling slightly. "How are you?" "I am well," Naruto responded. The small talk began as Tazuna asked the questions that Tsunami had more or less asked already. Naruto hid his annoyance well at being asked the same questions in the space of hours. But he answered well without showing anything. After the dinner, Naruto got to the main reason he had been called. "What is my mission, Tazuna?" By now, his smile was gone, replaced by the look of a shinobi who wanted to know the details of his mission. Tazuna became serious. "A couple of weeks ago, 2 teens around your height disappeared. A day later, more disappeared. People have been disappearing all over the country. Even today, a boy I used to know disappeared. There have been over 60 people who disappeared. Our samurai investigated the matter, and when they found the location of the suspects, they never returned. The citizens fear for their lives because you don't really know who will be next to disappearing, Tsunami added, managing to seem a bit shaken about what is happening in her country. Naruto was silent for a few moments. This is troubling, he said. No doubt another vile man with power was doing this. What was wrong with mankind? Could they just not live without thinking of harming the other? Humanity could extinguish itself. You people are living in fear of your lives every day. That is unacceptable. You should not feel like that in your own homes. I will handle this matter, just give me the locations of the suspect. The following day. The place did not seem like it was the right place. It was awfully quiet and did not seem like there were people who had disappeared there without a trace. There was no stench of blood that he could smell, it seemed like it reeked of death. But Naruto was not deterred. He continued to walk in stealth around the place. It was not a bit far from coast of the country. Walking further into the forest, Naruto could see that there had been explosions that had been set off around the place. No doubt a battle had taken place, but it did not seem like it lasted long. He continued to search for about an hour until he came to a halt. Naruto stopped looking and dropped to the ground as he saw his targets. They seemed to be enjoying the sun at the beach while they watched the sea. Naruto quickly recognized the two because of their Akatsuki cloaks. They did not seem to be concerned about his presence, but he was sure that they had felt his presence. 2S rank criminals, he was out of his league. He would not run away though, not until he saw sure he would be killed. He could always do a tactical retreat. There was no shame in doing the right thing. Oi, Sasori, looks like we have another one, Deidara said, not even looking back to Naruto. They really did not see him as a threat. Well, they were 2S rank criminals, who could blame them for being confident in their own abilities? I know, I have sensed him already. Long before you even did, Sasori replied calmly as he turned around to face the blonde. The blonde looked calm as always, like he was not even scared of their presence. Well, that is to be expected of Sasori, Deidara responded as he too turned to face Naruto. The blonde still had a grin on his face. The blonde before him looked capable, he was itching for a good battle. But with Sasori collecting puppets, he doubted he would get the chance. Sasori, and Deidara, I have heard much of your exploits. It is truly an honor to stand before you like this, Naruto stated in a calm tone. He did not even sound too pleased or anything. These two men were both powerful. Despite their way of life, he still respected their power. Oh? A namikaze gracing my presence? Even in sage mode, it would be difficult to defeat them both. But I can take one of them. If I wound one of them fatally, they will all be forced to retreat. I can get Itachi and Kisame to do the final damage. Both should be within the fire country. Nodding to himself, Naruto created a clone with the Kyuubi's chakra. This gave the clone a bit of animalistic features. The clone disappeared in a yellow flash. He gave the clone much chakra to be able to handle teleporting. So Sasori, you have been kidnapping people around this place. Since there are no corpses, I believe you have turned them into puppets, meaning they are all dead, Naruto stated calmly. It is curious though, are you trying to make an army of puppets? I may be. Sasori replied flatly. It was not enough for Naruto to conclude anything, the man knew that. The blonde could also not get anything from him. He would not say anything. The blonde could only speculate, and that was fine with him. While I do respect your power, I cannot allow you to continue with what you have been doing. Such acts are unacceptable. He started moving towards the two as he spoke. His pace was slow, it did not seem like he was going to attack. Let me fight him, Sasori, Deidara said, seemingly excited. Sasori ignored him. You think you can take both of us? No, Naruto responded. He was just about to take another step on the ground, but he suddenly disappeared. In an instant, the blonde appeared in front of Sasori. He ignored Deidara in that attempt for an attack. Sasori had good reflexes because the moment Naruto appeared, Sasori's tail was right at him. The tail rose to pierce through his belly, but Naruto jumped up to avoid the blow. Are you forgetting about me? Deidara yelled as he looked to pummel Naruto to the ground. But the blonde quickly disappeared from the path of his attack and created some distance to avoid being kicked. Don't get involved, Deidara, Sasori stated, looking forward to take Naruto on by himself. He was going to see what this namikaze could do. The last one could do some incredible things, it was perhaps time to see what this one could do. If he could do some wonderful things, then he would have a wonderful puppet to add to his collection. Fine, but don't take time with him. We have to leave here before there is trouble. We have stayed here long enough, Deidara stated as he jumped back to create a distance between himself and Sasori. He would allow the man have his fun, only because he respected him. Naruto raced towards Sasori again, but this time he created a Rasengan on his right palm. Sasori was not someone he could engage in a taijutsu battle. He was like a scorpion, a way for dealing with a gigantic scorpion was to destroy it. Using jutsu was the most logical chance to destroy that thing. He got close to the thing, but before he could make a move to smash his Rasengan towards his opponent, the tail moved far faster than he would think. Naruto managed to tilt his head to avoid a blow that would have pierced through his head. It was obvious that the thing was made of steel. His body was not stronger than steel. When he avoided the tail, he did not stop moving, but before hit Sasori, the tail was right back at him again. Naruto dispersed his Rasengan as he bended down. He was again forced to fall to the ground as the tail came down towards him with a horizontal slash. He managed to avoid being pierced by it and moved away before standing up on his feet. Because he was still close, the tail reared towards him again, but Naruto jumped up in the last minute to avoid the blow. The tail hit the ground. As Naruto was above it, he formed a Rasengan quickly and hit the tail with it. The jutsu forced the tail to hit the ground before Naruto flashed away to create some distance. A small explosion had been set off by his Rasengan. When debris created by the explosion cleared, the tail was retracted back to Sasori, still looking healthy. Naruto was not deterred by it though. He just figured he would have to add more power behind his attack next time. He had to be careful though not to hit by that tail because according to intel from Itachi, Sasori had created some deadly poison. A poison could not kill him because it would take a lot of time for its effects to start affecting him. And with the Kyuubi trying to clean his system, it would take long for one to kill him if it had the capabilities to do so. But because he had Tsunade, she could create an antidote before anything bad happened. Nevertheless, that did not mean that he would not have to be careful. He was not immune to poison, after all. He stood up and rushed towards Sasori again, but this time, he had kunais with him. He jumped up into the air and threw about 5 kunais at Sasori. The tail attempted to bat them all way to safety. But they were not just normal kunais, as such, they exploded. Naruto had thrown them with explosive tags. But when the explosion cleared, Sasori was standing still. As though nothing happened, his tail was swinging behind him in slow movements. That thing is very strong, Naruto noted. This is becoming boring, Sasori stated. You did state that you could not defeat both of us. That leads to wonder why you would fight when you know you can't defeat us. Your first attack also seemed to serve a purpose. Of which was fulfilled when I told Deidara not to interfere. You are only stalling, but who are you waiting for? Naruto did not answer the question. Your mind is sharp as they say it is, the blonde commented. He was not going to answer the question set before him. Since he had been caught already, he could get a little serious. Naruto charged towards Sasori, but the man shot Shinbans at him. There were many of them that came towards him. The blonde did not do any hand seals, he simply muttered, wind style, gale palm, the jutsu sped towards the Shinbans in great speed, but it did not stop them all. Too weak, Naruto muttered as he jumped back holding a single hand seal. Wind style, wind breakthrough, he sent powerful gusts of winds towards the Shinbans. The jutsu was released quickly a second after the first one because had it been a second later, the Shinbans would have hit him dead on and it would not have been healthy for him. The powerful gusts of wind blew the Shinbans away from the blonde. Naruto walked towards one of the Shinbans and picked it up. Poison, he said to himself. He turned towards Sasori again, before charging towards the man. Wind style, wind bullet. He did so with a single hand seal. He shot several wind bullets off his mouth towards Sasori. The man brought out his tail to try to shield himself from the attack. The bullets hit the man and some ripped through his Akatsuki cloak. But there was no extensive damage done to the man, that was probably a puppet. Your control over the wind element is applaudable. You can even do some jutsus without weaving hand signs. And some jutsus you perform with a single hand seal, I am impressed. Sasori stated. But his voice said otherwise. He did not even sound impressed. But his words said so. However, I no longer have time to play with you. Before he could make any move, Naruto did. Wind style, furious winds, a storm erupted from the front of the blonde and began to move towards Sasori. But before the furious winds that seemed to be capable to tearing anything apart, they exploded. Naruto had noticed that Deidara had made his move. He must have thrown one of his explosive clays into the winds to disrupt them, hence the explosion. A clever way to deal with the storm. Someone like Sasori would not have dodged those winds. Before anything could proceed further, his clone appeared with Itachi and Kisame. But the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke after exerting all of its chakra. It seems like I'm going to have some fun, Kisame stated, gripping his large sword tightly. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the two. Itachi seemed stoic as always. I had no idea you were working with those two, Sasori stated. He was already in air riding on top off a clay bird created by Deidara. But we will fight some other day. Don't worry Itachi, I will have my day with you and I will make you pay for what you did, HN. Deidara exclaimed as the bird continued to climb up to the air. You are still pissed about that? Kisame questioned, sounding amused. They are going away, aren't you going to do something Itachi? If they get away, I will have to fight the Gaki because I did not come here for nothing. Itachi sighed inwardly. Looking at Naruto, he did not seem concerned about the fact that the enemy was escaping. They were flying towards the sea, and once there, they would escape from them. He must have something planned, Itachi thought. Naruto, will you? Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. What the hell? Deidara yelled as Naruto appeared on top of Sasori. But before they could react, Naruto jumped up into the air. Both men had not seen this one coming and Sasori's tail was not fast enough to catch the blonde. He had just appeared out of nowhere via a yellow flash. It was that cursed jutsu, Sasori thought. Naruto joined both his hands together and raised them above his head. Wind hammer. His hands moved downwards and in the same motion but at a greater speed, a force of wind crashed onto his opponents. The wind had much power being that in the space they were in, the wind was stronger than below. The force sent them crushing on the ground in great speeds, along with the bird. Naruto flashed towards his allies. I will watch, Naruto said. You and Kisame have been working together for some time. Your teamwork will be fine. I on the other hand have not trained with Kisame to fight with him. I would fight if I was fighting with you. Our teamwork is perfect. But Kisame does not look like he will watch this one. The fish-like man was already walking towards both Sasori and Deidara. If you really wanted to fight, you would have called me only because you know Kisame could never sit back at a fight against another S-rank shinobi, Itachi stated as he walked towards his partner, who seemed to be making fun of Deidara. Naruto merely smiled as he jumped back. He watched as the fireworks began. While they fought, Naruto realized that Itachi was not moving as fast as he usually did. He would have to speak to the man about it. Itachi was not the one to go easy on an opponent. He did not like to play around like Kisame was doing with Sasori. It also seemed that Deidara held a grudge against Itachi. Naruto could hear him cursing loudly at the Uchiha. But the Uchiha was having none of it. He had defeated Deidara before, and easily. He did it again. Kisame on the other hand, had fun destroying hundreds of Sasori's puppets. The man had destroyed the puppet Sasori used to hide himself. The real Sasori came out to play. I never really thought Sasori could fight that hard. That puppet bastard almost killed me, Kisame said looking at his messed up cloak. It was torn all sides, a testimony that his battle with Sasori had been epic. But he seemed not to be too caring about his bruises or his damaged cloak. In fact, it seemed to thrill him that almost been killed. He was not famous for nothing, Naruto responded as he sealed both Deidara and Sasori's heads. You did not have fame as Sasori had because you had a mouth. The man was a master of the art of puppets and understood the human body well. Kisame was a monster on his own right. He was hailed as the monster of Kiri after all. What do you want with their bounties? Itachi questioned. He figured the only reason Naruto would take the heads was because he wanted the bounties on both S-rank criminals. Both of them had a combined bounty of 110 mil Ryo. I need to make use of the money. There is a situation in Amegakure that will require a large sum of money. I will fill you on the details later. But I have to get more bounties to raise enough funds, Naruto responded. He had another source of money, but he preferred not to touch it now. This gig is becoming even more interesting, Kisame stated with a large grin. Shinobi who had large bounties on their heads, were strong and would give him much fun. He had not thought things would become this interesting. But it was for a good cause. I have collected all bingo books of all great villages and selected a few criminals who have large bounty on their heads, but we will get onto that later. Naruto created a clone and set it back to Tazuna. It could last for a few hours while he talks with Itachi at their hideout. He was not going to tell Tazuna of everything that had happened. But he would do well to ensure the man knew that everyone kidnapped was dead. The good news would be that the main problem had been dealt with. Even though lives had been lost and would never return, the culprits had been dealt with. They would never harm anyone again. The people of the Wave Country would be free again. But some will surely be mourning the loss of their loved ones. Meanwhile. So that is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, a deep voice spoke within the shadows of the forest as he had been watching Naruto ever since he came into the Wave Country. He was interested in seeing the Jinchuriki battle. But he did not get to see it. What he has seen of the blonde had been in own abilities, but he had never seen the blonde fight as a Jinchuriki. He had thought against too, the blonde used the Kyuubi's power, but that had not happened. Instead, the blonde called his allies. As it stands now, it seems that he will not use the Kyuubi's power unless forced. We still have yet to see the full extent of his capabilities, another voice spoke. It appears so. Should you not engage the target to see and experience the true extent of his capabilities? The last time you fought with him, Orochimaru collected some data, but it is still not enough. We will, but let us give it some time. The voice paused for a moment. Regardless, having the Kyuubi inside of him makes him a threat. But if he cannot control its power, he is nothing. Yes, but we still don't know if he can control its power or not. We will find out soon. He is quite different from other Jinchurikis we have observed so far. None of them can engage in a serious fight without using their Baiju's power. But he does not use it. A way to see how far he control its power is if you're faced him yourself. Or we can put him in the path of Orochimaru. That snake seems to have gotten new upgrades and has become a lot more powerful. If we do that, one of them will die. Naruto will never allow Orochimaru to continue to live on, and the snake would rather bisect Naruto than allow him to continue living. I was under the impression that you wanted all of them dead. No, Naruto has the potential to rival me if he can fully control the Kyuubi's power. I cannot have him die now before the games even begin. And Orochimaru has a tendency to make things interesting. I allowed him to live because I knew his devious mind could work out things to make them interesting, and he has some use. What will be your next move then? Iwa, let us go see if I can get that Tsuchikage to follow my lead. But first thing first, the voice paused for a moment. I do not like fools who eavesdrop a private conversation. A masked man appeared before the two and held out a scroll. I was sent to give you this. According the data Orochimaru installed into my memories, and judging by that mask, you are Root, Danzo's lapdogs. The man took the scroll and held out his right hand. Message received, he said as his right hand shot a deadly black energy that turned the man who had appeared into ash. Aren't you going to look at what Danzo may want with you? That man has a wicked mind like Orochimaru. But he is a fool and has grown old. He should be dead like the Sandaime. According to Orochimaru's data, he has been craving for the position of Hokage for a long time and even attempted to have the Sandaime Hokage killed so he could claim the position. But he failed. And that is all he is, a failure. If he manages to gain control over Konoha, I may talk to him. But Orochimaru's data also does state that Danzo is a capable man. He has been working in the dark for many years now and knows how to clean messes. He is also ruthless and has a sick obsession with protecting Konoha. Don't you think he would make a perfect tool? He could, but I have no interest in someone as him. If he makes one wrong move, Tsunade and Jiraiya will kill him without mercy. His little division has no value before my eyes. His right arm does put him on other level, but he cannot be on the same level of power as Orochimaru. He may surprise you one day. No doubt he will. Data shows that he knows how to pull many rabbits from his hat. Chapter 16. I did not think you would return so soon, Tsunade stated as Naruto entered the office alone. The blonde was carrying the sword of the Thunder God on his back. He had been putting it aside over the past days since he was always in the office or in meetings. It brought a smile to her seeing him carry the sword Tobirama used to carry. The room occupants were Godime Hokage, Shizune, and Sakura. I finished the mission early. Have you forgotten that I no longer have to worry about traveling? Naruto responded as he produced a scroll to Tsunade. He nodded at the other two, who in turn smiled back at him. It would be rather rude if he were to continue speaking with Tsunade without greeting them. Rudeness only pushed people away from you. Still, I would have thought it would take a few days. She paused for a moment. The mission would have been troublesome. But it was not, since the enemy had already completed what they were doing. Who was the enemy? 2 S-rank criminals from Akatsuki, Datara, and Sasori. They escaped from the country of Wave after I battled with Sasori for a moment. I did not pursue them since I knew that they would not return because their objective was met. Since I did not get the enemy, I did not take the pay since I did not kill them, Naruto responded casually. A detailed report is in that scroll in writing. Wait a minute. You attempted to fight S-rank criminals on your own? Do you have a death wish? The voice of the Godime had been raised high as she spoke. She did not sound too pleased by the report. It would have been okay if it was Jiraiya, the man was a Sannin, but Naruto was Naruto. She could not have him fighting S-rank criminals, not yet anyway. Relax, Naruto said, trying to cool the Hokage down. I knew I could never defeat them. I was just not going to run away because I knew that they would escape once they knew they had been found. I am strong, but I am not arrogant enough to attempt to fight two S-rank shinobi without some plan. What was your plan? That did not seem to calm the blonde Hokage down. Pretend like I was waiting for reinforcements so that they would leave the country. I knew if I did not battle seriously they would assume that I was stalling. And since I have been spotted traveling with Jiraiya, they would think I was stalling for him to arrive, forcing them to flee, a smooth lie. He hated doing it. But he could not tell Tsunade that he had been waiting for Itachi and Kisame to arrive. That was some great plan, Tsunade drawled, her tone dripping with barely hidden sarcasm. What if they had found out you were lying and captured you? They would have to catch me first. I do not believe that either of them was fast enough to do that, Naruto responded coolly. Don't think that you cannot be caught because you are fast. Don't get too arrogant in your speed. Tsunade-sama, Shizune intervened in a stern tone. Does it even appear that Naruto is arrogant? If anything, Naruto has shown that he is anything but arrogant. His plan was risky but a good one. Just calm down and think with your mind and our heart for once. Tsunade glared at Shizune. But the medic nin held her own stare without flinching. Despite her fierce loyalty, Shizune was not afraid to voice her thoughts. Naruto stood up while the two were stared at each other. Shizune, when you are free, come and see me before I leave the village later on. With that, the blonde disappeared from the office. Shizune sighed. You know Tsunade-sama, if you keep reacting like that when Naruto says he faced strong opponents, he won't be honest with you next time. Sakura, who had been quiet, nodded in agreement. I would understand that you care for him, but Naruto is not like when he was still a Genin. Back then, he would have fought them with the aim to defeat them, even when they were much stronger than him. But now, he is different. As he said, he knew he could not defeat them. That sounds like someone who knows his own limits. And even if they had discovered his plan, if it got dangerous, he could have just flashed away using the Hiraishin. Not you too, Sakura, Tsunade said before sighing. Perhaps I may have overreacted a little. A little? Shizune questioned with a raised brow. Let me guess, overreacting would be pinning him to the wall? His tone was a rare sarcastic one. It even surprised the Godime that the woman could use sarcasm. A little while later, Naruto was preparing everything he needed for his visit to Kirigakure. He ought to have left in the morning, but leaving later would do. He could get into the village any time he wanted to. He had not told the Mizukage the exact date of which he was gone come to her village. But he had informed her that he would visit soon. If he does arrive later on, he would sleep for the night before discussing with her the terms of the treaty the following day. If he announces his visit well, he could get her to prepare what she needed to prepare for their talks. It would not be healthy if he were to arrive before she had fully prepared herself for the talks. His preparations included going through the village's history. He needed to understand everything about the village before looking into getting a treaty with it. He had already gone through everything, he just needed to ensure that he had not forgotten anything. It was never a bad thing to do so just in case. It would be embarrassing if he were to forget some details while they are busy talking. A blunder like that would cause the treaties to halt. Nevertheless, his clones had done much work on getting everything to his head. He did not only study the history, he also studied the latest of what was happening. Going with outdated information would also be an embarrassment to him. He was just glad for Jiraiya's spy network. But Kisame had been the real supplier of much intel on Kirigakure. A treaty with Kirigakure will surely benefit Konoha well and also Kiri. Both villages stood to gain much from each other. Tsunade should have realized this and tried to put on a word to get something done. But the woman was busy with internal affairs that she did not consider other villages. Of course, when a village was a threat she would be alarmed. But when a village posed no threat, the woman had done nothing to unite with it. He was trying to get the villages united so they could have a nation that is at peace. It would not be an easy task though, but he will ensure that it happened. He had already done the groundwork. Someone walked into his office without even knocking. The blonde quickly looked to see who it was, Anko. There was not a change in Naruto's expression when he saw her. He just went back looking through his documents without giving the woman another glance. Anko was first to speak. So this is where you have been hiding. She walked behind his desk and sat on top of it on his right hand. Hiding is not the correct term, but nothing will change your viewpoint on the matter. Nevertheless, I have been merely occupied within the office doing important work, Naruto responded calmly. He did not look at her as he spoke, nor did he seem concerned about anything or about the fact that she was sitting on his desk. The blonde knew that speaking about it would not get the woman to sit on a chair, leaving it as it was saved him some breath. Important work? I don't see that being important work. You know you should let this office work be done by old geezers. You are too young to be occupied by paperwork. You need to get out of here and spill some blood or you will lose it. The woman folded her hands on top of her breasts as she spoke. Seriously, she could never understand why someone so young would accept something like this. Office work was for old geezers who had nothing better to do in life. A young man ought to be doing what other young men do, having fun. That is your view of the matter. However, my view is different from yours and I don't feel like even explaining myself, Naruto responded coolly with a shrug. He never looked at Anko as he spoke. It seemed to irk her greatly that he was not looking at her but his paperwork. I never asked you to explain. I was merely stating a fact, Anko drawled as she moved in front of him. Her whole body was on the desk and she was sitting on top of Naruto's paperwork. This made it impossible for Naruto to ignore her presence. In her mind, he was ignoring her because he was not looking at her. Naruto sighed, so much for getting some work done. He should set a seal on the office. The seal would only allow one to enter if he said so. This would certainly be good as he would avoid annoyances such as this. What do you want, Anko? Not deterred by his question, Anko responded curtly. I am bored. So? Naruto asked with a raised brow. This was a first. He did not think the woman would come to bother him just for that. While he would admit that they got well when Anko was not being mischievous, he had certainly not expected her to come to him just to tell him she was bored. I thought we could do something. Her tone seemed suggestive and the grin on her face did not betray that. If Naruto had been anyone, he would have been blushing at the second thought that came to his mind, but he did none of that. But before he could reply another voice spoke. Do what? Tsunade questioned, hands on her chest with narrowed look between Naruto and Anko. Shizune and Sakura were also standing beside her. The latter seemed to be in deep thought judging by her expression. Nothing that lover boy has not done before, Anko responded before Naruto could. For a moment it looked like she was not going to leave Naruto's desk, but after a few moments, she stood up and whispered something into Naruto's ear. No one could tell what she had said because Naruto did not give an emotional display on his face. After that, the woman disappeared in a swirl of leaves. What was that about, Naruto? Sakura asked, beating Tsunade to the punch. She was curious at the scene that had just played before her, hence her question. I was only expecting, Shizune, what are you two doing here? Naruto questioned, ignoring Sakura's question. Answer the question, brat. Tsunade suddenly exclaimed as she took a seat along with Shizune as Sakura closed the door. I don't have to. Naruto responded in a firm tone. He had not time for this kind of conversation with Tsunade. What are they doing here, Shizune? Tsunade-sama insisted since the project also affects them. Naruto looked straight at Tsunade. I would understand why Sakura would be here, but despite being a medical ninja yourself, planning does not necessarily include you. We had discussed that already, the blonde stated. He really did not want to deal with her at this time. Wow, he is actually not going to answer the question, Sakura mumbled to herself. But she soon realizes that it had been enough for everyone to hear her. She quickly covered her mouth. It was no matter, but she had not thought that they would all hear her. Letting aside of the fact that you did not answer my question, I am here because I want to be. I am the god, I'm Hokage after all, and besides I have to see you make the plans so I can correct you when you are going the wrong way, the blonde Hokage responded with a straight face. I did not forget that you are the Hokage, and the actual planning has already been done. Naruto paused for a moment. I do believe that your main reason to be here is to avoid your work. He then took one file from the files on his desk. He took out a few papers and handed them to Shizune. This is the rough work of everything we have discussed about. The curriculum in the academy was going to be changed next year. It would not be an ideal choice to enforce the changes in the middle of the year, a better choice was enforcing them in a new year. One of the changes to be implemented was that the academy lessons would include a subject in medical ninjutsu. It will only be theory. The class would be offered to aspiring 30 students for the next year only. This was only because of the small budget that would be made available and the available teachers could only handle that number. But things would get better if there was good progress and the students showed the mental capabilities to practice medical ninjutsu. This program is designed because there is a lack of top-level medical nins. Their shortage was everywhere. Naruto wanted all academy graduates to have the basics on medical ninjutsu, but the current budget did not allow that. There was a shortage of funds. This was not only the project that would start in the next year. There were a few of them. That meant that a great deal of money would be used. Unless Konoha could attract more money, then the projects would be started slowly. Iwagakure. Why do you have to be so stubborn, old man? Kurotsuji yelled at her grandfather. Seriously, he could be really stubborn when he wanted to be. It was damn right annoying to her since she had to deal with him every day. The old man was really difficult to handle sometimes. His stubbornness would get him killed one day. Don't raise your voice too loud, I can hear you perfectly well when speaking in your normal tone, the Sandaimate Tsuchikage replied calmly, not even seeming concerned by his granddaughter's yelling. She always acted like this, so it was nothing new to him. Getting worked about it would only give him an unwanted headache. He certainly did not need any time soon. Are you sure? Old farts sometimes lose their hearing because of their advanced age. She grinned as she watched his brows twitch. Sometimes it was fun being her. She could get to see her grandfather twitch like that. Anyone else would be threatened dearly. But her? He could not do anything to her. She was his beloved granddaughter after all. I am not that old, Onoki replied, giving his granddaughter a slight glare. But he shook his head after a second so not to get drawn into another meaningless argument with her. Really? I bet you can't even run a lap around the village without suffering from back pains. Her grin widened because she knew that Onoki suffered from back pains. They were a bother to him. Sometimes she really did pity him, sometimes she did not. But even so, with those pains, he was still that Tsuchikage and was still really strong. He was no weakling. Do you have to remind me? Onoki asked silently, wincing at the thought of his back problems. Just thinking about it did not dwell well with him. His back really did give him trouble and it had a neck to acting up in crucial moments. You asked for it, Kurotsuji responded with a shrug of her shoulders. But seriously, grandfather, are you really not going to do anything about the bastard Namikaze? No, not now at least, Onoki replied firmly. He has not done anything against us, and what his father did was nothing personal, it was war. Everyone knew there would be casualties. A pity those who lost their lives, but our shinobi also killed Konoha shinobi. But that is different from how he did it. It was not a fight, he butchered Iwagakure shinobi. Kurotsuji argued in a calm yet firm tone. It was quite different from the tone she had been using earlier, which was loud and annoying. True, but what do you think will happen if Naruto is killed by our shinobi? Do you think Konoha will just sit around and do nothing? Do you think other villages which the boy has made himself a hero within will stand still and do nothing? Of course they won't. But we can handle it. We have recovered well from out-loses in the past years, not to mention we have 2 Jinchurikis. I don't think that any small village will even attempt to start a war with us, we would crush them, Kurotsuji responded with an arrogant smirk, causing her grandfather to shake his head. The girl had potential, but she was still too young and naive. She did not understand certain things. Well, at least he was here to teach her those things. Don't be too arrogant, Kurotsuji. This time Onoki's voice was a little loud, but still holding much power and authority. We may have recovered well from the past war. But Konoha is still called the strongest hidden village. It has allies, in Sunagakure. The village also has the strongest Baijuu in existence, not to mention that there are still 2 Sanins. I know that, but we Onoki cut her off. Quite. I will hear no more of this. His voice was demanding. Even if we do win. Have you ever paused to think that it would be at a cost? More families will lose their loved ones in this thirst for revenge. And I will not risk the lives of my men in pursuit of pitiful revenge. Do you understand me? Kurotsuji said nothing. She merely folded her hands across her chest, and huffed and puffed. Onoki shook his head again. Seriously, he was getting too old for this. Why couldn't the brat just understand? You need to focus on the operation to expand our territory since you will be the one leading our forces. Before Kurotsuji could respond, another voice spoke out of nowhere. Perhaps I could be help, Tsuchikage, if you fear the power of Konoha. Onoki snapped his fingers as his Anbu appeared and surrounded the man who had appeared inside his office out of nowhere. He was certainly not getting a good vibe from this man. Still he scoffed at the mention that he feared Konoha's power. He did not fear the power of the village. He was merely concerned about the safety of his village. Who are you and what do you want? He demanded, looking straight at the stranger. A curious thought came to him, how did he even get here? Please call me Juubi. I am only here to offer my help. Juubi? Onoki thought. I don't recall asking anyone for help. No, you did not, but I overheard your conversation with your granddaughter. I offer a solution in dealing with Konoha and in any plans you might have. Onoki scoffed. I don't need your help. Anbu, Take him to the torture core, the old man ordered. Before the Anbu could do anything, the stranger spoke. You don't see Naruto as a threat. But in the path you're trying to venture in, you will soon find out that he is much more of a problem than his father was. Until then. The man disappeared in a flash of darkness. It went like he had not been there. Go out and look for him. Onoki yelled. Someone could not just come and go within his office. The Anbu did not need to be told twice, they quickly disappeared to search for the stranger. It would be difficult since his scent had also disappeared. It had been like he was never there to begin with. What the hell was that old man? Kurotsuji questioned, looking straight at her grandfather, who looked absent-minded. But she had ignored that fact to get her question answered. Sadly for her, her question was ignored. Later that day. It was well that he had thought of marking this place when he had come here with Jiraiya. If he had not, he would have been forced to take a ship, and that would be time-consuming. Especially now when he was used to teleporting to wherever he wants to. The fact that he had to mark a place to be able to teleport bothered him though. A smaller example of the Hiraishin was the Sunshine no Jutsu, it was teleportation. But Sunshine had its limits, the Flying Thunder God worked around those limits and was much faster than Sunshine. It would take some much research to incorporate both jutsus. But, he knew that such a jutsu would have drawbacks. The current possibility was loss of speed. He has never really been forced to use the level 2 of the Flying Thunder God. His father also did not use it when fighting against the Raikage and his brother. So, he was not worried much about that. Sighing, Naruto began to walk forward. The sun had already taken its rest. Naruto had thought he would arrive before that took place, but he was here in this time, so there was nothing to be done about it. He just had to match on to Kirigakure. It would be the first time he stepped inside the village gates. He had always heard of this nation but never came here. Despite being a small nation, Kirigakure was not a weak village. Before the blood purges, the village had some of the strongest clans in the elemental nations. Who could forget clans such as the Kaguya and the Yuki? The blood purges surely have destroyed much of the village's military power. This may have brought the village down. In the shinobi world, military spoke more than anything. A weak village was seen bellow the stronger ones. At least Konoha did not try to enforce her superiority over other villages. The village tried by all means to do talking rather than threatening to lay siege to any village that refused her. Perhaps if Danzo had been in charge of the village, he would have forced her into endless wars with other villages so she could reign supreme over the villages. The man had a messed up view of things. But Naruto was glad that the man was not in charge of Konoha. Halt! A guard yelled as the blonde approached the gates. Naruto had been walking at a relatively slow pace and was busy in his thoughts. He did not even notice when he had finally reached the village. But surely if an enemy had shown up, he would have been on alert. State your name. Another guard yelled, walking towards him. It was the customary act for guards when they see a stranger. This was done for the security of the village. Everyone wanted to be safe. But still one could lie without them finding out. Namikaze Naruto, the blonde responded coolly, not even bothered by the imposing figure before him. The man that had asked the question was a very big man. It was one of those who would crush you with just a single punch. The amusing thing with shinobi was that even when a man looked like he was a powerhouse by build, he who did not look that much could still overpower him. Mizukage-sama was expecting your visit in the next few days, the guard stated as Naruto handed him his papers. He looked at the blonde carefully, trying to see if it had been a replacement jutsu. Mei had informed her guards that a Namikaze Naruto would be visiting the village soon, but she had said in a few days. I used a different method of transportation that fast-tracked my journey, if you could call it, Naruto responded calmly. He was not going to make a fuss over anything, but he would answer the questions to ensure that he left the gate in good relations with the guards. It would be troubling if he started with conflicts. The only transport to here is S ship. You can't run over the sea to here, one of the guards said, with a hint of suspicion in his tone. But Naruto shrugged it off. My method of transportation should not really matter, now should it? There should be no problem if I am not a fake. The blonde was as calm as he could be when he responded. This was a question we would rather not answer. It would be utterly foolish for him to walk around telling people that he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. It is not, but we just want to get all the details to avoid allowing an intruder to enter the village under false pretenses, the guard explained lightly. That is understandable, Naruto responded, keeping his tone light as the guard. Before anything could be said further, an Anbu appeared before the blonde. He spoke in a tone of authority as all Anbu do. I will take care of this, he said, looking straight at the guard. Hi, the guard responded before returning to his post. It was almost amusing how some shinobi flinch under the gazes of the stoic Anbus. Sure, they were the elite in a village, but some shinobis seemed to fear them. An order from an Anbu was followed without much fuss. Perhaps it was because they did not like it when one undermines their authority. They were quite strict and never thinking twice about using force when the situation called for it. I will take you to the office of the Mizukage. It did not sound like he was giving Naruto a choice in the matter. His tone just sounded like Naruto just had to obey silently and everything would be well. I had thought it would be well if I saw a bit of the village before I see the Mizukage. He kept his expression clean, not willing to show anything to the Anbu. He had stood face to face with the almighty Kyuubi, battled with Itachi, and Orochimaru, even when the latter had been toying with him. Was he going to be frightened of an Anbu? Hell no. You will have time to see the village, but I have orders to follow. Naruto did not respond. The Anbu placed his right hand on the blonde's shoulder, and they disappeared from existence, leaving no trace of that they had been standing at the gate. Naruto had not made any attempt to fight the Anbu, though. He allowed himself to be taken away with ease. It was the best choice for both him and the Anbu. Mizukage office. The Anbu did not say anything as they appeared inside the office. He simply gave Mei a stiff nod before disappearing back to his post. The office was quiet, it also seemed peaceful. It was for the first time that Naruto had ever felt such peace within the office of a Hokage. Gaara's office had been peaceful, but not as calming as this one. Naruto looked at the beautiful woman sitting behind the desk. She was also looking at him with an expressionless face. But for some reason, she got a smirk on her face. Perhaps it was because he was staring at her slightly. He would not call it staring at her though. The blonde was first to speak his thoughts. I see the extent of your beauty has not been fabricated. Though, the elaboration was not quite accurate. I had been told that you were a very beautiful woman, but it appears to me that the report was not a lie. No wonder Jiraiya always gets a dreamy look when your name is mentioned, he spoke as he walked towards the desk. He stopped before taking a seat. The woman waited until he could sit before she could respond. My, aren't you a brave one, the god Mizukage responded, leaning back at her chair. Her smile never left as she looked straight at the blonde. Brave? Naruto gave a small smile. Perhaps. Nevertheless, I was merely stating a fact. Mei's smile broadened for a moment. You don't look too bad yourself. You are quite a fine young man. Still, it is not every day that you get a young man who speaks his mind without fear. The young men of today tend to be very shy around women. Lack of self-confidence, fear, and some thoughts can run wild, making it difficult to think straight, Naruto responded as he brought out his hand to Mei. The woman gladly accepted it with a smile. Namikaze Naruto. I am the one who wrote to you. I have never met you in person before, but today I have. Cherumi Mei, God Mizukage. This is also the first time I meet with you, and I must say, it is quite a pleasure to see you, the god stated ever so, smiling softly at the blonde. She was staring into his blue eyes for the longest time as if she was trying to find something. But even if she was looking for something, she would not have found anything. Naruto's eyes showed the same thing on his face. I was not expecting you to be here so soon. I had thought it would take a few days for you to get here, Mei added, looking at the blonde calmly. As I told the guards, I used a faster method of coming here. Teleportation, if you are curious, Naruto stated. Teleportation was a faster method of traveling to longer distance. The distance it could take a week or days to reach, was reached within minutes with the teleportation technique. The Flying Thunder God technique, I presume. If she was expecting Naruto to respond, she would be disappointed. The blonde did no such thing. You will have to wait till tomorrow so we can get to the matter you came here. I had not expected anything less than that. Darkness has already started to fill the village. Night is just around the corner. You also seem tired, as though you had been working hard all day, Naruto responded calmly. He had not expected her to say that they should quickly begin their talks. There was still tomorrow, so there was no need to rush things. You have no idea, Mei said, referring to Naruto's last words. The work today had been rather heavy, but she still had some work to do. She would be done in an hour or two though. After that, she could go home and rest. One of my Anbu will show you a hotel, the village will pay. I have to finish my work. Naruto nodded as he stood up. I will talk to you tomorrow then, the blonde stated as an Anbu appeared beside him. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to call me. I will send a message for you tomorrow when I am ready. If I finish here early, I might be the one to fetch you for our talks, Mei added. But Naruto did not respond. He simply followed the Anbu out of the office silently. He would get a chance to get a glimpse of the village while he goes to the hotel. Tomorrow would represent a good chance for seeing much of the village. Naruto sighed tiredly as he threw himself in his hotel bed. The Anbu that had accompanied him here would be standing watch on him to ensure that nothing happened to him. He did not think that anyone would actually think of attacking him, but it did not hurt making precautions. If Mei was offering to guard him, why would he refuse that offer? He also knew that the main goal of the guard was not to simply protect him, but it was also to keep an eye on him to ensure that he did not wander somewhere else he was not supposed to. Trust was really hard to come by in the shinobi world. He had not problem with anything, it was to be expected in this cruel world he was living in. No one trusted the other, especially shinobi. That is why he sought to change this world. Using the Hiraishin to travel longer distances was putting some strain on his body than he had first thought. He had used his clones some time back then to teleport some large things and a number of people, but it did nothing to him. Perhaps it was because the jutsu he had used was designed specially for teleporting large things. It did take a lot of chakra to activate the seal though. But using this Hiraishin to travel longer distances was putting some strain on his body. He had figured that the jutsu had not been made for teleporting to long distances, but it was made with a battlefield in mind. The jutsu was created for instant speed, not for teleporting to faraway locations, hence the strain. But he would work on a way around it. The strain was nothing too troublesome though. It just took a little out of him than when teleporting instantly in shorter distances. It was still early to sleep, he could not possibly sleep now. He took out a special storage scroll that he created and opened it. He then summoned his things. Putting the other things aside, Naruto picked up blank papers and started to do the finishing touches on his book. He would be finishing it within a few days, especially since he could spend all night working on it. But since he was here on business, he could not afford to spend all night standing. He would have to get some much needed sleep. The following morning. While many found morning to be a time to become irate, Naruto actually liked the morning. The weather was quite chilled and calm. It was a lot peaceful than day. By sunrise, he had already wakened up and was putting a few things together. Last night he had ended up writing more words than he would have thought. It turned out that he could compile everything nicely and submit his material to a publisher. He had yet to find a good one though. But Jiraiya would surely help him that. A knock on the door, and he was already opening it. The Mizukage had come to fetch him herself. That was a bit of a surprise, but then again, she had said she might fetch him herself if things worked out well for her. Still, he had thought they would talk in the afternoon or a bit later on. He had yet to eat anything. I was not expecting to be called this early, despite being already awake, he was not expecting it. Good morning to you too, Mei said with a small smile. The blonde had not greeted, she thought she may do it for him. I wanted to get it done quickly so I can plan ahead. And I figured you had yet to eat anything. Breakfast with your guest. If you had not said that, one would have been led to believe that you just want to finish up early so to get rid of me. Naruto paused for a moment. Your guess is correct, I have not eaten anything. Well then, shall we? Mei smiled. Follow me. Naruto followed her as she led him to a restaurant. They did not eat at the hotel even though they offered meals for their customers. Mei seemed to know a good place to get some breakfast. He just followed her without question. He was certain that Kiri served some meals that were quite different from what he normally ate. Still, he believed that there was nothing better than a home-cooked meal. The meal cooked at home was satisfactory, especially when you share it with your loved ones. A pity he had to eat his food alone. You have quite the respect from your village, Naruto commented looking at the respectful bows and greetings from civilians and shinobi alike. They were being directed to the Mizukage as they walked about the streets towards a restaurant. The respect this people gave her was much more than Konoha gave to Tsunade. It was something similar to what Konoha showed to the late Sandaime. The villagers really did love the old man. It took some hard work to get them like that, Mei replied smiling, somewhat glad that the blonde had noticed this reality. I would imagine so, Naruto responded calmly. He eyed the two males behind him. They were all looking at him without even blinking. Well, that was to be expected from the personal guards of the Mizukage. Respect like this is not given to one who has not earned it. I used to see something like this when the Sandaime Hokage was still alive. Despite his faults, he had done best to earn the respect and love Konoha gave him. The professor, Mei frowned slightly, only for a second though, but Naruto's sharp eyes noticed it. I have heard so much about him. She paused for a moment. Well, what about you? I have done much for Konoha, more than anyone in my generation, more than most people. But Uzumaki Naruto is just Naruto. Namikaze Naruto is the son of the Yondaime, hence he deserves some credit. As Namikaze, I have not done much, but as Uzumaki. A pity the village did not acknowledge his sacrifice. He was a hero of Konoha, yet he was none of that to the villagers' eyes. Those people did not even see him as Naruto, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but as Namikaze Naruto, the son of their precious Yondaime Hokage. It was just really, and he felt somewhat bitter about it. Ah, living under your father's shadow, she did note that there was some hidden meaning between his words. She did not pry though. Uzumaki? You don't know? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Before I picked up my father's name I was using my mother's name. I would have thought that you might be aware of this little detail. It was no hidden secret. Mei ignored his words. It almost felt like a jab on her knowledge of him, lack of rather. He made it sound like she was not up to date with everything going around the world, like she was not informed. Luckily for her, Ao responded in her defense. Mizukage-sama has just being busy and seeing that the village recovers from the civil war to be worried about other things that are of little concern. But I know much about you. He did not state what he knew, he could leave that for Naruto's imagination. Of little concern. Naruto sounded amused. You sound like I had just accused the Mizukage of being uninformed. But I would understand since Kiri is far away from other nations. Ironic, isn't it? The thing you find to be of little concern is the one that is trying to form a relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha. He was talking to Ao, despite not looking at the man as he spoke. I would end May cut off Ao before he could finish his sentence. Shut up, Ao. The man nodded stiffly. The way Ao responded to May's voice seemed to amuse Naruto, but no one asked why he found it amusing. Mizukage office. The breakfast had gone better than Naruto had expected. Despite things seeming to be going awry, Mei did not seem to mind. He could tell that she knew that he was not insinuating anything. Despite his expressionless face, he was not the one to be making fun of other people. He understood that not everyone could know everything, especially in Kiri. They had bigger problems to worry about. However, he would not agree with Ao's view of things. He knew about him and yet he did not tell the Mizukage anything. It was not that he wanted to be known. But merely shrugging off people as of little concern without knowing them was not a smart thing to do. But then again, he had an idea that Ao had just said it because he had thought he had accused Mei of being uniformed. The village was truly peaceful, you could never guess that only a few years ago it was hell. The civil war had claimed many lives within the village. There was also the Kaguya's rebellion. The clan had gotten too arrogant and thought they could take over the village. But they were dead wrong and ended up dead. If history was correct, everyone within the clan was killed. The civil war had done nothing good for the village. But it has now turned well. All thanks to their Mizukage. She fought bravely for the village and rescued it from the blood purge. The ground had drunk too much blood, but now it was resting. The country was at rest from having to digest dead shinobi and civilians. Kiri was not so much different from other villages, but perhaps its peace came well other than Konoha's. Naruto shook his head at comparing Kiri with Konoha. Konoha had many dark secrets. The village had been built well from its founding. Hashirama and Madara started it well, but after that, things just went in a bad way. Perhaps if the Sandaime had not been so naive and soft, things would not have turned out so badly. Danzo had manipulated so many things behind the scenes. He held Konoha's darkness with great effect. The man had no shame in doing all that he did. He was proud of his dark job. The man's ideals were a bit twisted. Such men like Danzo were the ones that filled the world with darkness and gave birth to vile creatures. The result of Danzo's actions had resulted in the birth of pain. The actions of the village in the Third Shinobi World War had not made the village look any less good. According to Konan, Nagato held deep hatred toward the village. Had he not died, fighting the man who called himself Madara, he would have someday go to haunt the village for its actions. Mei looked at Naruto with a warm smile as the blonde sat down on a chair across her desk. The blonde was quite calm for a young man. It was rare to find such a calm young man. The youth of today did not have the right manners. But the blonde had them all. He had a fault though. His impassive expression made him appear not so much friendly. But that was far from the truth. He was friendly despite his expression saying otherwise. She saw him smile wonderfully when they were talking. He truly had a beautiful smile. Another fault he had was that his blunt way of things made him appear to be rude. However, he did seem like a good person. She was a good judge of character, her thought could not be wrong. I have to say, I am surprised that Konoha would be willing to try to sign a treaty with Kirigakure after the Sandaime refused to give me help during the Civil War. I would have thought you would be ashamed to even make such a proposal, Mei stated in a neutral tone, not showing whether she was bitter about it or not. The sins of those before us, Naruto muttered mildly. The Sandaime had his reasons, I cannot explain what he thought about it. Neither can I say anything about the matter. What has happened, happened, nothing can be changed. But I am looking forward to a better future regardless of our history. Konoha might have refused to help in the time of need, but that was under the old leadership. The new leadership does things differently. How different? The past cannot be forgotten. If the Sandaime had offered you help, you would have ended the civil war quickly and with less causality. But instead you lost many of your men and drowned this village in a bloodbath. But the new leadership in Konoha is trying to shape a better tomorrow for the coming generation. We admit that we do have many faults, but we have also paid much. He did not exactly answer the question that he was asked. But his way of responding offered more reason to Mei. You are trying to shape a better tomorrow? How are you trying to do that? She seemed genuinely curious to hear his answer. Naruto was not surprised by this though. He had known that the woman was very much peace-loving, and would certainly be interested in a chance for a better future. Naruto smiled slightly. I have started this the wrong way, he said, earning a raised eyebrow from the Mizukage. You will have to forgive me, Mizukage-sama. What? I am here representing two parties. Saying that Konoha is trying to move on and make amends for its past actions would be far from the truth. He paused to look at her reaction. He got nothing, and so he continued. On behalf of Konoha, I am looking forward to signing a treaty with Kiri and get the two villages to be on good terms rather than staying neutral. And on behalf of the other party? I am looking to have you join me on a good cause. I will talk to you about that before discussing Konoha. However, before I can do that, I have to show you something, Naruto stated, standing up. Show me what? Something. You will have to come with me in order to see it, alone. Mei's Onbu were already on alert as soon as the last word left his mouth. It sounded suspicious to them, even to Mei. But the woman was perfectly calm, and she sat silently looking straight into his face. Where do I have to go with you? You will see it, Naruto responded as he placed his right hand on the desk. Mei noticed this movement, but said nothing. She waved off her Onbu. Okay. She said quietly. Naruto held out his right hand. The Mizukage took it and they disappeared in a flash of yellow. The village hidden in whirlpools. They appeared on top off a large building in a foreign land to Mei. She looked around the place curiously. There was a large building they stood on that was about 15-story high. Surrounding the large building were 9 other buildings. This other buildings were about 5 stories high. But surrounding the standings buildings were ruins. Nothing seems to have been touched. It was just ruins. It was just like they had not been touched in many years. Mei had not seen such a place before. It was obvious that a great battle had befallen over this place to cause such ruins. It was also a bit of a surprise that these other 10 buildings had been built in the middle of the ruins. She could tell that they were only recently built. What is this place? Mei questioned with a curious expression. She did not let out of the fact that she was a bit relieved that she had not been taken some place that would require her to fight. That is, if the blonde had been planning something. But it appears that he was not planning anything. He just wanted to show her what he said he wanted to show her. This was once the home of the great Uzumaki clan. The ruins are what is left of it after it was invaded. This is the result a peaceful nation got for being masters in the art of Fuinjutsu. 3 months ago I started rebuilding these standing buildings. The materials were already available, I just hired someone who could make all this building stand. Why has no one even suspected that there was some activity going in here? Mei questioned, still looking around at the home of the Uzumaki. Naruto had said he once used Uzumaki name. She could guess that his mother was an Uzumaki woman. He may perhaps be a half Uzumaki. She doubted there would be anyone Uzumaki left though. The invaders of Uzu made sure to get rid of everyone. When people think of Uzu, they think of the ruins. Some people have even forgotten about the Uzumaki clan. No one suspects that something could happen inside here. There is also the fact that no ship has come around here. If did come, it would have been destroyed by the whirlpools. The whirlpools around this island make it impossible anyone to enter the village. And looking from upwards, you can only see the ruins, Naruto explained calmly. It had taken some great effort for him to get these buildings standing. How did you get the labor into the village if no one gets inside here? Teleportation, Naruto replied simply. I teleported those who wanted to help me out here without attracting attention. There were quite a number of people in this island. It was only finished a few days ago, and everyone who was working here has gone back home. I believe that in the next few weeks, some people will know that there was rebuilding being done in here. The men you hired will surely talk about it regardless of how much you pay them, Mei said with a nod. She knew the mind of men. They would sell any valuable information for a price. It did not matter to some even if they were betraying family. Unfortunately that will be so. But no one will be able to enter this island. Why did you keep the ruins though? Mei asked curiously. She had reason to believe that the ruins were kept for a reason. No one would build such lovely buildings in the middle of ruins without some reason behind that choice. I kept them for a reminder to anyone who comes here. These ruins will stay like this until I remove the seals stopping them from falling apart. Mei nodded. She did not understand his reason fully, but she was not going to question much about it. It was not her place to do so. Obviously the ruins held some sentimental value to him. Why have you brought me here? Why have you rebuilt this place? Would it be a surprise if I said built this because I wanted revenge for all those who took part in the destruction of my home? I may have been born in Konoha, but this is my ancestral home. And I said I wanted to show you this place so I could speak to you about the other organization I represent, Naruto responded with the same tone he has been using. Mei was surprised. I did not think you were the revenge type, she said looking straight at his eyes. Naruto smiled. I was correct, you are a good judge of character. My choice to show you this was a good one after all. To be honest, you are the first person I have brought here since its completion. Technically that was the truth, but Itachi had come here alone. I am flattered, however you still have not answered my question. Naruto smiled before walking towards the edge of the building. Follow me, he said as he jumped downwards. Mei hesitantly followed him. They landed in front of the building. It was its entrance that they were facing. But that was not piqued Mei's interest. On top of the large entrance was the Uzumaki swirl, in its crimson glory. Beneath the swirl were words Mei read out loud. United Nations, Chapter 17. It was unbelievable, she had never seen a library that huge. She did not think there was anything that huge that only contained books, scrolls and table scrolls. It was just unbelievable that something like that could exist. She had not known that there could be something that existed and she did not know about it. She was sure that no one knew about it. Her fellow Hokages would flip if word got out that something like that existed. Perhaps when the village was destroyed they had heard that something like it existed. Yes, Uzumaki were known for being legendary when it came to fuinjutsu, they also had a shrewd way of doing things. They were not just a powerful nation, they were also cunning. Their growth and power prompted other nations to believe that the nation needed to be destroyed in fear of its power. The largest tower in Uzu had the largest underground facility she had ever seen. The place was about 6 or 7 story deep. She did not know how wide the place. Naruto had only given her a glimpse of the place. But she knew the place was huge. She had never seen such a place that big used for storing information. Yes, if it had been a prison, she would not have been surprised to see the place. Even Kiri's own archives were not that huge, despite the fact that the village had a very interesting history behind it. Who could have thought that underneath all those ruins, such a thing existed? Mei looked at Naruto for a moment, she released a deep sigh. You said I was the second person to see that place. Who is the other person? Her tone was dead serious as she questioned. Something like that in the wrong hands could spell trouble. It could be certainly used to disastrous things. Someone I trust, Naruto responded with a small smile. He had taken the Mizukage back to her tower after showing the United Nations buildings and archive. That also included the ridiculously vault of a library. The woman only caught glimpse of it, he did not show her anything within scrolls and books. He left that for her imagination to work. You know, if anyone from Iwa or Kumo hears about this, they will no doubt invade Uzushigakure again, and this time, the island might be sunken down into the bottom of the sea, Mei said in thought, but her serious tone was still kept. I know of that. But I am not one without allies, and even if anyone invades Uzu again, they can't enter the library without my permission. That place is seal-proofed by the best of seals that even I can't completely understand. The underground facility has many years, and it has been like that since. Even with the invasion, it remains standing. Naruto paused for a moment. Before that, one has to get into the island, which is not an easy thing. The whirlpools that surround the island, Mei said, again looking in thought. The village was still invaded with those things active. I do know that they do make it difficult to enter the island. Those whirlpools wreck ships. This makes it difficult to ship an army inside the island. All measures and security threats have been looked into. It is not something that I am bothering myself with, Naruto said, looking to move on to another subject. He had already calculated everything. And as long as his library stayed a secret, for now, he would not be worried about anything. He had to worry about getting things on board and running. Mei nodded. United Nations. You did not explain anything. I want to live in a peaceful world, I want to have a family that will not grow up to this cruel world we live in. This world is not what I want. I reject its ideals and principles. I want to live in a world of peace, where villages are not fighting to kill each other, a united world where we all fight together to defeat evil. The United Nations is a step towards that mark. It may sound naive, but I know I can at least make the world better. He did not color anything. He placed it on the table as it was. It was of little use to try to beautify things and make it all dramatic. Of course he could have even gone further and given examples of just how cruel the world was. But Mei already knew that. The god Mizukage looked at the blonde for a minute, unblinking, trying to see if he was joking or not. His tone did not say he was joking, but with a shinobi, you could never be too sure. After she had confirmed that he was not joking, Mei spoke. "That is some dream you have," she said. She did not sound interested in it, not by any chance. Naruto knew what she was trying to do. "I have allies in the Wave Country, Amegakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure. Sunagakure will soon be an ally. I am acquainted with the Kazekage well enough to know that if it was him I was speaking to him, he would be inquiring about the way forward. You cannot forget that I am also a shinobi of Konoha, more to that, an ambassador, and proposed future Hokage of the village. I also have all the resources I need in Uzu." "So not even Konoha knows about this," Mei said, looking straight at the blonde. "You even say that you are friends with the Kazekage, yet you have yet to say a word to him. Why come to me before speaking to those?" Naruto merely smiled. "Gaara is a friend I can always trust. Even without speaking to him about this, I know he will work with me because he knows me. Konoha will need a bit more of persuading to get on board. But the god Hokage sees a grandson in me. I am also the godson of Jiraiya. Because those two know me, they will be my friends in this course." He paused for a moment. "I came to you because I chose to do that. You are a Kage and have experienced the cruelty of the world. Unlike both Gaara and I, you are older and wise. You also offer a different perspective of view and could inject something that both of us cannot to the United Nations." Again Mei was quiet. "I do wish for peace, but your plan seems ambitious." She leaned back to her chair and silenced for a few moments. "What do you want from me?" "Every organization needs a committee that will lead it. There ought to be a managerial structure within the organization to delegate different departments and objectives of the organization. I am the president of the UN while I hope to have Gaara become the vice. This organization has to have its executive board comprised of different representative of members of the villages within the organization. I want you to be the chair of that executive board," Naruto said, shocking the Mizukage. With what she has seen of Uzu, she knew he was not joking and was very serious. The United Nations was a real thing. He had set up everything. The offer though was unexpected. She had not thought that he would offer her something like that. To say that she was surprised was an understatement. "I will have to think about this," she said. Naruto took out 2 scrolls and handed them to the Mizukage. "Don't open them now. You can open them after we have finished talking. The second scroll contains the objectives of the UN in detail and all the paperwork you have to sign." "What do I have to sign?" "I have not yet said I will join you." "I think you will. You have nothing to lose. Allying with the UN only strengthens your village. Read those files and you will find out how much it benefits the people of Kiri should everything work out as planned." Naruto paused for a moment. "Should we talk about Konoha and Kiri, now?" Mei rubbed her head. "It would be good if we take a break. But let us talk this through," she said. "Why should Kiri ally with Konoha?" Naruto merely smiled as he began talking. 3 hours later. Mei sighed tiredly as Naruto disappeared from her office. She really needed to get some rest. It had yet to reach noon, but her mind was tired. What she had been doing with the blonde had drained her energy. She had never thought that her talks with him would be so demanding to her mental energy. She had expected to have normal treaty talks, but she did not get any of that. Naruto did not talk normal. He was an ambitious dreamer, and had the confidence that made her want to believe him. He was so calm when he spoke. He really seemed like someone who knew what he was talking about. The blonde spoke much and was pretty good dealing things like this. She now could understand why Konoha allowed him to talk instead of the Hokage. Normally talks like this were done with the Hokage, but Konoha had sent him. He was not a disappointment. He really seemed like he had been born for this kind of job. The blonde was a fine gentleman too. He was a bit rude though. But she had discovered that he was a good person. Too bad he was a little younger. Perhaps if she gave him a few years, he would grow up to become a fine husband. Yes, he definitely would. A treaty with Konoha would be signed soon. Naruto just wanted Konoha to agree to everything, as it seems that some of the things he had stipulated in the treaty had not been made known to Konoha. She doubted that the village would accept such things. But then again, things were different from back then. Back then, the village had refused to aid her in the civil war. What a bummer that had been. She had thought that the village would help her given that they preached peace and that. She had never thought they would leave her on the cold like that. But the Sandaime had done it. He had refused to help. Things had come to this point now. She was certainly looking forward to this treaty with Konoha. It would do her well, Kiri to be precise. An alliance with Konoha was something that she would not refuse, especially when the village was not making any outrageous demands. Stronger villages had a tendency to do things like that. They always tried to make ridiculous demands when having treaty negotiations with villages weaker than them. Some villages would cave in fear of being destroyed. She was not worried about the lead threatening her village should she have refused the treaty negotiations. Despite its history, the village was not known to those extreme measures to achieve something. The treaty she had negotiated with Naruto was benefiting both villages. Her council will surely be thrilled when she does tell them about it. She was grateful that Naruto had been the one to talk with. She had a feeling that if it had been someone else, things might have turned out differently. Naruto knew how to handle things well and did not seem to have any hidden agendas. Of course, he had told her that some of the things they agreed on may be cut depending on how the Council of Konoha viewed things. But he had said he would put his foot down to ensure that everything went well. She had no doubt he would do that. UN huh? Mei thought with a small smile. Naruto had seemed very confident that she would agree to join him. She did not know where he got the confidence from. If anything, she had thought of joining. It did not do her any harm in joining a cause for peace and a united world. After speaking with the blonde about Konoha and Kiri treaty, she was confident that the blonde would persuade other leaders to join him. She liked that he did not carry an aura of arrogance and overconfidence around him. He was smart and rational. She wished for a world of peace. Her people looked up to her to bring them peace and make their lives easy without facing much pain and sufferings. She knew she could not take all that away from everyone, but she could try to make things better. The UN could change things. It was the right direction for her. She took out one of the scroll Naruto had given and opened it. By the markings, she realized it was a storage scroll. She channeled chakra onto it and in a puff of smoke, a large file appeared. It was addressed to her. She opened it and took out a stack of papers that were clipped together. She looked at it and read it. She smiled after she had finished reading it. Naruto was indeed smart. And he seemed to have thought everything through. The laws of the UN were something else, for the lack of a better word. But she could see that it benefited her and Kiri greatly. The treaty with Konoha would be like a bonus if she joined the organization. At this rate, I may end up joining, Mei muttered to herself as she went over to the next scroll. She would see through the rest of the documents Naruto had given her later on after she had settled her thoughts and some rest. The scroll was like the previous one, and she repeated the same process she did in the first one. In puffs of smoke, swords that she thought she would never see again appeared. She looked on of the swords and found a note. As president of the UN, I thought it would be well to hand this over to you. They will be of use if you ever thought of restarting the next generation swordsman. A bit hypocritical that I spoke of peace yet I supply you with weapons of destruction, huh? Anyway, I believe that power ought to be used for fighting against evil, against those who have lost their humanity. Whether we like it or not, there will always be someone with evil intentions, but those with good intentions will always step up to fight the good fight. Use them well to fight the good fight. Namikaze Naruto. 2 hours later, Amegakure. Tamari, you are going to the event, and that is final, Gaara stated firmly looking straight at his older sister. She older woman was staring at her brother with a hard glare. But she should know that nothing like that would work on her brother. He was the master of things like that. In fact, if it was not because of her anger, she would have been flinching under his stare. I don't want to go, Gaara. I am supposed to be in Konoha to finalize the new arrangements in our alliance with them. Naruto and I have to get some things to complete before Konoha starts the new projects. You know that we have to discuss the things because we will be taking part in some of them, Tamari argued with a steel tone. She was not going to back down without a fight. Even if it meant she had to fight her brother. Naruto is going to be there, and as far as I am concerned, he is the one in charge of all the projects. Without him, the Godheim will not discuss anything because the projects are planned by Naruto. He has all the details, didn't you tell me that? Tamari gritted her teeth. She had not expected him to say that. She had no other way to argue with the point her brother had made. Brother, can't you just take Kankuro and Baki with you? Her tone had come down to a resigned tone as she questioned. Gaara shook his head. Kankuro is not suited for formal events such as this. He might screw things up, and you know how important this is for us. I do not want anyone to mess this up for us. The daimyo has invited top officials within the Wind Country and some in the Fire Country. This will be good for the village. I cannot go with Baki because he has to look after things while I am away. I do not doubt your abilities, but you do not have the same image and authority as Baki. Is there anyone else going to be there from Konoha? Temari questioned curiously. She understood how important this was to Amegakure. She just did not want to do it because she hated how the top officials in the village acted. They were very much controlling and she was not willing to be controlled by anyone. I was only informed that Naruto would be going. He is not going to be taking part in anything, he will just be there as a date to the daimyo. But since he is a representative of the village, I think he will also represent it, Gaara responded, losing his hard stare. His look remained impassive though. It was nothing new to Temari though. The cage always had this look. It was almost his happy look. Temari relented, fine. I will go, but I won't be playing maid to anyone. You know I would never expect you to play that. I would rather lose all potential alliances and treaties than to have you become a slave, the younger of the Sand siblings responded with a cool look on his face. I know, Temari replied quietly. Gaara was her brother, and despite how emotionless he often appeared, he would never do anything to harm her. He always protected her, no matter what. Even when at times he took it to the extreme, she liked knowing that he cared for her. It was very different from back in those days where he used to threaten both her and Kankuro. But today, she was sure he would kill anyone who threatened her. She would even go as far as to pity anyone who does her any harm, knowing that the Kazekage would do horrible to that person. But I do request that you keep your anger bottled up because I do not wish to pay for any damages you might be responsible for, Gaara stated in a serious tone, a tone that Temari knew too well. Even though he had said it to be a request, it was no request. He was simply telling her to behave, and certainly won't be happy if things turn out in a way he was not expecting. Before Temari could respond, Naruto appeared in the office. I do hope I am not intervening on a family meeting, the blonde stated, looking between Temari and Gaara. Gaara shook his head slightly. Temari and I were just finishing up, he paused for a moment. By your look, you seem to be looking for me, rather than my sister who you have been dealing with over the past weeks, the Sand Kazekage stated. Naruto nodded as he remained standing. Hello Temari, as always, it is lovely to see you again, the blonde stated so that the woman could not leave without a greeting. It would be somewhat rude for him to waltz into the office without extending his greetings to her, especially when he worked with her. The woman smiled at him before walking out of the office to allow the boys to have their talks. What brings you here? You remember that I said I wanted to show you something? Naruto said, looking straight at the Kazekage. Gaara nodded in response. Today is the day, the blonde revealed, looking impassive as always. Well, show me, Gaara said, looking straight at his fellow Jinchuriki. With Naruto, he did not have to be suspicious of anything. Naruto was Naruto. If there was something, he could sense it. He knew the other Jinchuriki quite well, hence he did not have to feel wary with whatever Naruto wanted to show him. He was curious to say the least. The blonde had made it sound very important when he had told him about it. We will have to take a few minutes away from the village, Naruto warned, walking closer to the Kazekage. Once he got close to Gaara, he placed his right hand on the cage's shoulder before they disappeared. He did notice, however, that Gaara did not even flinch nor tense when they teleported away. It pleased him knowing how much Gaara trusted him. He too of course trusted the cage. He believed that this trust would surely bear much fruit. He hoped to never lose it. A few minutes later. They had returned after he had showed Gaara Uchiha Itachi, the new village hidden in whirlpools. It was new and it also represented something else new. Uzumaki relied much on Konoha for protection in the old days. Despite the village being a shinobi village, they relied much on Konoha to protect them. There was also the fact that they refrained from fighting, despite being a strong nation. New Uzu was something else different. The new village was going to change the world. Well, that was certainly surprising, Gaara stated, looking straight at Naruto, yet no surprise was evident on his face. Since they had returned, they settled down for some silence. Naruto had refrained from speaking to allow Gaara to process everything he had seen. He had merely decided to show him instead of talking. But you have handled it well. The Mizukage showed much surprise. It took some time for her to get over her shock after everything I had shown her, Naruto stated, not hiding that he had shown Mei Uzu before he had shown Gaara. Secrets would not do well if he wanted everything to be a success. And besides, it was nothing much to hide. Gaara merely raised a brow at this, but did not show much surprise, nonetheless. You are coming from Kiri, he said. With how the blonde had been busy, he could only guess that he had shown Mei no Uzu recently. It was not a difficult thing for Naruto to move about nations without much time since he could teleport to anywhere he wants. How useful the space/time jutsu was. Yes, I showed the Mizukage everything I showed you and gave her an offer. An offer he had no doubt she was going to accept. It was just a matter of time, the next time he would see the woman, and she would be telling him that she has accepted. What is the UN? It is an organization which seeks to find peace and maintain it. The core goal of the UN is to make a peaceful world where villagers will have good relations with others, a world where people can understand each other, a world where people are free to walk about without much fear. Humans are flawed creatures, we cannot blame chakra to be the source of evil. Without chakra, man has swords and knives. Even if you take away all the weapons, man will find a way to create another one. But the UN, no, I want to create a peaceful world, a world that weapons will not be used to harm innocents, but to deal with evil. I want a world where we will all fight against, not against each other, but against those who have lost their humanity. As long as there is the strong and weak, there will always be conflicts. But I hope to balance everything. Baijuis had been given to other villages by the Shodai Hokage as means to balance power, but that was a complete failure. You cannot give a greedy man more power and hope he will not use it for his greed. What the world needs is not more power, but a law, the UN. It is needed to maintain, mediate between villages, smaller and the greater ones. Under the UN, I hope to ensure that all villages who will be members strive for one goal. Shinobi under a single village leave peacefully without much conflict because they are home, and consider themselves comrades. They live happily with each other under the protection of their leader. I hope to have the UN, which will be led by a council. The council will be made by different leaders of each village. This will ensure that everyone has a say. I have compiled a few laws and principles, but the rest will be made in agreement with all members. An idea is this will make all leaders feel involved in the process and a true part of the organization. This council will ensure that every conflict within villages are solved without the need for battle. Naruto paused for a moment to allow Gaara to absorb everything he had said. He did not want him to lose some details. After a few moments, he continued. When I say law, I mean that all those under the UN, all members must adhere to certain laws. If not, there will be severe punishment. There are bans and restrictions that can be sanctioned against anyone who breaks the laws. Such an organization will need funds to run, and much information. We will need to have the best spy network in the world to ensure that we are informed about everything. Funds will be contributed by each member. The UN will need to have its own military force. I already have set up something. I have funds to begin everything, but more will be added once everything has been stabilized. Within the UN, members work together to improve the living of each member. Kages strive to help each other. I have already found a few members, but I will be able to get more members soon. I offered the Mizukage a position of Supreme Chairwoman to the Executive Council. I am the President, I fall just above her, but in many cases, she has the same power as I do. I wanted you to be my vice, as well as commander of the UN's army. They will be stationed all over the world and will act as a police force. But the HQ will be in Uzu. This means that you will work with Onbu of different villages. But no one will interfere with the UN's work. There are more positions that need to be filled. They will be so when I host the first conference in at least 2 months. Gaara was silent for a few moments. You did not build the UN in Konoha to avoid other villages saying that it is under Konoha. If it was so, it would be thought that Konoha is trying to control the other nations. Naruto nodded. Indeed, Konoha is already the strongest, and to avoid a blunder where the village will have power over the UN, I built everything elsewhere and did not center it on Konoha. I have yet to inform them of this. But I will do so after I leave here. I do not wish for the UN to be under any village, that is why I want each Kage to hold a position of power within the organization. You have thought this through and prepared everything, I am impressed. You also understand the nature of men. Your goal is ambitious, but it is very much possible. I believe it will work. As such, you have my support, as well as Suna's. Gaara stated in a firm tone. Naruto smiled. The trust you have in me, I hope that it is not wasted. No one has tried this, but we shall. There will be many challenges ahead, I hope to have you as a partner. I wish for our friendship to grow stronger than this even after we have made this dream a reality. He paused for a moment, and gave Gaara a small scroll. It is a storage scroll, it contains your contract and much information about the UN. Gaara took the scroll, silently. Do you think that Konoha will agree to this? All I need to do is convince the clan heads and Tsunade. It will be a little difficult, but I will manage, Naruto responded calmly. With Kiri, Suna and Konoha under the same roof, the smaller villages will surely follow, Gaara stated. Naruto nodded. I believe so. I also plan to unite all Jinchurikis. I have so far gotten in touch with other two. I talked well with the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and she is on board." He paused for a moment. "Tsunade talked to me about your problem. As a friend, I will help you remove the problem. The Uzumaki have a large vault of cash. I am currently able to make a small withdrawal, but I should have all funds available to me soon. But in the meantime, I am collecting some funds elsewhere." "Thank you," was a response from Gaara. Naruto merely smiled. "It is what friends are for." He stood up. "I will return to collect your contract and with more details as to how we will proceed." Gaara nodded, and Naruto disappeared. He needed to rest first before his talks with Konoha. It was bound to be hard, and he would be forced to speak whatever that is necessary. "Things are certainly going to be interesting from now on," Gaara said to himself as he opened the scroll. Konoha. The council of Konohagakure had gathered within the council chambers. Naruto was not intimidated the atmosphere within the chambers. It was not his first time coming here. He had held meetings within the chambers before. But in most cases, he was usually quiet and spoke when questioned. He kept himself at a respectable level even when someone spoke trash. But today was very much different from the previous meetings he had been part of. This one was also called by him. Given his post and duties, he could speak to the Hokage and call a meeting. So much has indeed happened over the days. Today was surely a hard day for him. Speaking and traveling was putting so much strain on his mind. It was tiring to be speaking as well as trying to convince people to buy what you were selling. He did not need to convince Gaara, but he had to dig well with the Mizukage. That woman questioned a lot and went to detail over everything. When they were discussing about a treaty with the village, she had been thorough about everything. It was tiring. But he had gone through it all without a hitch. After returning from Sunagakure, he had taken some time to speak with Tsunade. He had to speak with her first before making his proposal. It would not dwell with both of them if he had gone to the council to make a proposal without speaking to her first. She was the leader of the village, she had to know first. There was also the fact about their personal relationship. She would need to know about everything he was doing before the others. Speaking with her had drained much of his energy, especially when the woman proved to be much more demanding than she had been. She had demanded he spilled everything and even went as far as to threaten him. In the end, he took her to Uzu to show her what he had shown the others. It was not that he had not planned to show her what he had built. The matter was that once he started speaking, Tsunade took charge and the format of their conversation became like an interrogation. Instead of him explaining everything to her plainly without her stern gaze, he was forced to answer her questions. At least she had calmed down a bit after some time and he was able to fill all the blanks he had left since he wanted her to know everything. At least she welcomed the thought well. After everything, she agreed to call the meeting. He wanted to do everything within this day so that he could work on his options. There was also the fact that he would have to leave soon to the capital of the Wind Country. The event Miyuki would be hosting was to be held soon. His presence was requested. Since he has never been to the capital before, he would have to travel without the use of his Hiraishin. But he had not complained though. The journey would be welcomed. "Why have we been called here, Tsunade?" "It better be something agent," Elder Koharu stated, looking straight at the god Ime. Her words only earned her a glare from the blonde Hokage. The older woman said nothing in response to the glare by the Hokage. "You are one of my advisors and you will be available when I call you. You should not make any complaints. And be thankful that I am even allowing you to sit here in this chamber. You are just my advisor, thus no real power." "But the clan heads have some power," Tsunade retorted with a glare. She was not going to have to deal with grumpy old people. It annoyed her when they tried to boss her around. Koharu said nothing. It was best not to say anything. But Danzo narrowed his eyes at the god Ime. She is becoming too comfortable to say something like that, he thought silently. If things continued like this, she would soon force them out of the council. He would never allow something like that to happen though, but the woman would push for it. It would be outrageous and unthinkable if she made such a notion possible. "Shall we get on to what we have been called here for then?" Danzo said, ever so impassive and calm. He earned nods from the others. As you all know, Naruto had gone to Kirigakure to hold talks about a treaty yesterday. He returned earlier with fruitful results. But we will get on to that some other time. What you have been brought here is for a proposal that Naruto wishes to outline, Tsunade said in a serious tone before she nodded at her fellow blonde. But before Naruto could speak, someone spoke. "What is it that you have to propose that we had to be called here?" The Hokage had nodded to me, giving me the opportunity to speak. "If you had allowed me to speak after her, you would not have given a question like that," he said so coolly, that if Danzo had trained him, he would have been a proud teacher. "But anyway, I understand that I am bound to Konoha as its shinobi, and fall under the command of the Hokage." He paused for a moment, but before he could continue, someone spoke again. "You also carry our weapon. We can say that you belong to us, as long as the Kyuubi stays inside of you," Koharu stated. She just wanted to remind the boy that he belonged to Konoha, and nowhere else. She did not want him to become too comfortable with the privileges he had been given to think that he owned himself. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama. It seems that I may speak out of line today." Tsunade merely shrugged but gave him a look that told him to watch what he says. "Elder Koharu, you are misunderstanding something. I do not belong to you. I am a shinobi of Konoha, and will continue to be so to protect this village. But I do not belong to you, neither does the Kyuubi. You people have gotten the idea that you own Baijuus because you have forced them to becoming your slaves. I cannot teach people old as you what a Baijuu is. It is not only the old, but everyone, except Jinchurikis who live with Baijuus know what they are. I am different from you, so is any Jinchuriki. You have never stood face to face with a Baijuu, nor spoken to it. But because of their power, Baijuus have been treated as nothing but mindless beasts that needed to be controlled. You have made them your weapons. You have drawn conclusions that they are evil, mindless and need to be used by you. You stamp your names in every Baijuu, seek to use the Baijuus power for your own goals. When they fight to protect themselves, you say they are dangerous and need to be contained. You then lock them for years, robbing them their freedom. How do you think they will act once they are freed from their shackles? No wonder Baijuus loathe humanity." While he spoke, the Kyuubi merely listened with half-opened eyes. "Are you trying to say that a Baijuu has its own mind? Are you trying to defend it against what it did to the village many years ago? Wasn't it your parents who were killed fighting it?" Naruto merely took an amused expression on his face. "If there is something funny, you can tell us." Tsume questioned with a narrowed look. Naruto shook his head. "I apologize. It is just that years ago when the Kyuubi attacked the village, it just appeared. Baijuus don't do that. Everybody knows this. Had it never occurred to anyone that someone might have summoned it here? Added to that, was it not this very village that raised the issue that the Kyuubi was being manipulated by the Sharingan?" "It was just a thought," Danzo responded. "But I do have reason to believe that it was indeed being manipulated by a Sharingan. However, that changes nothing." "My thoughts exactly," Naruto said, surprising Danzo. But his next words were unexpected. "Because it is a Baijuu, we were quick to judge. If it had been a person like us, we would have tried to get all the facts before passing on judgment. We are quick to hate and condemn what we don't understand. Well, that is a flaw of human nature." "Naruto," Shikaku said calmly. "Are you saying that before we pass down judgment to the Kyuubi, we should have spoken to it to find out what really happened?" "Perhaps, but they would not have gotten an answer from the Baijuu. It would have destroyed them before they could. The Kyuubi would have never listened to anything, especially after it had been sealed for many years inside his mother. Nothing would have pleased the Baijuu than destroying this village for what it did." Naturally, he was not going to say it aloud. "And then we should forget what it do to our families?" The person was surely not happy. "You are jumping to your own conclusions. I never said anything like that. I was merely pointing a flaw to human nature," Naruto rebuffed smoothly with a small shrug of his shoulders. "You made it sound like Baijuus have some intelligence them. It is known that Jinchurikis can speak to their Baijuus, then you were a good judge to this. Does the Kyuubi show some sort of intelligence?" The mildly curious question was from the head of the Hyuga clan. Naruto merely smiled. The man was impassive about the whole thing. "I have had a few conversations with the Kyuubi. What I can say is that, it is not stupid. Far from it, age is wisdom, isn't that the saying of old people? In other words, because the Kyuubi has been alive for generations, it has much wisdom and probably knows much about this world than we do," Shikaku said, rubbing his head. This was all troubling. "This ought to be a subject of another day. I have yet to give you my proposal," Naruto said, changing subject. He had gone off track because of what Koharu had said. "Get on with it then," Tsume stated in impatience. "While some people chose to ignore everything else, and be happy with what they have, I chose to broaden my thinking. My generation does not know war, we live in this world happily without knowing whose blood was spilled for this peace we have. They care about having fun and achieving small dreams. But everyone knows that outside the wall of this village lay vultures of all kinds. No, even inside these walls, some exist. I have seen what the world is, the darkness that so many embrace. I have seen what people do for the sake of getting a mission done. I have seen the cruelty of men. And I want to change all that. When I start my own family, I don't want my children to see what I have seen. Because of this, I am fighting for peace. I have started an organization called the United Nations. It is an organization that seeks to unite the world under one umbrella. I hope to gather leaders of villages, and have them work together to making this world a better place. Naive child, Danzo spoke. I had thought you had grown, but it appears I was wrong. It was nothing unexpected from Danzo, Naruto thought. I am far from that, Danzo. You should know that I have experienced some things that made me think twice about staying inside this village. For years I waited, thinking that this village would accept me as I was. But even today, there are still those who glare at me, those who see the Kyuubi in me. Nevertheless, there are those who have changed. This little change is what gives me hope for a better future. If I had not grown, I would be seeking revenge against those who have treated me unfairly. I would have all the reasons to take revenge, and all the words to justify it. No doubt the Kyuubi would be more than willing to take part in a fool's parade. Even when I am still here, I have little hope that these people will one day start calling me a hero. It will only happen if I save them from mass destruction. Would you call a person who thinks like that a naive child? You may be here just to honor your father's death, and your mother's. Your words also make me question your loyalty to this village. But that is of little consequence. There is no way that this way will be united, that is unless he gained supreme power and controlled every nation. That is a matter of your own opinion, isn't Danzo-san? The fact that you also have the guts to question my loyalty towards this village gives me a better view of your mentality. Naruto paused for a moment before he went on. Just to be clear, the fact that my father died for this village means nothing to me. I have decided to stay in this village because I chose to. Danzo narrowed his eyes. It may be my opinion, but that is the truth. Look at how Amegakure was willing to turn on us for the sake of power. Amegakure was tricked by your former comrade Orochimaru. The fact that Orochimaru killed the Kazekage means that he had refused to betray us, doesn't it? That said, I don't see your point. Perhaps you are viewing it another angle than I am. If so, could you enlighten me? Naruto knew that there was nothing that Danzo could say about that. He was even tempted to throw another punch by saying that if it was Danzo who was leader of Suna, he would have worked with Orochimaru. Everyone knew the kind of man Danzo was, so no one would disagree to it. Shikaku spoke before things between Naruto and Danzo could escalate further. If you do manage to unite the leaders, what makes you think they won't turn on each other? We have alliances with other villages and peace treaties, but those are nothing. Villagers can overlook them and betray their allies. Say for example, Konoha, Iwa and Kiri are all under the UN. When these villages become members, there is a code of conduct that they must follow and rules that they must abide in. All these villagers are allies, and have signed agreements. Agreements signed by both Kage and Daimyo. Should Iwa choose to attack Konoha, there will be severe consequences, and it will be held accountable for all the damages. Members of the UN all have to accept rules of being members. If Iwa does attack, the UN will take action, based on the rules of the organization. The action by the UN would be to have all members impose a ban on Iwa. The village will no longer receive missions from anyone. The UN will ensure that missions from outside do not reach the village. The daimyo of the earth will also be forced to cut off his funding. Shinobi of Iwa will also be barred from stepping into the territory of any member of the UN. We will also force the village to pay for construction damages. Depending on the damage and reasons for the act of betrayal, Iwa may be forced to cut its military power. Members of the UN will enforce of this. With other members backing everything, Iwa will have no choice. Everyone was left speechless, even Danzo. Those kinds of sanctions were ridiculous. If any of those sanctions were imposed on any village, it would suffer very badly. The image would be in tatters, and with the lack of missions as well as funding from the daimyo, the village's economy will hit a low. The village will become poor and villagers would surely flee to somewhere they can live happily. Even Danzo had to admit it, the fact that there would be other villages involved, meant that there was no escaping punishment. No one could risk those sanctions. In your scenario, if Amegakure, which is not a member of the UN, attacks Konoha, can the same sanctions be imposed on it? Huiza questioned curiously. Look at this, members of the UN fight together. If Konoha is attacked, Kiri and Iwa are obligated to send support without question. This will mean that Suna will be against 3 villages. Would they really provoke a fight knowing they are outnumbered? He paused for a moment. But if they are foolish to fight a lost cause, the UN will take action. None of the members of the UN, countries in this regard, will not allow Suna shinobi into their borders, nor will they send missions. You have thought this through, Shikaku said, giving Naruto a small smile. With the kind of sanctions that can be imposed on those who do not respect their alliances, no one would dare to attack an ally. If so, we will be looking at starvation. Others nodded. And the fact that when you seek war with a member of this organization, you have the rest of the members to look out for makes things difficult. Attacking means looking for death. You are certainly not considering this, are you? Homura questioned, looking surprised that the clan heads seemed to be accepting Naruto's words so easily. Well, given everything the blonde had said, it was difficult to say he was naive. My proposal is for Konoha to become a member of the UN. Sunagakure, Amegakure, Kirigakure, the Wave Country, Takigakure are already members, as well as other small villages. What? When did this happen? Since I returned from my training trip. I have been busy. I have shown the Hokage UNHQ, which were built in Uchiha. I may be a shinobi of Konoha, but to balance everything, I ensured that this organization is not based in Konoha, and Konoha has no authority over it, Naruto explained lightly. How can that be? You are a shinobi of Konoha. If you are the one who founded this organization, it means that it is also under our authority. Koharu stated, almost smirking. By that logic, my house is also under your authority. Naruto responded so blankly. It is creditable that you have managed to get this other villages to join you, Danzo said. It sounded a bit sarcastic though. But Naruto was not sure the man knew sarcasm. But, how will this benefit Konoha? We do not need other villages to protect us. For Konoha, it is not much about benefiting, but rather, it is about trying to forge a better tomorrow. The village has nothing to lose, but everything to gain. Unless you are not looking for a peaceful world and love war, and wish for more of our shinobi to die in meaningless battles, you can say that Konoha does not need to be a member of the UN. The last words were said with a purpose. There was a meaning underneath them. Danzo was quick to understand that. With such an organization, I believe that villagers will have to share some of the things they excel in. That will be unacceptable. What we excel in makes us hold the edge over the other villages, and I refuse to share anything that will make other villages strong. You have a problem. You have been caught up in war too much that you no longer see an ally. You are always thinking about winning and making sure that Konoha rules. Such a mentality is what brings conflicts in this world. I doubt you even trust anyone in this table, then should we listen to the words of a man who cannot trust anyone but himself? Danzo responded by narrowing his eyes towards Naruto. That was unexpected. He did not expect the blonde to give a question like that. Perhaps he had been right at the beginning, the blonde had grown. He was proving to be a nuisance than anything. Well, he could use this little party to further his goals. It seemed that Tsunade was agreeing with this, so were the clan heads. With other villages close, he could keep an eye on them closely. And it would be easy to extend his control with an existing party. A few days later, Wind Capital. The event had yet to start, and Naruto had decided to see the daimyo first. When he was coming to this capital, he had come across Gaara and his sister. He joined them along the way as they ventured the lands of the Wind Country towards the capital. Their journey was not that long, perhaps it was because of the company. When one was with other people, conversing, time seemed to flow fast. The Sand siblings were good people, so conversations with them were always fruitful and not so much boring. After reaching the capital, Naruto had parted ways with the siblings to go find the daimyo. The event would start tomorrow morning, they would have to get some rest before the event. It also appeared that the daimyo had been expecting him since when he asked, a guard appeared and led him to the personal residence of the daimyo. He had no problems with it though. For someone who says she did not know much of the vultures crawling out there, you awfully have a lot of guards around this place, Naruto said, leaning against the door frame of Miyuki's study. With the event that is going to be hosted, I am obligated to increase internal security. If you are a host, you would not want any of your guests to get hurt in your watch, would you? Miyuki stated, standing up from behind her desk, and walked up towards Naruto. No, it would not bode well, and it certainly won't do any favors if it becomes apparent that the Wind Daimyo is not capable of protecting her guests in her own backyard, Naruto responded, watching the woman with careful eyes. It certainly would not, Miyuki smiled at him. I am glad you could make it, she said, extending her hand towards him. Naruto smiled and shook her hand. I had to be here, especially when the daimyo had requested that I be her escort. I doubt anyone would refuse that privilege. Flattering, Miyuki did not stop smiling. Please sit down. Naruto nodded and took a seat in front of her desk. Rumors say you have been quite bussed over the past weeks. My informants tell me you have been spotted in a number of villages. Ah, you are quite informed. Well, that is to be expected from a daimyo, despite age and experience. And yes, I have been quite busy over the past weeks. But it is merely talking though, not the usual business of shinobi, Naruto responded in a calm tone. He was okay with staying away from battles, as long as he was busy with fruitful work. Getting more work done was an important matter for him than anything. Ah, that must be a waste of the skills of Namikaze Naruto, the daimyo stated as if she knew much about Naruto's power. But the truth was that she did not know much. But she had a feeling that he was skilled. If he had made Jonin, he had to be skilled. Nevertheless, much about his skills is kept a secret. Naruto merely smiled. I have no complaints if what I am doing is better than fighting. My work is beneficial for better relations with Konoha's allies, while fighting is nothing more than having to sweat in more bloodshed. But it is not always that a fight will result in death. You don't enjoy testing your skills like other shinobi? It was apparent to her that many shinobi liked locking horns in battle. They seemed to be thrilled when fighting. Well, they were trained professional killers. But she liked to believe that they were more than that. I have no problems with a friendly spar. In fact, I do enjoy testing my skills with another shinobi. But I only fight with enemy when I am forced. Naruto explained lightly. The nature of every shinobi is not battle programmed. Some of us do enjoy some peace. Yes, I am seeing that now. Her smile never escaped her face as she spoke. How was your journey? It was lively. I came here with the Kazekage and his sister, Naruto responded calmly. Miyuki took a thoughtful expression on her face. You are friends with Gaara, and work with his sister well. You have a good relationship with the Sand siblings. And I can see that relationship is paving way for better relations between Suna and Konoha. The relations has soothed down before I was even introduced to the picture. I believe since Gaara took charge, things changed since he was more than willing to meeting the God I'm Hokage halfway and repairing the broken relationship, Naruto responded flatly. It was the efforts of both Gaara and Tsunade that made things the way they were. He would not take credit for something he did not work for. Miyuki nodded. I know that. But what you are doing now is admirable. Not many leave fighting to venture in talking treaties and alliances with other villages. I do not think there is any village that does what you do for Konoha. Leaders are more mindful about their own villages and countries to bother with others. Most will even laugh when the other fail. She paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps the Wind Country as a whole will ally itself with Konoha. That would be certainly great, Naruto said smiling. Well, enough about the serious matter, the woman said, giving the blonde a wide smile. Come on. Let us go and find you a room so you can show me what you will be wearing tomorrow. I do not wish for you to show up looking like that. She said, standing up. What? I don't want you to ruin things with your choice of attire. If you are wearing what I don't like, I will have you change to wear something that I will like and will be suitable for the event tomorrow. She grabbed the blonde by his right hand, dragging him out of the office. I will have you know that my sense of fashion is tolerable, and you will like what I have bought. I doubt it, but surprise me. Few days later, Konoha. I am impressed, Jiraiya said, looking straight at Naruto. Perhaps this was finally the child of prophecy. After what Tsunade had told him, he could not have been more proud of his godson. I know that your father would be proud of what you are doing. Although he did wish Minato was here to witness this. But that was just a lost cause. The Yondaime was not going to come back, he was dead. I have not done anything yet, Naruto stated, downplaying everything. There is still a long way to go. Don't sell yourself short, kid. No one has gotten 3 great villages to join the same organization. Not only that, but you also have the other small villages joining you. That is not something anyone can achieve. I am even tempted to say that I knew all along that you were born for great things, Jiraiya stated, a bit proudly. Jiraiya is right, what you have done is not something anyone can do. I never believed him when he spoke about the child of prophecy, but I may start believing him now, Tsunade said firmly. Naruto just gave the god a warm smile. He really did not know what to say. I have already sent a word to my spy network to help spread word of the Yuna. Soon enough, you will have many small villages contacting you. Thank you, Godfather. I was going to ask you to do something of that nature. But you have already taken care of it. Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly. Anything for peace, he shrugged. I have a request, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, turning his voice serious. What is it? If it is okay with you, I would like to relinquish this. He gave her his forehead protector. It meant much to him, but it was something that he had to sacrifice for the Yuna. I wish to wear a new forehead protector. It is the headband of Uzu, but it will become the official headband of the United Nations Alliance. It will become a problem when I walk around carrying Konoha's headband. Others will not think that I stand for the Yuna's interests, but Konoha's. I wish to remove that thought. This does not mean that I will no longer serve Konoha. I will always be a loyal person to this village. I may have had a troubled childhood because of the villagers, but this is my home, this is the village my parents died protecting. I do not wish to fight for acknowledgement, but I fight for peace. That makes sense, Jiraiya said. I don't see much problem with it, especially since Konoha and Uzu were tight before the latter village's fall. Will this affect your work in this village? Not at the moment, I will continue to do my work within the village. I will always be available should there be anything you need me to do, Naruto responded calmly. Okay, Tsunade said, surprising both Jiraiya and Naruto. But the look on her eyes said otherwise. Naruto was just not going to say anything about it, or she would let loose of whatever she was bottling. Naruto bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Ba-chan, he said before he stood up. Just to remind you, my trip to the snow country has not been cancelled. That said, I will leave tomorrow morning. I will report at the borders of the fire country before heading out to catch a ship that will be heading towards the snow. Tsunade sighed. You never spend much time in the village anymore, she said sadly. I know, but if this is a sacrifice I must make for a better future, I will do so, Naruto said convincingly. Jiraiya, come and see me later on today. I have some matter I must discuss with you. With that, Naruto went away. He certainly has matured well, Jiraiya spoke with a warm smile. Indeed he has, Tsunade agreed. The snow is far away. He will take some time to get there, and I have a feeling that he won't return soon. He has been pushing himself lately, and he may take some time off there away from everything. I would not blame him, Jiraiya shrugged before grinning. But this works better for us. We will have much time to plan for his birthday while he is away. I had thought you would have forgotten about it. Jiraiya shook his head. Chapter 18. Naruto sighed as he leaned back against his chair within his office at the Hokage Tower. He'd returned from the the land of hot springs. Much of his time there had been spent vacating rather than working. He couldn't say that he didn't deserve some rest. He'd rested well, and had much fun in the village. He'd never laughed so hard while he spent his time at the land led by Princess Koyuki Kazahama. Since tomorrow would be his birthday, he thought it was best to return home. The Godime had told him to return before the 10th, and so he'd returned. However, since he'd missed much work, he decided to get on with it before anything else. He was thankful that Jiraiya was in the village. The man gave him the good news that his publisher liked his book, after today, and had already gone with the publishing. Jiraiya had organized a good deal with the man. The book had hit the shelves 4 days ago. He'd already received some good reports from some critics, but there were some who criticized his work. However, overall the reception from critics was good. It made him smile looking at their reviews. The sales were going slow, but given how the readers liked it, he was sure after a week or 2 or 3, the book would be a hit. The first release was here in Konoha, and the sales were better than any other places it had been released. It was still early days to draw any conclusions. The doors to his office burst open. He sighed when this happened. There was a lot of work in his desk that he needed to do and some documents he needed to sign. He also had other documents to approve on behalf of the United Nations Alliance. All these work required him to do, and he still had to deal with this. Ni-san. Konohamaru said as he entered the office. It wasn't a rare picture to see Konohamaru inside his office. The boy usually came here to bother him much, but he always gave time for the boy. Have I not beaten some manners into you, Konohamaru? Did I not tell you to knock before you enter my office? Isn't that the proper way for the candidate of the 7th Hokage? He gave a stern look on the boy that made him flinch. Sorry, Konohamaru said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. I was just really excited to seeing you since you have been gone for so long. I can see, Naruto said, keeping his tone stern. Now go back and do what I taught you, or you'll face a punishment. Konohamaru didn't need to be told twice. He went away and closed the door. He knocked and Naruto allowed him to enter. Afternoon, Ni-san, the Genin greeted politely, showing some manners Naruto had beat into him. The blonde smiled at the boy. Afternoon, how have you been? Good, Konohamaru responded. I was wondering if you could teach me something new, and there is someone who would like to be taught by you also. This caught Naruto's attention. Who is it? Hyuga Hanabi. Hinata's younger sister, Naruto muttered. This is a surprise. Where is she? She is at the training ground. Give me 2 hours. Konohamaru grinned. Does this mean that you'll train her? He seemed really excited about this. It was very obvious by the look on his eyes. Go to the training ground, Naruto ordered without answering the question. I've work to do. Yes, sir. Konohamaru gave a slight mock salute before dashing off to the training ground, where Hanabi was waiting for him. He was probably running there to tell her the good news. Naruto shook his head seeing the boy run off. Within 2 hours, the sun would be setting, but training was a lot better when their sun wasn't beating down on you. Without much time going, a purple-haired Onbu appeared before the blonde. Naruto acted as though he hadn't sensed her, but he knew she was there. She mostly hanged about his office in the shadows. However, it wasn't always that she did that. Finally, Naruto looked up to her. Was there something? She was probably done for the day. So, she would be giving her report before walking away. He didn't have many conversations with the woman aside from work. She wasn't a bad person, she was okay. There was one rude Onbu who came here while you were called by nature. I think he was curious to see what you were working on since you only returned today's morning from the snow country, Nico responded, monotonously. But when he sensed my presence, he quickly ran away before I could apprehend him. Naruto nodded. He was a little glad that he only kept files about the work he does for Konoha only. He didn't keep anything personal or about the United Nations alliance within this place. He knew that Danzo wouldn't waste time to try to get his hands on the files. He would have already sent his Onbu to Uzu to see what had been built, but it was near impossible to enter the island. Given how crafty Danzo was, he wouldn't be surprised if the route got in. But they wouldn't pass through the barrier that surrounds all the buildings he'd rebuilt. Danzo probably wants more information about the United Nations alliance. He revealed some of his thoughts to the cat-masked Onbu. Does he not know that you don't bring that work here? Even she knew that Naruto only worked Konoha business within this office. The only thing that would have the United Nations alliance within the office would be Konoha's membership contract. Naruto was only reviewing it, but it would be held by Tsunade since she was the one representing Konoha within the UNA. I don't know. However, I've a feeling he does, and might have done this with another purpose, Naruto responded. He seemed nonchalant about the whole matter. He didn't know what went on the mind of that man, so he wouldn't know many things about him. Nico nodded. I'll take my leave. Before I forget, Kakashi-senpai had told me you wanted a Kenjutsu sparring partner. I'm more than willing to be your partner. While she wouldn't say it aloud to the blonde, she was afraid her skills would dull because she never really got to test all her skills with guarding duty and patrols. Naruto smiled. The paperwork I do is indeed not a friend to my skills. He paused for a moment. I'll set up something on a later date. Good. Nico said before disappearing into nothing. No then, to get some work done, Naruto muttered as he buried himself to his paperwork again. Training Ground 7. Being in this training ground was kind of nostalgic. There were so many memories he had of this training ground. It wasn't that every memory he had of this place was pleasing. It was all amusing that he always smiled widely despite the fact that he couldn't say every memory was pleasing. Perhaps it was because of his obsession with Sakura and his desire to be closer to Sasuke. It turned well. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps he shouldn't be sarcastic in his thoughts. Ni-san, you made it. I was beginning to think that you had ditched me for that old hag, Konohamaru exclaimed after Naruto made his appearance. Old hag was referred to the god Hokage. The blonde knew that the boy wouldn't call Tsunade an old hag in her face. If he did that, he would be facing hospital time. In response, Naruto walked out to the Jinan. The boy seemed to sense that something was coming because he started to move back. I meant Hokage-sama. Konohamaru blurted out. Naruto sighed, but didn't deliver a punishment to Konohamaru. He was likely going to take some time to teach the boy some manners. Perhaps he should leave it now since he has already taught him the basics. He could teach the boy more of manners once he made Chunin. He was still just a Jinan, it was better to leave it for now. He was still a little younger, the best thing was to allow the boy to enjoy his Jinan days. He turned around to look at the other Jinan. Hyuga Hanabi, a stoic-looking young girl. Come here, he said looking straight at the girl, who was staring back at him without flinching. It was the usual fashion by which Hyuga stared at you. Hanabi obediently walked towards him. But Konohamaru also came towards him. He looked at the boy. Do laps around the training ground while I speak with Hanabi. But I've already done them, Konohamaru whined, loudly. Naruto noticed that Hanabi didn't spare the boy a glance. Her undivided attention was at him. I know, Naruto responded calmly. But do them again, but this time with some extra weight. I'd given you 5 kilograms before, but now I'll increase it by 5 more. Once you get used to it, I'll increase it. But it'll take some time for you to get used to the weights. Before Konohamaru could object, Naruto placed his right hand on the boy's chest. The seal he had placed did what he wanted. I can't move like I used to. Konohamaru complained, trying to move his body around. His movements were restricted because of the extra weights. Do what you are told, Konohamaru, and try not to rob me by using a clone to do the laps for you. If you don't wish to do the laps, go to that dummy. Naruto pointed at the dummy he was referring to, and do 250 punches plus 200 kicks, non-stop. That meant no break. I'll do the laps, Konohamaru said before walking away to do his laps. He had a feeling he would be forced to do the kicks and punches after the laps. Naruto could be quite sadistic when it came to training. It was best that he did the laps first. If he does the laps first, he would get a little break and he may be a little light. Naruto turned to Hanabi. Introduce yourself, he said. Hyuga Hanabi, second daughter of Hyuga Itachi, Jinan, shinobi registration number 12,126,789, the girl responded in a calm yet slightly cold tone. Naruto shook his head. Even he was not this stiff. This girl could excel in Anbu. She had outstanding emotional control, far better than any young lad he knew. Well, it was to be expected from a Hyuga. Perhaps sticking her with Konohamaru would do well for her. Why are you not training with your team? My so-called teammates are incompetent, so is my sensei. That was a blunt, honest response from the Hyuga. Naruto almost smiled, but he kept his expression impassive, matching Hanabi's. Incompetent, you say? Naruto paused for a moment. That is something I'll have to look at. Konoha cannot afford to have incompetent jonin training young shinobi. If Hanabi was surprised, she hit it well despite her question. You seem to believe me. That is because I know that not every sensei teach their students what is necessary. However, it could be just that you have high expectations on your sensei that he isn't able to meet. Regardless of who you believe you are still a 12-year-old girl. He then poked the girl on her forehead. The action seemed to annoy the girl, drawing a small smile from Naruto. Don't do that, she said firmly. You're very much different from your kind and gentle elder sister, Hinata, Naruto responded. Really, she was unlike her older sister. You know sister? Yes, I graduated with her at the academy. But you seem a little older and have achieved much more than Hinata. At least that is what father says. Hanabi responded, keeping her expression impassive. That is a story for another time. Now tell me, why do you wish to be trained by me? Konohamaru says that you're a good sensei, and since he started training with your clone, he has improved well. I didn't think that it was possible someone dumb as him to improve as much he has, Hanabi responded coolly. Well, being subtle wasn't her strength. The Chunin exams come after 2 months. They'll be held in January, unless they are postponed. Konoha will host the ones to be held in June next year. I wish to make Chunin in my first try. Naruto nodded. Let me see what you can do then. He flicked his finger and a bullet of wind hit the girl in her forehead, making her stumble backwards a little. Attack me with all you got. He got exactly that. The girl attacked him relentlessly. It seemed like she had some point to prove. Her fighting style was hardcore, and she was fast as well as precise, for a Jinan that is. Despite all her attempts to hit Naruto with her mighty Byakugan activated, Hanabi couldn't land a single hit on Naruto. It seemed that her new sensei was ridiculously fast and wasn't even slowing down to allow her to land a hit. It seemed that the man wasn't going to allow her to hit him. It was unlike most jonins, some would allow her to hit them just to make her feel a little more confident. It wasn't that she lacked confidence. No, unlike her sister, she had it in abundance. But with each failed attempt to nail her opponent, her confidence seemed to take a dive under the heavy currents of the sea waves. She was able to land a hit on her opponents, even if it did little. But she had never been unable to touch her opponent. Perhaps it was because most of her well-trained opponents were from the Hyuga clan. She didn't delude herself into thinking that she was much skilled to take on all her opponents. Her father was the one who never took it easy with her. But the rest of her trainers took it easy. Well, she was the second daughter of the head clan, and was almost put as the heir when Hinata seemed to fail in everything that she did. Of course she was proud, she would do anything to make her father proud. She did not stop attacking her opponent though. She continued attacking him. She was then able to realize that he hadn't made an attempt to attack her. He was only dodging her blows instead of attacking. She entertained the thought that he may have been on the defensive too much to attack her. When the thought ventured much within her mind, her confidence grew, so was her lost strength. She continued to attack him with as much effort as she could muster. But that didn't change anything. By each strike, she grew frustrated as fatigue began to take charge. What was more frustrating for her was that she could see nothing from his face. It was just straight blank. Another thought that increased her frustrations was that she had discovered was that he wasn't attacking her because he simply didn't want to, perhaps he just wanted to tire her out. But if he was waiting for that, he got one thing coming for him. She wouldn't tire before he did. She had the guts and determination. A clan-less man like Naruto couldn't outclass her in everything. A pity, she was dealing with Namikaze Naruto. Naruto looked at the girl straight into her tired eyes. She was attacking him even when she knew she couldn't beat him. She didn't seem to acknowledge that he was superior to her. Still, he couldn't deny that she a lot better than Konohamaru. She could probably wipe the floor with him if they spare together. The girl had no doubt been trained well, and it was obvious that she'd been trained from her young age. It was the benefits of being from a clan. Naruto jumped away from the path of the girl. Her panting had become obvious. It seemed like she'd been doing laps around the village with Guy and Lee. Well, he could give her some noteworthy credit on her endurance levels, as well as her chakra. Someone her age would have run out of chakra already. Well, there were those exceptionally gifted among the Hyuga. If she was trained well, she could even succeed where Neji didn't. Without warning, he vanished into thin air and appeared right in front of her. Her eyes became wide as his punch drove straight into her gut. She felt the impact straight on, and it hurt like hell. She tried hard to suppress a wince, but she failed miserably. Before she could even hit the ground, Naruto was waiting for her on where the momentum of the punch had been carrying her. This time it wasn't a punch, but a hard kick on her back. She was quick to hit the ground. She could have sworn that she heard something snap. Naruto walked up to her calmly, it seemed intentional. She was tired, almost out of chakra, and she could no longer keep her dujutsu activated. Her eyes looked at the blonde as she tried to get back on her feet. His eyes were looking at her like a hawk. It was like he was measuring her, at every part. The intent and blank look on his eyes brought an unfamiliar feeling to her gut. Finally, he reached down to her. You are arrogant and overconfident. Most stuck-up Hyugas are that way, but I'll drive that out of your system. Even if it means breaking every bone in your body. Hanabi wasn't given any time to think, or even muster a retort. She was pummeled down the ground by a swift back heel on her forehead. She lost her consciousness. Ni-san, don't you think you went a little rough on her? I mean, it is her first day, Konohamaru said, walking up to Naruto. He hadn't said anything when everything was happening, for he knew that he might be on the receiving end of the pain. He'd already had enough of the torture. He certainly didn't want to get to the hospital to get himself fixed today. I'll tone it down a bit tomorrow. Naruto responded, turning his attention to Konohamaru. Have you finished what I instructed you to do? Yes. He was a little afraid that the blonde may tell him to do it again. But he was glad that the blonde accepted his answer. Take a 10 minutes break. Don't do anything. If you even touch Hanabi, I'll be taking both you and Hanabi to the hospital. Konohamaru nodded vigorously before throwing himself down the ground. Naruto disappeared from the training. He had a feeling that the blonde had gone to get some work done in his office. But Konohamaru didn't delude himself to believe that the blonde hadn't left a clone hiding in the trees. And even if he hadn't left a clone, Naruto would know if he touched Hanabi, and he would make true to his word. 10 minutes later. Not even a second late, Konohamaru grumbled to himself after Naruto appeared. He'd recovered a little bit. His exercise he had done hadn't burned all of his chakra, but it was enough to wear him out, and he'd also rested a little when Naruto was still being sadistic with Hanabi. How far are you on the Rasengan? Konohamaru had been learning the Rasengan for more than a month now. I've been failing to get the Rasengan complete with a single hand. But I can do it with clones like you taught me. He beamed proudly at the last words. Naruto nodded. Your chakra control is still dismissive, it appears. The reason he couldn't do the Rasengan with a single hand was his chakra control. He knew very well since he once had the same problem. But he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and never actually had any formal training on chakra control, and his chakra pools were outrageous for a Jinan. Konohamaru didn't have the same amount of chakra he had. Hey, I've improved my chakra control. Konohamaru took offense in Naruto's words. Yes, I know you've improved, Naruto responded. But it is still not enough. He looked straight at Boy. If you had taken Ibasu's training seriously, we wouldn't be having this talk. But it is your laziness that brought you to this point. He paused for a moment, shaking his head. Create a clone and head to the usual sport to do water walking. Konohamaru complied. When are we going to do ninjutsu? You've only taught me the Rasengan, and Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I'll get onto that, Naruto said in a dismissive tone. I need to get your taijutsu, endurance, mental sharpness, and speed to a good level. You also suck at genjutsu, hence the need to better your chakra control. But the exams will start in January. There will be enough time to train you, Naruto stated dismissively. He wasn't oblivious to anything. But he knew that Konoha wouldn't be able to host the Chunin exams at the beginning of the year. There was so much that needed to be done at the beginning of the year. He had no doubt that the village won't be able to host the exams. Perhaps they would leave to attend at another village. Tell you what, if I like your improvement, I'll teach you ninjutsu next month. What Konohamaru didn't know was that he had planned to teach him ninjutsu next month anyway. Cool. The boy exclaimed happily. Since my clone will be busy with chakra control, what am I going to be doing? Naruto took out a book and threw it at Konohamaru. The book contained shinobi rules. The kind of rules Iruka taught you at the academy. But during our time, I've discovered that you've not learned them. You will learn them, and in 7 days, you will write a test, along with Hanabi. He paused for a moment. Should you fail the test, I may decide against teaching you ninjutsu. Konohamaru gritted his teeth. He had a feeling that Naruto just wanted him to study and know all the rules. It wasn't the first time Naruto had forced him to study a book. And he knew what happened when didn't do that. The blonde always stayed true to his word. Fine, he relented. Good, now put that book away so that we can get you used to fighting with your extra weight, Naruto said. Konohamaru became nervous. I can just go back to beating the dummy, he said, not looking forward to being beaten up by Naruto. But deep inside of him, he wanted to show Naruto how much he's improved over the time he'd been away. He knew that Naruto would praise him for improvements he made. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he felt good when Naruto praised him. No, this is necessary. There is no better way for you to get used to the weights faster than engaging in an actual fight, Naruto stated. But he knew that Konohamaru just wanted to skip the routine beat down. This will also improve your senses as well as reflexes. You may not have noticed this, but each time you fight, there is always something new you learn about your opponent's fighting style as well as your own. Actual battles give you experience, and experience is very much valuable. Many have been saved not just by skill, but by experience. It took a few moments for Konohamaru to understand everything Naruto had said. When he had understood, he grinned. Fine, let us do this. I'll show you how much I've improved so far, the boy stated, taking a proper taijutsu stance. At this time, he'd already forgotten about Hanabi. By the time the said Hyuga girl woke up, Konohamaru was busy with Naruto. She held her head as it was throbbing. Her head wasn't the only part that was in pain, it seemed like she had broken a rib. She could feel the pain down there. She looked around to see that she hadn't been moved from the place she had fallen to. Her attire was also unspeakable. Her condition as a whole was disturbing. The nerve of that man to leave her like this. Naruto sensed that Hanabi had woken up and decided to end things with Konohamaru. He'd seen enough. 2 brutal kicks later, Konohamaru was on the ground clutching his gut. Naruto noted that he would have to take both his students to the hospital before they went home. He was done anyway. He just needed to talk with Hanabi first. He motioned for Konohamaru to follow him towards Hanabi. You are good for a Jonin. Your attacks have little power though. And you are arrogant as well as overconfident. The moment I told you to attack me, you attacked me straight without a plan or a strategy. You thought you could actually hit me. Who the hell attacks a Jonin without a plan? Mind you? You are just a little girl who thinks she is above all her graduating class and everything. You started to attack recklessly when you noticed that I was avoiding your every attack. If that was a real battle, Hiashi and Hinata would have already buried you by now. Hanabi took all that without as much as flinching. I will train you, I'll drown your arrogance and overconfidence. I'll make you fast, increase your endurance and give you more agility and flexibility. I'll teach you to fight without the Byakugan. It would take years to accomplish, but it was possible. You're predictable, but I will erase that. He paused, giving her his hand. We'll start your first day of training tomorrow. Now come on, let me take you to the hospital. Hanabi thought for a few seconds, before she nodded. But she didn't take his hand. She could get up on her own. Naruto merely smiled at her. And they started walking back towards the village, both genins flanking both his left and right sides. Ni-san, can't we get something to eat before we head to the hospital? Sure, why not? Hanabi had other thoughts. Sensei, Naruto looked at her. I prefer to get myself cleaned first, and I refuse to be seen eating while looking like this. The following day. I have a feeling that today will be a good day, Juubi said in a tone that was nothing but hollow. Despite this feeling, I have to make a name for myself. I thought what you've been doing over the past month was making a name for yourself. You've destroyed 3 villages, and have been attacking everything group of shinobi you came across. You even allowed some to get away so that they could tell what they have seen, a voice responded, no feeling of surprise in the voice. It is not enough. I have not even entered the bingo books of any great shinobi village. I have to make and attack one of the stronger villages, and then they'll have me in their bingo books. I know for a fact that these stronger villages tend to overlook things when you pick on the weak. They'll not make much of my power until I show them what I can do. Konohamaru is the strongest village. If you attack them, they may put you in their bingo books. But at these days, their strongest shinobi are all inside the village, attacking it would be tricky. However, I know you can succeed. Suna is still small, Kiri is still weak. That would leave Iwagakure and Kumo. But with your plans for Iwa, we rule out the village. Kumo may be tricky, even if you attack the village, there is no guarantee that the Raikage will even bother to put you in his bingo books, the other man reasoned. Then Konoha it is, Juubi said, getting up from his throne. Today will be a good day, you'd already planned on attacking Konoha. Now I understand what you meant by that. Could it be that you plan on attacking because today is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki's birthday? There was some silence. According to Orochimaru's intel, the boy has never had a good birthday before, and I believe with everything he's been doing, they might plan something big for him. But you already knew that, did you not? Juubi merely smiled as he started walking. Observe what Tsuchikage's daughter will do with her army when they attack Amegakure. I know for a fact that Naruto will appear. His appearance will spark things a little bit, a pause. I'll be gone for a few days to handle some business. By business, you mean Danzo? There was no response to the question. Juubi simply disappeared from the dimly lit room. Konohamaru, morning. Happy birthday, Ni-san/sensei. Naruto was welcomed by the two voices in his home training ground. He'd said for them to be at the training ground in his home at about this time since he wanted to deal with a few things with them. It was better to train in here since they could get some privacy. He had noticed that there were eyes looking at him as he trained the kids yesterday. It was best that he did not use that training ground again. He smiled at the two. He could never forget that today was his birthday. This was a day that was a curse to him. It was a day that Kami seemed to love screwing him up over and over again. The only time he had enjoyed his birthdays was when he was with Itachi. But within this village, he has never enjoyed his birthdays. It seemed that Kami's full power and influence worked well when he was inside this village. Yes, Kami worked wonders on the 10th of October. I thought my precious students would have forgotten about their sensei's birthday, Naruto said, walking up to the two. I would never forget your birthday, Ni-san, Konohamaru responded coolly. Hanabi snorted. You were reminded of it 3 days ago by Iruka sensei. Had it not been for him, you would have forgotten about it. I may not have known about it if I hadn't been with him when Iruka spoke about it. I also overheard sister talking about it with Neji ni. You just had to ruin the moment, Hanabi-chan. Konohamaru exclaimed, looking straight at the young girl. I've told you many times not to call me that. Konohamaru shrugged. Anyway, we made this for you. He handed Naruto a framed picture. It was the three of them in front of Ikaraku Ramen. After he'd taken the genins to the hospital, he had brought them to the ramen stand so they could have some ramen. Hanabi didn't seem to like the food, but she ate it. The picture was taken after they'd eaten. It was on Konohamaru's insistence that they get one. So this is why you insisted on taking the picture yesterday, Naruto said, looking at the picture. Team 7 had taken one like this. But he no longer had the picture he'd taken with Team 7. Okay, maybe that is a lie. He still had it, it was just inside his basement where he stored his weapons. Thank you, he said, putting away the picture. Now let us get down to business. He motioned for Hanabi to sit before him, and created a clone to help instruct Konohamaru. He had about 3 to 4 hours to train them before he goes to work. He needed to instruct the boy with taijutsu. He had seen some flaws that left the boy wide open to attacks. It was better to correct them now before he went further with any other part of their training. He needed to ensure that Konohamaru's taijutsu wasn't flawed and full of holes. He didn't want anything that would give Guy a heart attack. Speaking of the man, he had yet to speak with him since he returned yesterday. It was made known to him that the man was out of the village on a mission. They had training in the mornings. Well, he would speak with the man once he returned. Training with Guy and Lee was good for his speed and taijutsu. He sat down in front of Hanabi and looked straight at her. This will be a process we'll do each time I train you. I'll do this until you can sing every word I say to you. I doubt there will be anything you can teach me in this regard. Father ensured I was drilled everything that I'll need in my shinobi career, Hanabi responded coolly. She didn't need any more knowledge drilled into her head. She already had enough, and it came from the Hyuga clan. Naruto was impressive, but he was clan-less. That attitude is what needs to be fixed, Naruto responded in a calm tone. You are thinking because I do not come from a clan I cannot teach you anything. You think low of anyone that doesn't come from a clan. You believe that because you come from a clan that makes you superior to any other person. My belief is justified. Clan children are taught many things from their young age, unlike clan-less children who only get taught worthless things in the academy. Clan children are better than clan-less children. The other children cannot defeat me in a battle. Hanabi gave a calm reply. Naruto had to admit that she had some merit in her view. But, that doesn't give you the right to overlook everyone because they are not from a clan. Your attitude makes you underestimate everyone that isn't from a clan. This only gives birth to your abundant arrogance and overconfidence. Hanabi seemed to shrug. I've yet to be proven wrong. I have bested anyone in my graduation class. Naruto sighed. This was going to be tougher than he thought. Regardless, I'll rearrange your mindset and try to help give you a new thought process. His tone was stern and final. It was a tone of finality that left the girl without anything to say. I have a few rules and expectations from you. But it doesn't seem that I will be worried about you not making it in time for our appointments. I'm unlike Konohamaru, I am not ill-disciplined and do not lack manners. I have noticed that, Naruto responded. Tell me Hanabi, if your teammates were hurt so is your Jonin, you are on a mission. You are the only one left standing, unhurt. You could make efforts and make the mission succeed or you can abandon the mission and save your teammates. What would you do? It is obvious, I would leave my teammates and continue with the mission. If my Jonin sensei was hurt as well as my teammates, and I was not, he must be useless. It is better to leave him be. Everyone knows that the mission is more important than anything, Hanabi responded as though it was the obvious thing. It was obvious that this was what she could do if the opportunity presented itself. Naruto gave the girl a stern look that made her flinch, involuntary. When you are a team, you're supposed to trust each other. Your teammates trust you with their lives. How can you betray their trust like that? If you're willing to abandon your teammates like that, you shouldn't be in a team. You should reconsider being in a team and work alone, that way you can die easily. Teams strive for the same objective, but when a member of a team is hurt, the rest of the teammates have to stop everything and tend to the teammate. For a team to be successful, you have to trust each other. If you're willing to abandon your teammates, you aren't suited for team dynamics. Shinobi who abandon their teammates are cold-hearted little bitches who don't understand the value to teammates. Little bitches like you shouldn't be shinobi. I cannot train one that does not value human life. You are one of those hypocrites that embrace Konoha's hypocritical standing of teaching team dynamics to make them look good, but yet teach their shinobi to abandon their teammates. I dislike hypocrites, and I will dislike you if you continue to think like that. You will not have friends, and your teammates will dislike you. Value your teammates as friends, and you will enjoy being a shinobi. As you are now, if you were hurt, your teammates would abandon you and leave you to be violated by bandits. They will probably sell you to slavery. I am sure you know what happens in slavery. Hanabi ignored the foul language and refused to say anything. She had no doubt that her teammates didn't like her. She'd always thought that it was because they were jealous of her. Those who were weak always felt envy for those strong and privileged. She wouldn't feel wrong because she had everything she wanted and took advantage of it to become better. I cannot make a decision now, but after some time, and I see that you haven't changed, I'll stop training you. I refuse to train a blind child. But to give you a chance and to be fair, I'll see out if you cannot change. Naruto paused for a moment. I do believe that anyone can change, if they are willing to change. What I ask is for you to consider this. Hanabi was still quiet. I'll give it a chance, but I'll not compromise my principles for anyone. Naruto smiled at her. I do not wish for you to change your principles. Your principles are what make you Hyuga Hanabi. But some principles of certain people are flawed, I merely wish to adjust them to make you a better person than you are today. Hanabi nodded, quietly. Good, now let us get to something else. Naruto stated. This is something I'll tell you now and will always tell you should you remain to be my student. When in battle, expect the unexpected, and do the unexpected. I told you yesterday that you are predictable. Being predictable in battle lessens your odds of winning. You have this thing of sizing down your opponents due to their image. Stop it. Never underestimate your opponent, never let your guard down, and never ever turn your back on your opponent because you think you've won. When trapped, trust your instincts. Never attack an opponent without thinking twice, always have a strategy. When you enter a battle without a strategy, you are most likely to lose a foot, a hand, the battle or even your life. Always try to think ahead of your opponent, that way you can have the advantage over him/her. When you don't think, you are blind, and are most likely to be killed. You must always be aware of your surroundings. Don't engage in battle without viewing your battleground, or you might find in a place that is full of traps or that will be of a disadvantage to you. Don't rely too much on your eyes, or you'll be killed when you can't fight without them. Use your eyes as a precious weapon, tool that ought to be used when facing an opponent worthy of them. Always have a backup plan and always have a trump card. Try always to end the battle quickly, don't become overconfident because you seem to be winning, or you may end up dead. Did you get all that? Yes, it doesn't seem difficult. Hanabi replied after she had taken in everything Naruto had told. Good, Naruto said, standing up. Let us repeat yesterday's practice. But today I'll give you a handicap. You'll only use your Byakugan when I tell you. I will not give you weights today. It will not be easy as it was yesterday, the girl said, taking a stance. I've analyzed your fighting style and movement patterns. I hope you don't disappoint then. Remember, think, expect the unexpected and know this. What you see isn't always the truth or reality. Appearances can be deceiving. Naruto motioned for the girl to come towards him. Later that day, barbecue restaurant. The dim lights of the young night welcomed Naruto as soon as he entered the restaurant. He had a feeling that there was something that had been prepared for his birthday. And this calling was only confirming his suspicions. It had been a suspicious day overall. Tsunade had not bugged him while he was working after handling his training with Hanabi and Konohamaru. The Godime had oddly only come to greet him and give him more work. It was like she had hiding something from him. He did not bother much about it. But he knew that something was going on. The first thing was that Tsunade would not have allowed him to work on his birthday. The woman was very strict when time called for it. But it was his birthday, with how much she cared for him, she would have threatened him to take a day off. But she hadn't. It was obvious from that moment that the woman wanted to keep him busy. She knew that once he started working, he took his work serious. He didn't like taking some time off from work. He liked getting his work done before anything. His peers had only greeted him like always, to those he had seen on the day so far. That was not out of the ordinary. He wasn't expecting anything from them. True, they were his friends, but his birthday was something that he kept to himself. He doubted that they knew about his birthday. Back then, he would not want them to know that he was born the night the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. And those were sad days anyways. It was best left alone. Shaking his head, Naruto moved forward to the restaurant. Sakura smiled when she felt Naruto's presence. She hoped this would be a good night for him. Tsunade had stressed to make this day better for him. The other friends were also looking forward to this night. They were also going to use this night to congratulate Naruto on his achievements. They were aware of what he's been doing since he returned from his training trip, and they had yet to honor him for that. This was the day. Jiraiya couldn't wait to see the look on Naruto's face. Although he suspected the blonde knew they had something planned, he knew that Naruto would be surprised by all these. It was the first time he was celebrating his birthday with his friends after all. This was good to attempt to fix what he didn't do back then. Though things were good between him and Naruto, it still didn't change the fact that he abandoned the blonde when he needed him. Hinata smiled warmly at what was going to happen tonight. She had always wanted to give Naruto a present when it was his birthday. However, she was never able to do so. Today represented the chance for her to do just that. She would finally do what she'd been failing to do over the past years. Here he comes, Ino whispered, in 3, 2, 1. Surprise. Oh, how surprised he was. The lights finally came to life and Naruto saw everyone, his peers, Jonin Sensei's of his peers, Tsunade and his godfather. There were no children, not that there were any children in the shinobi world. The place had some fine decorations, and he could see the warm smiles that everyone was giving him. He felt something tingling inside his heart. It was something that he'd never felt before. This alien feeling brought much warmth to his closed heart. Whatever it was, he liked it. He smiled warmly at everyone, but they didn't say anything. They all waited for him to speak the next words. But before Naruto could even speak, another voice spoke. Finally, the main menu has appeared. It was chilling and cold. Judging by the expressions of everyone, this wasn't part of the play. Naruto had been quick to realize. The narrowed looks Tsunade and Jiraiya were giving were something impossible to fake. Is this part of the surprise? Kiba asked, looking at Shikamaru. He was certainly not getting a good feeling about the voice, hence the question. There was also the fact that he couldn't see the person who had spoken. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had yet to sense the person speaking. Shikamaru only shook his head slightly. This was definitely not part of the surprise. He'd organized everything with Jiraiya and Tsunade. This wasn't something they had planned, and judging by their looks, they also hadn't planned this. This is going to be a drag. So much for a good night, the Nara heir thought with a barely suppressed sigh. Before anyone could do anything further, Juubi appeared. He was standing between Naruto and the rest of the gang. His back was turned against the gang as he faced the blonde. "Hello Naruto." He gave the blonde a smile, a happy smile that showed none of the man's intentions. "You?" Yes, this was the man he'd faced when he was traveling with Jiraiya. He could never forget this face. He had been having a feeling that he would see the man again, and his gut had been proved right. This wasn't good. You remember me. Well, you did destroy me, my clone to be precise." Juubi paused for a moment. Jiraiya and Tsunade flashed right beside Naruto. The latter had seen how much Jiraiya had tensed by the sudden appearance of this man. He was certainly strong, she could feel it, and the feeling he gave wasn't good. A single look into his black eyes told her that this wasn't going to end up well. "Who are you and what do you want with Naruto? This is the second time you show yourself before him," Jiraiya demanded, taking charge of the proceedings. "I haven't introduced myself to you." He was certainly not speaking to Jiraiya. "I am Juubi, and have an interest in you, Namikaze Naruto. But for today, I merely came to give you a present, which I have no doubt you'll like. It is your birthday after all." "I have no interest in you, and what makes you think that I'll like your present?" Naruto responded, coolly, with narrowed eyes. This was indeed not good. He could feel it in his gut that something bad was going to happen. Perhaps Naruto shouldn't have asked the question, if the smile on Juubi's face said anything. The man raised his right hand before pointing it towards the gang behind him. Naruto tensed quickly before flashing in front of the group. A powerful blast of red energy was released. The blast sped towards the group in blinding speeds. Naruto had no doubt the Jonins would be able to protect themselves, but he was certain some from his peer group wouldn't be able to shield from the blast. It wasn't that he underestimated them. He just knew what this thing was capable of doing. He quickly tried to perform the space/absorption barrier to absorb the blast in its fullness. But the blast came at a faster speed and he was not able to the last hand seal for the jutsu to work successfully. The result was an explosion that destroyed the whole restaurant. The explosion alarmed the Anbu nearby to come and check what was happening. Naruto had been hit by some of the blast. Even though his jutsu had been a failure, he was able to protect everyone. Before he could recover, Juubi was right in front of him. Naruto was not expecting this. It was obvious that everyone else was still caught up in the explosion to notice this. And this man had taken advantage of the distraction to attack him. The man was only focusing on him only. Naruto could sense that the man was also in other positions. He figured that it was clones. A hard kick to the temple sent him flying towards another building nearby. He crashed painfully into the building, but was able to recover quickly and jump to the rooftop of the building. Before he could do anything, Juubi was right in front of him again. This time, Naruto was ready, so he flashed away from the path of another kick. But the man had been expecting it. He quickly appeared before him again. But this time, he showed no sign of attacking. "You are not the only one who is fast," Juubi said before pointing down at the destroyed building. Naruto narrowed his eyes down. Various shinobi were battling with copies of the man. Those clones are a ticking time bomb. Once one is destroyed, the others will explode. I am sure you can figure out what will happen afterward. What do you want? I just want to play with you. This is my first move. After this, I will wait for you to play the next move. Should I grow impatient waiting for you, I'll be forced to make you come out, Juubi stated. Why? I am interested in you. Perhaps the fact that the blonde was the first he battled had somewhat made him obsess about him. Naturally, he would not call it an obsession. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind him as he sensed something moving towards him fast. He quickly pulled a kunai as the clone of Juubi came charging behind him. He was fast to react as he plunged the kunai into the clone's neck. What he did not expect was for the clone to explode. But he was able to shield himself from the blast. Before he could quickly recover, Juubi was onto him. They were still on top of the building. The man had his right hand raised, pointed against him. Black spiral energy formed, it was dangerously close to him. When it was released in a flash, everything went black. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.